emerged from philosophical reflection on developments in artificial intelligence, computational theory, linguistics, cybernetics, and psychology. All these fields, which are collectively known as cognitive sciences, have in common a certain level of abstraction and a concern with systems that process information. Functionalism, which seeks to provide a philosophical account of this level of abstraction, recognizes the possibility that systems as diverse as human beings, calculating machines, and disembodied spirits could all have mental states. That forward by Jerry A. Fodor, Scientific American. Beginning of the chapter, page 83. One moment. When I was an adolescent one night, I had an unusually vivid dream. As it began, I found myself hovering over my body and looking down at myself asleep in the bed. The experience was disconcerting for everything about the dream, my perceptions of myself still lying on the bed, and the familiar furnishings of my bedroom seemed uncannily real. Still, I remained convinced that it was all just a dream and set about to enjoy my newfound freedom. I floated weightlessly out of my bedroom and into the living room, still marveling at the fact that all the features of the house seemed identical to how I knew them in my waking state. There was no spatial disorientation of the size of the rooms. All the familiar objects and furnishings were there. Nothing changed or flowed liquidly into something else, as things have a tendency to do in most normal dreams. Still, the sensation of flying was so blissful that I found it hard to concern myself about strange conditions I was in, and just continued to drift on happily through the house. Suddenly, as I swam like some airborne fish through the rooms, I found myself heading on a collision course with a large picture window, but before I had time to panic, I drifted through it effortlessly and looked back in astonishment to see that my passage had not affected it in the least. I continued on for a way, looking down at the dewy grass, passing like the surface of some strange moon beneath me, and then suddenly, nestled into grass, I saw a book. I drifted close enough to read its title and saw that it was a collection of short stories by the 19th century French author Guy de Maupassant. I was aware of who de Maupassant was, but he had no prominence in either my life or interest to make his appearance in my dream explicable to me. I took this as a proof positive that I was dreaming, because at last there was an absurdity in the landscape that one comes to expect in such nocturnal visions. Soon after I spotted the book, I drifted back into the dreamlessness and didn't recall the incident until I woke up the following morning. It was while I was on my way to school the next day that a neighbor stopped me. She told me that she had been walking in the woods near my house and that she thought she might have accidentally lost a library book during her excursion. She explained it to me that it was a collection of short stories by Guy de Maupassant, and she asked me if I had seen it. Stunned, I related to her my experience of the night before, and together we strolled to the spot where I had seen the book in my dream, and there it was, nestled in the grass, exactly as it had been when I lazily floated over it. My experience has several possible explanations. First is that my dream was simply a coincidence, or more accurately, a remarkable series of coincidences. Secondly, a second explanation is that somehow the information about the lost book entered my consciousness subliminally or without knowing it. Numerous studies have shown that human mind has a remarkable talent for absorbing information that we are not necessarily conscious of having absorbed. One moment. In this regard, I had not traveled to the area of my woods where the book had been lost between the time my neighbor lost it and the time I had the dream. So I could not have seen it in my peripheral vision and registered it unconsciously. I had also not seen my neighbor during this time, and so could not have known about it from some chance remark she might have stored it away at an unconscious level. The only other possibility that I can conceive of is that perhaps some subtle clue was given in the previous conversation with my neighbor that allowed my unconscious mind to deduce that one, she had a tendency to lose books, and two, the vagaries of her interests were leading her ultimately to the short stories of De Maupassant. But again, my conscious examination of the relationship and previous conversations with my neighbor, and an inexplicable knowledge of the book's location made me feel that this is conceivable but implausible. One second. Third explanation is that my consciousness or some subset of my self awareness left my body during this sleeping state and actually saw the book. My own prejudice is that the semantics or wording of this assessment may need refinement, but with the exception of possible crudeness and approximation of such a remark, it is the likeliest of the three explanations. I base my conclusion not only on the impact my own experience had upon me, but also upon the reading of vast amounts of literature suggestive of out of body experiences or OBEs. I have related my experience because it was the first time that a disconcerting and even scientifically outrageous idea had occurred to me. My consciousness and all of the sensations and percepts that I know as me were not attached to my biological brain as I thought they were. A similar heresy was recently proposed by a British neurologist named John Lorber when he addressed a 1980 conference of pediatricians and asked with a certain degree of seriousness, is the brain really necessary? The strange sequence of events that caused Lorber to ask such a question actually began in the mid-1960s when he became aware of two children who had rather unusual problems. Both were victims of hydrocephalus, or water on the brain, which is a condition characterized by an abnormal buildup of cerebrospinal fluid in the brain. Hydrocephalics should not be confused with anencephalics, brainless individuals whose neural tubes never close properly. Parentheses. What was unusual about the children was that as a result of their hydrocephalus, neither showed any evidence of possessing cerebral cortex, parentheses, the part of the brain believed to be the seat of consciousness, end parentheses. However, in spite of this staggering impairment, the mental development of both children appeared to be normal. One of the children later died at age of 3 months, but at 12 months, the other was still healthy, normal mentally as so far as could be judged, except that repeated medical experiments still provided no evidence of cerebral tissue. Lorber published an account of the incident in Developmental Medicine and Child Neurology, and like most profound anomalies that cannot be explained by the current scientific understanding, the account was neglected. Lorber's work progressed, however, and recently he encountered another incident that put his previous discovery to shame. A colleague at Sheffield University came across a student with a slightly larger than normal head. The situation was not causing the student any problem, but because of Lorber's interest in such matter, the student was referred to him. Lorber ran a CAT scan, a typical non-invasive brain scanning technique that determines different radio densities in the brain on the youth, and discovered that although the boy had an IQ of 126, had gained a first-class honors degree in mathematics and functional in all other ways as completely normal, he had virtually no brain. Lining his skull was only a thin layer of brain cells, a millimeter or so thick, and the rest of his cranium was filled with cerebrospinal fluid. Had his parents shown a flashlight through his head in the dark room when he had been a newborn infant and still possessed the delicate bones of a baby, the light would have shone through from one side to the other. The boy continues to live his life normally, except for the fact he is now aware that he possesses no brain. There is also a story of the coroner, as he related the cause of a young man's death to his parents. The man, it seems, had gross hydrocephalus as an infant. However, the man had also a shunt operation where a procedure known, let me see. When he was a baby, he had a shunt, a procedure in which a device known as shunt is surgically implanted to the skull to drain off excessive cerebrospinal fluid and thus save the child from brain damage and ultimate death. As far as the man and his parents knew, the shunt operation had been successful, for he had gone on to live a normal life and hold down an ordinary job. All of this, however, was unknown to the coroner. He discovered the man died when his shunt had ultimately broken down. He also discovered that the man, like Lorber's mathematics student, possessed only a minute rim of brain tissue. In relating all this to the parents, he expressed condolences, but then commented on the relief they must have felt at the fact that such a vegetable had finally ended his days. The dismayed parents explained to the coroner that the boy had been at work only 2 days before, and thereupon he embarrassed the coroner, no doubt apologized. Lorber had since gone on to discover numerous other individuals who functioned normally but possessed no brain. For example, in the article published in Science 1980, science writer Roger Lewin reported that the Children's Hospital in Sheffield, Lorber had done more than 600 such scans on patients with hydrocephalus. In the study, he divided the patients into 4 groups: those nearly normal brains who had spinal fluid filling 50 to 70% of the cranium, those in which it filled 70 to 90%, and the most severe group in which the spinal fluid fills 95% of the cranium. In this last group, which comprised just less than 10% of the study, half the individuals were severely mentally disabled, but the remaining half possessed IQs greater than 100. Startling as it may seem, Lorber's discovery is nothing new. Patrick Wall, professor of anatomy at University College London, has observed scores of similar accounts medical literature, and they go back a long way. But the important thing about Lorber is that he had done a long series of systematic scanning rather than just dealing with anecdotes. He has gathered a remarkable set of data, and he challenges how do we explain it. Carl Lashley's discovery, that Carl Lashley's pretty famous from what I understand, discovery that memory is impaired but not obliterated by partial removal of various portions of the brain was astonishing enough. But the fact that under certain circumstances, memory and indeed all of the normal operations of consciousness are not impaired when as much as 95% of the cranium is filled with nothing more than cerebral spinal fluid is nothing short of mind-boggling. What could possibly explain such a phenomena? I'll stop there for right now.
Yep. Well, that's a long-running claim from the materialists, right? That consciousness is an emergent property of the brain.
Yeah. Yeah, and actually, this book is really pretty interesting. It's titled "Beyond the Quantum: How the Secrets of the New Physics Are Bridging the Chasm Between Science and Faith." Interesting.
Correct. Now, this is very apropos because the heliocentric paradigm and the physicists and stuff that are at the cutting edge of discovery are starting to make these shifts from, a materialistic line of inquiry into a more metaphysical line of inquiry.
Absolutely.
It's just a thesis and an antithesis competing, which will ultimately be synthesized into one new proposition.
Yeah, and they've been having this problem in cosmology for a long time. Like the top cosmologists and physicists have been in a bind for a long time, and they've said so themselves. They've even made a mainstream movie called What the Bleep Do We Know? And I suggest everybody interested in quantum or how it came about or what it is may watch that elementary view. of what quantum physics is. But yeah, they have a problem. They know they have a problem. In that movie, they're stating as such that we don't know what the hell is going on. I'll continue on for a little while. I'll do this piecemeal. Some, like Kenneth Till, a former neurosurgeon at Great Ormond Street Hospital for Sick Children in London, refuse to believe that it is occurring at all, citing the difficulty of interpreting brain scans accurately as a possible explanation. Till believes that Lorber is being overdramatic when he says that someone has virtually no brain. Lorber admits that interpreting brain scans can be tricky, but counters, of course, these results are dramatic, but they're not overdramatic. One would not make the claim if one did not have the evidence. To the argument that has not precisely quantified the amount of brain tissue missing, he adds, I can't say whether the mathematics student has a brain weighing 50 grams or 150 grams, but it's clear that it is nowhere near the 1.5 kilograms, the normal. When confronted with Lorber's findings, most neurologists assume that the only possible explanation is that there's a great deal of redundancy in the brain and that the deeper structures of the brain somehow take over the duties of the missing cortex. Some, however, feel that this is merely a way of avoiding the profound puzzle that Lorber has uncovered. For example, Wall states, to talk of redundancy in the brain is an intellectual cop-out to try to get around something you don't understand. Norman Geschwind, a neurologist at Boston Beth Israel Hospital, agrees. Certainly, the brain has a remarkable capacity for reassigning functions following trauma, but you can actually pick up some kind of deficits with the right test, even after apparently full recovery. What then is the explanation? Currently, the consensus is that no one really knows. About the only thing that is admitted by those who are willing to consider Lorber's work honestly is that the long cherished notion that the cortex is sole seated consciousness in the human body has now been gravely cast in doubt. Most neurologists remain convinced that consciousness is a consequence of the anatomy of the physiology of the cerebral cortex, and though a great deal is known about the biological workings of the brain, when backed into a corner, most scientists are forced to admit that no one really has any idea how the brain contrives to produce consciousness. Where and what is consciousness? This is the question caused great thinkers of the past, such as Descartes to propose that although consciousness and the brain are clearly related, there remains an essential difference between the two. As Descartes saw it, mind and all things mental constitute a world apart from physical matter and work according to their own system of dynamic laws. In the cognitive sciences, such a belief is known as dualism. With the tremendous flowering of the mechanistic approach, or the belief that anything can be understood if one divides it up into enough tiny components, dualism eventually fell out of scientific favor. Given that it is quite easy to search for and discover physical causes for most of the events that we see in the world around us, the idea that a non-physical entity, consciousness, could somehow intrude upon the world of matter and control and influence physical entities such as a brain came to be regarded by many scientists as unacceptably metaphysical. The late Oxford philosopher Gilbert Ryle derisively called a proposed non-physical consciousness the horse in the locomotive or the ghost in the machine. This belief that dualism should be abandoned and the only thing that should be studied are the physical components of the brain is known in the cognitive sciences as materialism. Although materialism reached a great height in its popularity with the work of such radical behaviorists such as B.F. Skinner, who developed an elaborate worldview completely denying any connection between behavior and mental causes, it is still embraced by many scientists today. For example, in his bestseller, The Dragons of Eden, Carl Sagan purports to write an entire book on the nature and evolution of human intelligence, but contains no entry in his index for such words as consciousness, mind, or awareness, and favors instead such entries as synapse, thalamus, neuron, and cerebellum. In the past several decades, however, materialism has come across an increasing fire by many scientists. Radical behaviorists had predicted that as psychology developed, it would understand human behavior more and more in terms of stimuli and responses, and less in terms of mental causes. However, this has not happened. On the contrary, psychologists point out that as their field has continued to mature, the panorama of mental states that must be invoked to account for experimental observations has only grown more elaborate. And perhaps the most succinct condemnation of materialism has come from an unlikely quarter. It is that pinnacle of mechanistic achievement, the computer, which has caused many scientists to start thinking again about the ineffable mysteries of consciousness. Specifically, this thinking has come from the expanding new field of artificial intelligence known to its aficionados as AI. In the past decade or so, the attempt to create a computer actually capable of thought has yielded some rather startling conclusions about the nature of consciousness and a possible alternative definition to both dualism and materialism. It's still not over, but I find it very interesting. I could go on just for another few. I think there's about.
Hey, Sonny.
Yeah.
I wonder, does this guy like kind of explain what he means by consciousness? Because like, how do you define consciousness, especially within parameters that a program could understand, right?
I think it does explain a little bit more further in this, and actually more in this book, more in depth. If you read this book, you'll understand much more. But this is just one chapter, right?
Yeah, I know.
Mm-hmm.
I was just hoping because, like, I guess context is helpful because that last statement that you made is incomplete, in my opinion, in conveying an idea because he doesn't define really the bounds by which consciousness are defined.
So let me read on because it's probably getting into exactly what you're asking. So I think he's going to give more context right here. This next section is called Consciousness as Software. So just bear with it for 1 second.
Yeah, go ahead.
In its current state, now he's talking about AI, right? So keep that in mind. In its current state, the field of AI, and this was written in 1986. In its current state, the field of AI is certainly unique among all the various branches of science, although many physicists do not like to admit so in print. In private conversation, they reveal their discomfort with the philosophical ponderings that often spout up around their work. The reason often given for this feeling is that experimentation, not philosophy, is what moves science ahead. I suspect also that such physicists are so deeply trained to deal only with tangibles that they simply do not want to get on the game of get on with the game of science. Similarly, Tufts University, I don't understand that exactly, but Tufts University philosopher Daniel C. Dennett. I'm sorry, Carl. Anyway, so Daniel Dennett of Tufts University, a philosopher. Many psychologists and brain scientists are so embarrassed by the philosophical questions and wish no one would ask them. In struggling to arrive at a way of creating artificial intelligence, however, many computer scientists gradually have reached the conclusion that to build a machine capable of something resembling human thought, must also arrive at the coherent point of view of philosophy of mind. Thus, unlike most scientific disciplines, AI research actively encourages the contribution of philosophers and has become a strange amalgam of the work of engineers and speculative thinkers, of mathematicians, linguists, and even psychologists. It is out of this diverse synthesis of thinkers that a possible new way of understanding the phenomenon of consciousness has arisen. The best way to begin to visualize this new understanding of consciousness is to employ a little bit of backward thinking. While most AI researchers take it as given that we will ultimately develop a computer capable of simulating human thought, not all scientists and philosophers agree. For the skeptical, it is perhaps more palatable to believe that intelligent life could exist elsewhere in the universe, and that extraterrestrial life need not necessarily be based on carbon molecules. So he's heliocentric kind of leaning here. That's my own. Let's see. Let me read this over. For the skeptical, it is perhaps more palatable to believe that intelligent life could exist elsewhere in the universe, and that extraterrestrial life need not necessarily be based on carbon molecule as it is on Earth life. Perhaps somewhere in the universe there exists intelligent life whose biology is based on silicon, or perhaps in some interstellar dust cloud there exists intelligent life composed solely of radiation. If we seriously entertain any of these propositions, we must also admit that what we know as consciousness is no longer synonymous with possessing a brain as we know it. That's basically what this whole chapter is about. But anyway, does this mean that materialism is wrong and dualism should be accepted? Most AI researchers feel dualism is tantamount to believing in ghosts. To find a way out of this dilemma, they have formulated a third possibility. Perhaps consciousness is not a substance but a structure. In other words, perhaps to be an intelligent and thinking being does not depend so much on what one's parts are, but on what way those parts are put together. The conscious self stands in the same relationship to the physical brain as a mathematical equation stands to a physical computer. But another way, the consciousness is the software or program that allows the hardware of the computer to operate or function. Hence, this new way of looking at consciousness is called functionalism. To better visualize what is meant by the idea of consciousness as software, a lesson can be drawn from an early experiment in robotics performed in the 1940s by neurologist Gray Walter of the Burden Neurological Institute in Bristol, England. Walter set about to build two robot tortoises. To construct his mechanical creatures, Walter gave each one of them 3 wheels, the front one for steering, and a revolving photoelectric cell as a rudimentary sense of sight, and an electrical contact on the front of each of their plastic shells as a rudimentary sense of touch. In addition, Walter provided each of his mechanical tortoises with a battery and a motor, and connected all these components together in a manner that would allow the tortoises to interact with their environment. Each of the tortoises was light hungry and would roll around looking for food in the form of brightly lit hutch. Walter also programmed his tortoises to be electricity hungry, and to this end, the hutch also contained electrical contacts that enabled the robots to recharge their batteries. However, their electricity hunger was designed to come into play only when the voltage in their storage batteries fell below 5.5 volts, and was designed to shut off and allow the tortoises to feel satiated when it reached a level of 7 volts. With these simple components and constraints, Walter reported that once they were set into motion, his robots, whom he called Elmer and Elsie, behaved in a remarkable lifelike manner. For example, after they had reached 7 volts in their hutch, Elmer and Elsie would retire in the stillness to digest their meal of electrical current. That's kind of presupposition. After the voltage in their storage batteries once again fell below the threshold, they would play or wander around in search of a comfortable spot of light to sit under until their hunger threshold was reached, and they were forced to search for their hutch once again. Oops. Walter was surprised to find that the simple feedback loop between his tortoises' needs and their environment also resulted in a wide variety of unexpected behaviors, from displays of primitive forms of discernment and memory to the setting of priorities and overcoming obstacles, fits of frustration, and even a semblance of self-recognition. Most amazing of all, Walter reports that in spite of the fact that his robots were almost identical in design, they even developed different personalities. As he rolled through his electrical life, Elmer showed a marked inclination towards moodiness, hiding under furniture for long periods of time, and only coming out when he was hungry. Elsie, on the other hand, was far more adventurous and moved about more, but this fact, Walter says, also made her behavior far more impatiently than when confronting obstacles than her shy and docile brother.
Excuse me, Sonny. Can I got you a bit late, so I'm missing a little bit of context. Could you summarize what that was about in a sentence or two, please?
It's talking about whether the mind, whether consciousness exists in the brain itself. And it went on to start talking. This is from a book I'm reading. It went on to talk about AI, and it discussed a little bit about AI and how the mind is considered, like you could consider the mind like the software that runs the hardware of the computer. But you'd really probably have to read the book in the this chapter. The book, I'll put a link for the chapter. I mean, I'll put a link for
I thought that part about the beings having some form of consciousness and they could be made of silicone, being that idea being plausible. I think that might be plausible because when a lot of people report on psychedelics, that they would see these beings that are made of light, and those beings appear to be conscious as well. So if I understand what you were reading correctly, they were talking about how the brain is not necessarily where our consciousness lies, but more so how we are puzzled together as a being. So,
right. And see, if you missed the beginning of the chapter, he talks about these studies that were done that showed that there were patients that had IQs of over 100 and were working every day, perfectly functional human beings that had less than 5% of their brain. 95% of the cranium was filled with fluid. They had no cerebral cortex.
Yeah.
So that was the first part of this chapter.
I see.
So yeah. So let me see. I'll drop the link for the book here.
Yeah.
You can download this book for free. It's in archive.org. It's a pretty good book, I think. It does talk heliocentrism. I mean, it does talk about those things as if it's a sphere, but it doesn't talk much about Earth, actually. It's more about paranormal. There's paranormal in here. It goes into great depth about what the quantum is and what the standard theory is of quantum physics. So it's a good book to look at to figure out, like, if you're trying to figure out what they were doing with the double slit experiment, what they were looking at. This is a good way. It talks about quite a bit. It talks about Schrodinger in this book. Let me see. I find it.
Yeah. Hey, if you can tell me the name, I can just search it on archive.org as well.
Yeah, it's called Beyond the Quantum by Michael Talbot, Talbot.
Yeah.
I was looking for it because I had just posted it not long ago, or at least I thought I did. Pretty easy to find.
What I think is crazy about what you're reading is that you said this was published in '86.
Yeah.
And they were experimenting with AI back then. I had
already.
No idea.
Already.
It says this book is. Oh, excuse me a second. It says the book is in 1953. It's quite old.
That's 1953 is when he was born. The author, Michael Talbot, 1953.
Oh, okay.
I think he's passed though. Actually, I think he died a year ago or something.
Oh wait, no, I see it. 1988, the 1st of March, I believe. Yeah.
So I think originally first 86 maybe. Yeah, I think he's passed on now. 1988. Yeah, I see that. Macmillan published in 87. Copyright 1986.
Oh, okay.
And let's see, I think, he died in, wow, he died way back then. Looks like he died in 1992. I thought he only died a few years ago. Anyway,
Wait, he died when he's 30. That's 39?
that doesn't make
Or
sense.
40? Oh, wait.
Um,
When did you say he was born again?
He's from Grand Rapids, Michigan. Yeah, it says May 27, 1992. I could have sworn he died just a year or two ago, but I didn't realize he died in the 90s. That's wild. I think it's a Mandela effect with Michael Talbot here. Oh, that's weird. Doesn't even look like the same author. Trip out. What? Yeah. He also wrote Mysticism and the New Physics, and what else did he write? I don't know. Oh, here we go. Holographic Universe. The Delicate Dependency, a novel of the vampire life, the bog, night things, mysticism, and the new physics beyond the quantum. Your past lives. So these are all his books. Your past lives, a reincarnation handbook, to the ends of the earth. Now that might be a good one to read. A willful woman, and a brief description of blockchain, why it matters in the real world. I can't believe he wrote all that before 1992.
Yeah.
He's already talking about blockchain and why it matters. Wow. Now I want to read To the Ends of the Earth. What is that about? I think it's just a novel, though. Maybe not. Go down.
Okay, I have it downloaded now. Yeah.
I was in chapter 8. I think it's what and where is consciousness? No, chapter 4. Sorry, chapter 4.
I don't know if any of you guys are up for it, but I always find it to be I don't know. I think it's more fun personally bringing a friend of mine to the server and having him speak to you guys instead of me explaining Iffy to them. So I brought another one of my young friends today, and I don't know if you guys are up for having a discussion with him, but yeah, he's a Glober, and yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think?
Yeah, by all means, bring him in. Or is he already here?
Yeah, he's here. His name is Ciccen, Ciccen, and he's in the live stream voice chat right now.
Yeah, he can speak. He has control of his mic. So, as someone can Someone can take point on this. Who wants to take point here?
Yeah, I don't think he has control of his mic. Doesn't he need VC verified or?
I checked. He's not muted.
Oh, Chicken, can you unmute yourself? I hope he's not AFK. He says he's muted.
He's not muted here on our end. I just checked.
He said he's server muted.
No, he's not. Watch. I'll server mute him. You'll see his thing turn red, right? Now he's server muted. I just muted him. Now I'm going to unmute him, and then it won't be red anymore.
No, there's there's this
That
VC.
fixed it.
There you go.
Yep, excellent. But yeah, I'm just gonna mute myself, and Season or Chicken, you can tell them your perspective if you want to.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, if you have any questions for us, we have a great panel here, a great crew of people. So,
Well, I just don't know. I'm open minded right now.
okay, well, just in a real quick synopsis, we got hold of the numbers of the globe Earth. In other words, they gave us a parameter of 3,959 miles at the equator. We went out and checked this at the surface of Earth over water multiple times in multiple locations using different methods. And we found that the drop over distance required of a globe that size do not exist anywhere in the natural world.
Okay. Did you have anything else? Or is that?
This is really hard to hear you, dude.
Oh, okay. That's okay.
See if you can turn your mic up, because I do have you up to 200.
There you go.
Should be your settings.
Yeah, I'm doing that right now.
Yeah.
Maybe you got like the wrong mic selected
There you
or
go.
something.
No, it's the right one. Yeah, wait. What? Does it need to be louder? Or is this good?
I mean, you sound a little bit better, but it's just really quiet. That's
I'll
all.
just wait. Hello?
Yeah, I guess it's
That's
okay.
getting better.
Okay. Then I'm gonna put this one up. 2. Okay, yeah. Okay. So I have a question. So do you believe that all the planets are flat or just Earth?
You want to take that, Red Eye?
All the planets are flat or just Earth?
Yeah.
I'm not I don't care to speculate what the lights in the sky are. And when we say the Earth is flat, obviously there's topography, right? So, and you know, there can be parts where it's round, a little bit round, like, and I'm not talking about the curvature of the Earth, but just general topography. But yeah, to answer your question, I don't really speculate on what shape those are, because there's no way that I can confirm it. There's no way that I'll ever be able to confirm it.
True.
Right?
Yeah.
I can't go to Mars, Uranus, Neptune.
Right. So
Yeah.
if you're see if you're saying that what we look up in the sky is similar to the Earth we stand on, or the ground where your feet are, you should be able to tell us the similarity. So can you tell us what the similarity is between the lights you see up in the sky at night and the ground you stand on? Is there a similarity? What's the correlation?
Nothing, honestly.
Okay. That's why we don't use the things in the sky to determine where we're standing.
Yeah.
So what we're talking about is I mean, you can ask another question, but that would be like going to the hardware store and saying you want to put some flooring in, right? But you're going to have them measure your ceiling lamp. They would look at you
Oh,
kind of
okay,
funny.
yeah.
Wouldn't they look
Yeah.
at you kind of funny, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Can I ask him a question, Sonny?
Absolutely.
I just want to. Where do you stand on it? Like, do you believe the narrative?
I don't even know.
But do you believe we live on a ball, or?
I don't know. Probably. I do think it's more likely to be round, honestly. But I just it could be. I don't know though. Like there's not.
And then the
evidence
follow-up
of it.
question to that is, what would be your proof that we live on a ball?
I don't have any proof.
He
yeah.
doesn't have any.
Yeah,
So what makes you say that you believe it's just an unfounded belief, like not really based on anything, just kind of based on
just like what I was taught, like
consensus, authority,
yeah. And
that's
sorry.
that's just like everybody here.
Huh?
Everybody believed that at one point.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Timbo.
No, you're right. The problem is, so what they've given us measurements of a ball. And so what we've been able to do is work out a drop rate over distance, and it doesn't seem to be there. So, or it doesn't seem to be there. It's not there. So they've given us dimensions of this ball, and we can't find it. Therefore, if this ball is not curving, then it's flat. So, unless we can be shown otherwise that it's curving, then I live on a flat stationary plane. If you can maybe tell us how we can, get those measurements of curvature, who came up with them.
Yeah.
Or if you don't know, just, tell us you don't know, and maybe one of us can run you through how they come up with the curvature. And
yeah, I don't know.
Right. So what Timbo's saying is that over on a ball, over a distance, there should be a drop due to the curvature of the ball, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we know that value, and we've done observations over bodies of water, right?
Uh-huh.
So level, sea level, right?
Uh-huh.
And according to the math, there should be a geometric curve downward, right?
Yeah.
And that wasn't observed in multiple observations.
Mm.
And it's in some cases you can see a little bit further than the point that they're taking the observation at. Sometimes you can see way further.
Yeah.
So refraction kind of falls off. It's the excuse that's used most traditionally by globe earthers. But when we're talking like you're seeing 15, 20 times further than you should, it kind of makes you question the science of it all.
Mm-hmm.
And the how they can make the claim that refraction does that, and how they can verify that claim.
Mm.
It begs a lot of questions. And that's kind of what the point of those are. I'm not really good at going through the points because personally I think it's a waste of time if you don't want to do your own research, because that's what literally everybody here is going to tell you to do anyway.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to tell you to look it up for yourself, because the only way that you'll convince yourself is if you actually put in the work yourself.
Yeah, true.
But
true.
if you don't, you're not going to get anywhere, and this is just going to be a waste of time.
Yeah.
And like it sounds, I really admire some of the tenacity that some other people on the server talk with other people, and it's a very admirable trait. But I've come to find that that's like the reality according to me, right? Like if you really actually want to know about it, it's all about just trusting your senses, doing your own research, and finding what resonates most with you, in my opinion. But that takes a lot of work. It takes luckily I have an education, and that helps you a lot in understanding the principles and concepts and how they're related and stuff like that. But you really got to look into. It's really something that you have to look into yourself.
Yeah, I believe that too. I think you should do that with everything. Any idea you have, do your own research. Don't just
yeah,
based off of other people's opinions. If you really care about it, then
I'd like to just make a little caveat, right? Like, I have an education in science, and I know that there is science out there that is good and has been refined and improved upon, and it's got us up to things like having a discussion on Discord like we are now, and me being able to also, while I'm talking to you, pull up my browser and show you a picture, post it in chat. I could turn on my camera and stuff. We could have a video chat. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it allows us to do some really, really cool things, and that type of science is not really what I'm disputing. I'm not taking on the whole science field, but there's certain science that's unverifiable, unfalsifiable, and untestable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Call it pseudoscience.
Yeah, and you have to apply a certain lens and scrutinize that. Like, you need to look under the microscope with that sort of stuff, especially when it's being used to make pretty bold claims.
Yeah.
It's being used so much that they're teaching it in schools, and it's unverifiable. So that seems to be a problem as well. What they're teaching you as fact is not. It's fiction.
Mm. But why would they lie about it?
That's maybe a question for a little bit later on, but and that's also delving into the psychology of someone else. How do you know what the motives are for someone else? Yeah.
Yeah.
All you need to know that there is a motive. We don't need to know the motive, but there's a motive and there is a lie. So that's all you need to know. There is a lie. You don't need a motive to convict a murderer, do you? All you need to know is that a murder has been done and this person did it. The evidence points to this person that did it. Motive comes secondary. Yeah, it helps for a conviction, but it doesn't help. It doesn't. You don't need it for a conviction. So it's a psychological question. It's not for us to answer because we're not that person who's lying.
Yeah.
So that's something to think about. Also, do you know how they came up with the measurements?
No clue. No.
No. Have you ever heard of? So first you have to assume that it's a ball. And then they've got this made up. I don't know where he's made up or not, but I think he's made up. But have you ever heard of Eratosthenes?
What?
Eratosthenes.
No.
He was a Greek. So he did an experiment. First part of the experiment, you have to assume that there's a ball. He put some sticks. We're not sure whether he did it with sticks or wells or what it was.
Mm-hmm.
Stories seem to change all the time, but at a certain time, I think it was on the summer equinox. Was that correct? Anyone else?
I don't recall, actually.
Yeah, so
that's a good question.
Yeah,
you're probably right. It probably
supposed to be directly overhead. So
yes.
yeah, he was in a place called Syene, and then he sent his mate 500 kilometers away to Alexandria, or he was in Alexandria, and then he sent his mate to Zion. And then the same time of the day, I don't know whether they had digital watches or something telling them the same time of day, they measured the angle on the stick. And then, so they say, okay, if the sun is unlimited amount of distance away, the rays are coming in directly. So, once in my back. Yeah. So what that does? Sorry, I just had someone talking. Then that means that the sun rays come in directly. They're straight parallel rays. So they say measure the angles, and then you can get a circumference rate of the Earth because of the distance, the angle distance on the sticks. So therefore, they think they're measuring curvature. The only thing that's wrong, the things that are wrong with that are numerous. But you've got, how do they know how far the sun is? You assume that the Earth was a ball in the first place. Light rays have never come in parallel. Never, whether they do or not, we don't see them coming in parallel. So there's how many assumptions do you need to make an observation or an experiment not work? Just one. Yeah. If you're assuming something while you're doing an experiment, the experiment's fucked.
Yeah.
But what they discovered also is if you change the mathematics and make the sun closer and things like that, it works out exactly the same on a flat surface. So they still go back to it this day. Like, this was 2,000 years ago, they claimed, and now we're 2,000 years in the future, and they still go back to this argument about how did they prove the size of the Earth. And that's you go, all this technology that we've got now, and what the only way to prove it is putting sticks in the ground by a guy who we don't even know if he existed, but arrived in all these books maybe 100, 200 years ago, but he was supposed to be around 2,000 years ago, and no one ever mentioned them in their writings, like Aristotle and all these people. So, and the story seems to be a bit strange, and the maths work both ways. Whether they say, well, I don't want to say it works both ways, but it works on a flat plane.
With minutia, Timbo.
Yeah, sorry. I'm gonna. Yeah, I'll let you go back to it. But the premise of my point was, their proof is in the past 2,000 years, and they still don't have any proof these days. They got no measurements. So, but they need a measurement for us to have curvature, and it's not there. So we don't have a measurement, therefore we don't have curvature. So yeah, I'll hand it over. Sorry, mate. I was on a talking rant. Go ahead, Red Eye.
So the why would they lie question is obviously a really popular question. I don't claim to know the answer to why they would lie, but you'd have to look into you could look into that question a couple different ways, right? You could look into it philosophically. You could look into, they actually found something, and somewhere along the lines, and they realized that it could be bad in the hands of people. So you create an entire model and pigeonhole the population down that model and let them arrive at their own, conclusions and stuff. And, there's a million things that they could do. If you look at the economy for space in general, just think about it for a minute. Everything related to space and how much money that is.
True.
Can I just sorry, mate, but can I just direct you to the live stream voice chat as well, the live stream text chat? So if you click on just above where you came in here, just above it says live stream text, I think it says.
Is
if you
it
click
live
on that,
stream 2 voice text?
No, live stream 1.
So right above this channel, there's you see like a little.
Let me have a look. Are you on mobile or?
No.
Okay, so it's just above where it says live stream. It says live stream voice text.
Wait.
It doesn't have a VC verified.
Oh, okay. Oh, there's a lot of people are posting stuff in there which visuals go along with what we're saying, and it's a lot easier to follow.
Yeah.
I don't know. He seems pretty genuine. Can we give him a VC verified?
Sladro's friend, right? Or,
Yeah. It's my. Yep.
Because if you can see the visuals in there, it makes it a lot easier what we're explaining. Because we could take it to some observations and things like that. But sorry, Red Eye, you were explaining something.
So the more that I think about it, in terms of what I was first talking about, in terms of power, if you have like this idea that you want to keep for yourself and you don't want anybody to know about it, how would you protect that idea?
True. Like,
you just send them on a wild goose chase, right? So I don't suppose that necessarily is the reason, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's a possibility. You can't rule it out as a possibility.
Yeah.
You have to kind of, like, in order to answer that question, like, really good, you have to consider all those possibilities, all those kind of abstract, from the top level down possibilities.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot. And there's a lot of good reasons why you would lie.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
I know that you were here because you had questions, and I think what Timbo was doing was good, but I don't know if you're at the level of understanding as to why the radius is important. Because without a radius, one, you don't have curvature. You don't have, your equation for gravity is wrong.
Oh, I can see.
You don't have gravity, then you got problems with space and quote unquote orbiting.
You got a problem with distance to planets. You've got problems with everything. Everything relies on this. The size of Earth is how they've come to get distances of everything else. So if the whole premise, they don't have this measurement, then there's no point going past that. You go, okay, we need the measurement. Otherwise, you're fucked. You got nothing.
Oh, yeah.
That's my view on it anyway.
No, you're absolutely right.
Everyone's different on here, but
what
Was
are
there-
your
Oh, go ahead.
what are your do you believe that in NASA or whatever, do you believe like anything they do is like real?
I believe NASA is a government agency. They do build rockets. Do they go to space? No, I don't think so. I don't think what we're
I think the
told.
question. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I think it's you're asking, are what they're showing us? Is what they're showing us real?
Yes, I know.
Is that what you're asking us?
Yeah, I guess. And what they claim they do is real.
Yeah. Well, if I tell you
Well, you can
that,
go back to go. Sorry, Red Eye.
if I tell you that, it's okay. If I tell you that I think space is not what they're telling us, then I think it's safe to assume that, I don't believe what they're putting out.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't.
See, this ties into it ties into a lot of other. Oh, you don't believe it either? Were you going to say that?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't.
Okay, well, you're on your way. If you start looking at the moon landing,
there's just
then
so many. Yeah, like I don't believe the moon landing, and with like the
So why would they
International
lie?
Space Station. Yeah.
So why would they lie?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, just well, yeah. As you said, like there doesn't need to be the motive. It's just the fact that they did.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like you don't. Yeah, it's just like the fact that they do that.
So that comes to say that was their first time, well, not their first time in space, but that was their first time landing, so-called landing on a heavenly body. So if they fake that, then everything that comes after that is also fake. Remember, I spoke about the first premise. So if you think I know for a fact that that they didn't land on the moon. So everything they tell me after that is bullshit. I don't believe a word of it.
Yeah.
So to me, that's one. You've also it also takes you into gas pressure. You know much about gas pressure because we're going down another rabbit hole, but maybe we'll stick on this topic that you talk about now. Sorry, man. Yeah, I had my ears were going red. I thought, he's going to jump in soon.
No,
Stop talking so much.
I was thinking the same thing too. I was, because that it's like each idea kind of begs the question of other ideas. They're all interrelated.
Yeah, well, they're all intertwined. Yeah, so. It's funny, you can talk about this stuff for hours and hours and hours, and they all link up. But I mean, it's a lot to take in one day. Yeah, there's
true.
If someone gives you VC verified as well, you can go down the list, and there's all these different rooms.
Oh yeah, I got VC verified.
Yeah. So are you following their text channel?
Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
Yeah. So. If you scroll down, don't do it now, but you can scroll down the list and it gives you videos and everything about long distance photography, the science behind the second law of thermodynamics, which is entropy, and you can get into it for days. Like I've had many sleepless nights where I've just been going watching and reading things. And I'm still nowhere near some of the guys on here. Some of the guys can just off the top of their head, they know, bang, this information, that information. There's so much to know.
Yeah.
But sorry, I forgot what your original question was. It was NASA. Do you believe in NASA?
Yeah.
So if you don't believe in NASA, then we're kind of already on the same page.
Yeah, that's why I'm just like the Earth could totally be flat, because it's like NASA and all the proof that they claimed that was real. It's just like, okay, well then why should I believe anything they say?
Yeah. So what we're trying to do here, though, go for it.
What would Sisson, is that your name? How do you pronounce it? What would you say in your mind is the most flimsy proof put forward from NASA to prove we live on a globe?
What do you mean?
Well, you just said there that you don't believe in NASA, and you see the stuff they put out.
Yeah.
So of course most people that believe they live on a globe will cite NASA as their form of proof for it. So what do you think comes out of NASA that people use to convince themselves they live on a globe? It's pretty damn flimsy in your mind.
I'm not, just like the fact that they just say they have pictures of it, I guess. And it's like, well, okay, where's like the proof of that those were pictures of Earth? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, that would be the biggest thing, the images, of course.
Well, yeah, look at the pictures, it's round, but it's like, okay, but how do I know that's like a picture? It would, like, with the fact that they, like, because it's so obvious how fake, like, the International Space Station is, all those videos of them, like, floating around or whatever. Like, those are just so, like, obviously fake. And it's, well, then it's like, why would you do that? And then since that's fake, it's like, so that means, like, everything's fake. It's nothing's trustworthy about them at all. And it's not like there's multiple other companies or, like, organizations that are, like, doing what they're doing. And like looking into like everything about space, it's like there's not that many like sources. And then when it's like the only source and it's not even credible, it's like, well, then what do you like do from there? Like, what do you believe in? What are you supposed to like quote?
Yeah, I would agree with you, of course, because I don't believe anything that comes out of NASA.
Yeah.
As Red Eye put it, they certainly do things. They do construct things, and they put some stuff
Yeah.
up to high altitudes, but they're not going anywhere near. They're not going into a medium that's defies natural law, essentially.
Yeah.
So, but that's fair. I just wanted to ask you that question, get your thoughts on it. If you want to go back to where you were, Timbo.
Oh, can I jump in a sec?
Yeah, I think so.
I just want to point out that they have huge studios. They have the neutral buoyancy lab where they have a whole pretty much a replica of the ISS, or at least a section of it underwater, where they're training astronauts, so-called astronauts, and they're in spacesuits underwater, right? And there's pictures of film crews there, divers with cameras filming them and everything. They're the largest consumer of helium. There's just a bunch of stuff if you look into it, that just tells you that at least the strong possibility for the ability to deceive is there, right? It's not it's not based on anything that's it doesn't have any any it's not like nobody has no reason to doubt them.
Yeah.
In that respect, there's other reasons.
It's just because everyone was raised in that, or mostly I don't know if someone's been raised that the earth is flat, but everyone's raised that way. So it's kind of hard when your brain was built to be hey, yeah, NASA's cool and they do space stuff and the earth is round or whatever. And it's just well, it's just you just believe it because you're a kid, and it's just you just okay, well, that's what it is, and then you don't even question it because it's been implanted into your brain that NASA is space and all real and everything. So
absolutely. Absolutely.
Yep,
oh, sorry, go.
I was just gonna say, yeah, they lay the bricks to the prison for your mind at a very young age.
Yeah. It's kind of just being raised in a religion when you're a kid. Because it's well, that's what it's
believing in Santa Claus.
Yes, I was just about to say that. I was well, when you're raised as the kid that Santa is real, and then that all or if you're raised in with a religion and Santa, but then eventually okay, Santa's not real, then everyone agrees, but then why is religion, why is there any anything with that?
Well, when it comes to religion, I think it's a little different, right? Because
it's a little bit different, yeah.
Because we're talking about a creator, and it's a concept for how things came to be, right?
Why things are.
Yes. And I think personally, for me, that spirituality is more of a personal experience, right? Something that you personally experience, and then you personally verify and validate yourself through your own life experiences, and the ability to perceive your own life from a grander scale or perspective, and seeing the hand of the creator in it. And that is something that you are shown personally. That's not something that you could really show somebody else unless you're going out performing miracles, right?
Yeah.
So religion's a little bit different, I think. Maybe an atheist would argue that point, but I mean, it's all
Yeah, it's definitely a different type of thing because it's like, everyone knows that like religion isn't like, it's like it's all personal, like faith and whatever. It's all you, not what like the government and the world tells you, that the world is flat, the earth is flat, and that it is like it is. Like that.
Right.
It's like
If you're going to
100% true.
church and you're basing your faith based on other people that you go to church with,
Yeah.
like that's not the same as like firsthand experience, obviously. Like if you have that firsthand experience and you already have that relationship established and
Mhm.
somebody shares an experience with you, you can, celebrate with them in the fact that, God, the creator, had their hand in this person's life and, cherish that fact.
Uh,
But I think organized religion, how it's set up, or I think some people that go to it aren't really looking are looking more for other people's yeah, you're right, Timbo. um other people's perspectives more than their own personal journey.
mhm.
Yeah, go ahead, Timbo. I didn't want to do this, but because did you have any more questions before like
Not really, no.
okay, so so what they posted in chat is an example of the lack of curvature.
Mhm. Black Swan. So what is it? Wow, I
So just
explain
take
it.
a second. It's okay. Just take a second and read through it yourself.
Oh, what
Um,
this right here, the post that's right there.
Yeah, you see it posted by
Yeah.
Flat Earth Buddha?
Yeah.
Yeah, take a
Okay.
look at it.
Uh.
So the the distance that you should be allowed to see the distance that you should be allowed to see can be found on any online. There's tons of calculators where you can determine how far you should technically be allowed to see on a ball
Oh, I
Earth
see what you're saying. Yeah.
given a
Okay.
radius of 3959 miles.
So you're saying that they shouldn't be able to see those things out in the ocean or whatever because the curvature would make them like,
The
it would curve.
geometrical curve, yes.
Yeah,
The
it'd be
physical-
like a drop until you couldn't see them anymore.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Yeah.
And
So then,
it's
yeah, it's just too far for it to make sense.
yes.
Oh yeah.
Well, that particular argument's specifically about the horizon. Is it the oil rigs?
Yes,
Black Swan?
Black Swan, yeah.
Right, yeah. So, so the Globe claims that the horizon is a result of the Earth beginning to drop away, and so to the point you can't see the surface of Earth beyond that point, right? And that has should have a set distance based on the dimensions that they've given us, right? And based on your observer height. So, and it's 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as it says in the diagram. in the post. But for like that's from 1 foot, right? So that's about 3.5 miles or something for a 6-foot observer if they're at sea level, standing on the beach. But if you get down to 1 foot, it should be 1.225 miles, right? Now that horizon there is seen beyond those oil rigs, and the oil rigs are being used as distance markers, and it's all verifiable. There's a video that accompanies it, and anyone can go and test this out themselves. Yeah, so the horizon is appearing behind those oil rigs, beyond the oil rigs, and the furthest oil rig being 9.6 miles away, whereas the horizon should be seen at the 1.225 miles, which would be a lot closer to you and in front of the oil rigs. And technically, it should be. Those oil rigs should be being blocked to some degree by the claimed curvature of the Earth.
Oh wow. In the horizon. Yeah, that does make sense.
I think there's another picture of the black swan also that has like an island that's like, if I remember correctly, my memory is kind of shoddy sometimes, but it's like 23 miles away, something like that.
Yeah, it could even be 30.
Yeah, Miguel, thank you.
Oh, what is that? What is that black thing supposed to be? Is that another oil rig or?
No, that's actually island. It's an island that's back beyond the oil rigs at 29 miles minimally.
Oh, wow.
Goes out further, the further out.
Yeah.
So
is that one? Sorry.
No, it's okay. So the oil rigs, like the last oil rig is 10 miles out, right? For us to see that last oil rig, Habitat oil rig, it would make Earth's radius 264,000 miles. And the islands out beyond that would make your radius of your Earth more than 2 million miles, making the Earth's diameter about 500,000 miles in diameter. So what I would like to ask, how much of a tolerance do you have for the error in the globe?
What point does it just become another like dark energy where you're explaining off a massive amount of error?
Yeah.
And just
denying it.
bundling it under dark energy or dark matter or whatever, just
Yeah.
Is that like science? Do you feel like that's how science has got us this far? Because I can tell you it's not.
Yeah. But then, do you know the defense that people who believe it's a globe for that? Do you know what their defense is?
Yes. I was about to bring that up in
That's
case you didn't know.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. I'm saying refraction. At what point does refraction become another dark energy? Because, we're talking about seeing way, way further than you're supposed to see.
At what point does a refraction apply to something that hasn't been shown to exist in the first place?
Well, I mean, we can. That can be argued.
Well, how? You'd have to have a globe in the first place to say that there's been any refraction of one. So how do you know there's a globe there being refracted?
Yeah. In other words, you can say that light does something, that light curves around a curve. But if you don't have the curve in the first place, what are you actually saying? You're just telling a story, like a fairy tale.
Okay, wait. not the same level.
The refraction calculations use R, which is the radius, right?
Mm-hmm.
How was that measured?
Yeah, true.
Well, the claim distance to the horizon is based on that, so it's a begging the question fallacy, and it's a mess because they need the horizon distance for their radius and the radius for the horizon distance. And then when they say refraction, they're conceding that they don't have a geometric horizon at all ever. They never see that what they claim to be the geometric horizon.
Mm. I'll be right back.
I see we've got some other new names in the chat too. Are these people being checked in or happy that they're just happy listening?
Some sorry, some of them are VC verified.
Yeah, like I see Dr. Wah has a listening pass. Of course, Dr. Wah, you're not muted, so if you want to speak up, you can still speak up. We have Edgy Name, VC verified. With space aids, we might be able to help you with that. It's a well-known condition. We've encountered that before. SD Utsab. Wait a minute, who's SD Utsab?
It's K96. What's up, people?
Hey, what's up?
It's just my name. It's just my nickname. That's what's up. It's my Nepali name. So for you guys, hey,
Okay, cool. I remember you. I think. Yeah.
we have tried. We have tried.
Aren't you? Yeah, aren't you the Nepali that lives in Texas?
Oh yeah, you got me.
I remembered. No, I'm just stoked that I can remember that well because I didn't really even remember your name, but I remembered you were Nepali.
But Utsav is my Nepali name. That means celebration in Nepal.
Okay.
That's my country's like nickname or Nepali name, whatever you want to say.
Right on.
And K is the name I got after I got to the United States. So what's happening, family, over here?
Just pretty good Monday here. We've had some good conversations. Had a few new people.
Who's airplane Holocaust virus?
Just 1 second. Oh, never mind. I'm sorry. He deafened. Never mind.
Airplane Holocaust. I like that, man.
Hey, follow my YouTube channel, okay? I got my old channel banned, and on this channel, I already have like 3 strikes already. It's usually for the flat earthers, spiritual seekers, and uh, the one who does the history, forgotten history, who posts it up. That's what I do to post it.
Can you post a link for your YouTube channel, please?
Is it where should I put it over here?
In the live stream voice text.
I already have like 2 strikes, so if I get one more, I'm already out, bro. One of them, the video they took out was David West and with the interview. So it has nothing to do with the misinformation, but still, the YouTube AI thinks every flat earther, every vaccination, every United States, every Gaddafi, every anything that's not Western, it's a threat. So they're removing everything out, even the channels. You can't even post Bill Gates videos anymore. If you, I just texted in the live stream voice channel. It's a SD what's up with the logo that you can see in my.
Thanks. Great work. Great job there.
Appreciate it. I do videos on like dance, poetry, and I explain people on the Eastern spirituality perspective because where I come from, spirituality or spiritualism isn't what religion we call. Okay, we call it adhyatma. Literal translation would be knowledge of knowing yourself. So we don't have a concept of God over here as a omnipotent being, but as a, let's just say, 2 aspects. They're like one way
No.
of saying is worship God, and another is like you are God.
What was the second part? Knowledge of what?
Self-knowing or self-realization.
Self-realization. Okay.
So that's called adhyatma. Afno adhyaya. Afno means mind, adhyaya means the way. So that's the word we use typically, but because of the Rockefeller's education, everything is inclined with spirituality, religion, Hinduism, and they put everything on the same bottom, same bucket. But that's not the case. And there are like many different paths in the East. To know yourself, to know your true nature, like what we call the 7 chakras. If we put that in a 7 emotion, that's in all humanity or all of us. And the level of the chakras or level of the emotional spectrum you have gives you your personality or individuality. What you call like K, Brown, Rock, Maddie, and anyone. But if you can balance it all out, and if you know why you are the way you are, then you change. Because no more you are inclined with the past, or you are not living with the biological DNA memory, nor from the family memory, but you are living with the memory of existence, of the life should take over you. That's the main essence. Be spontaneous, be awake, and never sell your soul. Because humanity is special in many ways, many, many ways. And you didn't came from monkeys, to be honest.
By the way, 23, almost 23, 24 years ago, I did met someone who is Portuguese, but he did born at Goa, Iceland. And he did said to me, there's people questioning about the shape of the Earth and the moon landings being fake, and I didn't get it at that time. But he didn't say literally flat Earth, but he was was, messing with me. But yeah, but years later, yeah, I did wake up, and here I am. And he knew about other things. He did said he had a friend at NASA. But anyway,
Even I have a friend at NASA internship, and he's dumb as fuck. I know who he is.
yeah, and yeah, he even talked to me about 9/11, and even he did talk about Admiral Richard E. Byrd. Yeah, so the first time I hear about this guy was through him. Oh, and by the way, I am Portuguese, from Portugal, next to Spain, and 500 years ago, we and the Spain people, the Spanish, we divide the world into discoveries, and at that time the Earth was flat, so it was a normal thing, and I did learn this at public school here. Yeah. And we discover, the navigate route to India. A great people there, great culture. Oh, did you know? Did you see this in the live stream? Flat non-rotation Earth. You know about this? So in 2000, the year 2000, because of some law, they had to release, some information. So, and this is available on NASA. There was some documents that the military did post, but then they remove. Flat. So here is the link. There's this video from Rob Skiba. Yeah, I think. No, Flat Earth Banjo, USA, Japan, and Brazil. But this one is from Rob Skiba. Let me see here. Maybe. Okay, so I think there's more. There are some documents they had in one place there at NASA.gov, and then they replaced to another place. Okay, this one.
Yeah, those supersonic aircraft, what, I think they can go what Mach 8 or something, isn't it?
Yeah, I think. Here's the. Let me see.
2,000 miles per hour or something.
Yeah, this is the original link. Is there at nasa.gov.
And you would think that if you're going to design an aircraft that is going to be flying in an environment above a surface that's moving at least 1,000, at the most 1,000 miles an hour, and curving, you'd want to design it according, to that, within the parameters, not design and test it according to a flat and stationary environment.
Yeah, I don't feel when I'm riding my motorcycle, I don't in some curves, left or right, I don't feel the earth moving. And in a normal day, I can go with my car to without wind. I can go from A to B and B to A with the same time. So, where is Earth moving? And a bumblebee, can fly freely in any direction without Earth below moving 1,000 miles per hour. What is curious is that I did post above, a former CIA guy telling that inside CIA they use this joke about NASA, not a space agency. And they know it.
Right. Yeah, it's insane.
No space agency. It's all smoke and mirrors and fairy tales. And by the way, there's this document from the CIA. So let me see. So in the Cold War between the United States and Russia, the Russians did share this document with the American guys, and this is from 1977. So NASA was founded in 1958. So this is 1957. So and it talks about near sun, flat Earth, the firmament. Why are they talking about something that supposedly doesn't isn't real? So it doesn't make sense on that ball Earth. And we have Captain James Cook. Uh, so he said this, they did the expedition in 1773, and he said this expedition proves that the globular hypothesis of Earth is not an accurate portrayal. Of course, the UK, they decide to hide this and from us, and so when people ask why do they lie, I mean, ask to UK.
Boy, I'd like to see more information on that firmament. It talks about that in the 1958 Encyclopedia Britannica also, but they actually had a altitude claim of where this firmament is.
Yes, I have this this video. It's loading, and I have this print screen from that encyclopedia there.
Wow, you're right on it. Yep.
So and by the way, they say there the McMurdo, it's from McMurdo Station there, the United States station.
1955, 56. Yep.
Oops. The video is in other format anyway. But is there? I have this video in MP4. Let me see.
Height of 13,000 feet at about latitude 80 degrees south.
And this is Encyclopedia Americana.
Yeah, we have some of these in our house when I was growing up, which I'm trying to remember which one. World Book Encyclopedia, I think is what my dad had.
Have you seen the latest John Levy video?
I don't.
But I probably should catch up.
It's very interesting. I don't know what to make of it, and I haven't bothered trying to find his sources and confirm it all. But he's showing alleged photography from Antarctica, I think 1920s, and there's like rock ruins, buildings of in ruins, and statues and weird shit. I can't remember the name of the explorer that they were allegedly taken by, or what mission it was. It was some explorer went there, and there's a bunch of photography linked to his name. If I understand correctly, that there was a collection of photos that was recently put up for auction, which went unsold.
Coming mode.
I watched that video this morning. It's a little bit manipulated, but even he said it. He said they did, so it was very, very interesting. Very interesting, though.
Yeah, thanks.
Just
Yeah.
posted it in the live stream. Sorry. Oops. If
No,
anybody
that's fine.
wants-
Yeah, thank you. I was just about to post it.
Yeah. And by the way, sometimes I did talk about an helicopter pilot that did work at Antarctica, and he did talk that there are some pyramids there. This is like this first picture there is like Inca or Aztec pyramid.
They are everywhere, these pyramids. I don't see why we should think Antarctica would be any different.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just a tough one with Antarctica because it's just not that easily accessible, and to verify anything that they tell us,
Yeah, by the way, suddenly I was remember he did say He went there to work there, but they first did an interview there with him, and one of the questions was, "What is the shape of the Earth?" Isn't that interesting? I mean, if you go to work at Antarctica, why they ask this to you? Maybe to avoid, some flat earthers like us to go there and to spread some information. And he did say that when you get out, all the clothes, pictures, everything, it stays there. They give you, they you leave nothing, you leave everything there. They give you new clothes, and you cannot take anything from Antarctica. He took some pictures, yeah, and some did have some pyramids there, but it was.
It's almost like Antarctica is almost as mysterious as outer space.
Yeah.
Right.
Consider that.
And the nether regions too of
the nether regions, right? It's like sometimes they call the nether regions on your human body the nether regions, the places that are untouchable unless you know that person. That's the nether regions, It could be rape of Earth, whatever. I don't know. I'm just. Maybe I shouldn't say that. But whatever.
Isn't it so convenient that you have to be very privileged, or
Right. I mean, you only know something about the nether regions of Earth or what's beyond Earth if you have the privilege to be, an astronaut. It's like they tell little kids, "What do you aspire to be?" "I want to be an astronaut." It's like
Freemason.
Go ahead, Fraud.
No, I was just jumping in, chiming in. That was it.
No, I mean, no kid aspires to be a Freemason because that's not brought up, But anyway. But it's just like, that's oftentimes just like, well, I always wanted to aspire to be an astronaut. And then you look at like freaking some of these astronauts and the things they say, and they just do flips in space. And okay, well, aspire to do 0G. That's just fun. That's fun. And it proves that Earth is a globe. It really doesn't prove a goddamn thing. They ain't doing science in space on the ISS. They're just doing flips. And they have misaligned wires and just wire. The ISS is so dumb.
You can also make tacos and play guitar, and you can see
and they wear gorilla suits. They wear gorilla suits and just like float around in the space station. It's so fantastic, isn't it? I mean, look at them in space.
And they have the winning football team jerseys.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like they would have had to send that shit way ahead of time, like a few months ahead of time before they even knew who was going to be in the Super Bowl. What the fuck is that? So,
and if they had the jersey of every team on board, that's a lot of jerseys.
Yeah, and it costs probably like $15 million for each jersey. I mean, we laugh, but that's what they're doing. And it's like, hey, look at me! I'm in space, flipping around with the jersey or whatever. Look at me! I'm in space. And then there. Have you ever heard some of those interviews from the ISS, or they're like, they forget that there's supposed to be a delay between the time that they hear them and the time that they talk. So they hear them directly, and they respond. It's like it's supposed to be like a 14-second delay or something like that, but they respond to them just right after they talk.
Yeah. Yeah, we used to get told it was like 11 seconds or something.
Yeah, it's like 11 to 14 seconds or something, but that they'll be talking. It's just like, hey, we have a classroom of children here, and you get to talk to an astronaut, and then they start talking to him, and then within a couple of seconds, they're like, oh, they're responding. Now that could be edited video, where but who knows? But they claim it's live, sometimes, when it comes to that.
Anybody seen that movie that recently came out that Olivia Wilde directed about some kind of community where they live and everything's controlled and something like that? I didn't watch it, but it's got something to do with controlling everything around you, what you see, what you do. And I'm curious about it because I thought it's some kind of military type system to it. I can't remember the name of it, but it just the same chick that was in Black Widow.
Olivia Wilde. Let me look at it.
Olivia Wilde directed it, right? She directed it with that freaking that dude that all the chicks like. That singer dude is in it. What the hell's the name of that?
That's a pretty broad spectrum. The dude that all the chicks like.
That thing. Harry Styles. That fucking weirdo. Yeah, that fucking dude. So it's a movie with him in it and that chick from Black Widow. But it's supposed to be something like eerily weird. Like, what I'm saying? It's supposed to be weird, right? But it's about control, like they're being watched, everything, like it's like a community like you would think that the astronauts would live in, you know what I'm saying? Because they don't live where everybody else lives, astronauts. They don't just live with regular people. I mean, these people, they probably live in communities where they're just people like them, they live amongst NASA people. Because can you imagine them amongst the general public?
How is it called? Babylon? It's a new one, right? Is it called Babylon?
I don't know if it's Babylon. I can't remember the name of it.
Well, I'm just looking up Olivia Wilde, and the newest one is Babylon.
That's about that's about decadence, depravity, and outrageous excess lead to the rise and fall of several ambitious dreamers in 1920s Hollywood.
No, that's not it. This one's more like 1950. The movie, in the 50s, something like that. That's what I want to say.
Well, I'm looking up Olivia Wilde. She's been in.
But no, directed the movie. She's not in. She directed.
Oh, director. Okay. Let's see. Oh, director. Okay, she has 8 director. Right here.
It's supposed to be like they work with Atom Bomb. I don't know what the fuck it is.
Oh, I know who she is. No, yeah, I'm looking at her face now. I know who you're talking about. Yeah. So she's also produced and directed a lot.
Something land or something country. I don't know what the fuck. Some shit. But anyway, at any rate,
then Tron.
Just look up Olivia Wilde movie direct. I don't know what the fuck it is.
But yeah, I'm looking it up. Oh, good.
Dude, it's -12 up here.
Credits: actress, producer, director. Producer or director? You said director. She was directed. Don't Worry, Darling, Wake Up.
That's it. That Don't Worry, Darling. That shit.
That's what it is?
Yeah, there's something weird about that movie, right?
Yeah, 50s housewife living with her husband in a utopian experimental community begins to worry that his glamorous company could be hiding disturbing secrets.
Right. So I think it's got something to do with shit like that. But I've been saying, it's like more and more movies are coming out like that. You know what I'm saying? With exposing like secret society, shit like that.
Harry Styles was in that one.
Yeah, I told you. That's fucking weirdo.
Chris Pine. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Don't worry. It actually,
I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that movie.
Yeah, it just came out. I want to say it's either on HBO Max or Hulu. Not Hulu, but Netflix. But I think it's HBO Max.
Yeah, it probably is. Yeah, don't worry. I'm gonna have to look at that. I'm gonna take a look at that one, man.
I want to see what's the hidden message behind it. I shy away from movies like that because it gets too, mushy. I don't like too much drama, but it was alright. Do you see the one that's coming out about Oppenheimer? That looks pretty good.
Yeah, it does look. I haven't watched it yet, but yeah, I'm definitely gonna watch that one.
Yeah, I just watched the trailer. It's not coming out till like next year, July, anyway.
I've been watching Yellowstone. As a matter of fact, I've been watching the latest episode. Have you watched Yellowstone?
Yeah, that's the white people.
Come on, brother. You can watch Yellowstone and enjoy it too.
Yeah, right.
It's a white and red. It's a red people film too.
Westerns. That ain't the fucking modern westerns. It's like Tombstone, maybe, but not into modern westerns where there's cars and stuff. Fuck out of here.
No, it's a drama. It's a drama, just like a lot of. I don't know. I mean, it's just really good because it's just full of assholes everywhere.
It's people that own too much land, and it pisses me off. I hate that shit. They own, because I live out here in North, dude, everybody owns fucking land, and you got nowhere to really, you have to go drive 8 hours to go find a nice park. The fuck out of here. It's really annoying.
Okay, don't watch Yellowstone then. You don't have to.
It's like Dallas on steroids.
It sort of is, yeah.
It's just fuck out of here, bro.
That's funny. What you been up to there in North Dakota, man?
We just got 3 feet of snow.
Holy shit, that's a lot of snow.
Negative temperatures. Well, we got 2 feet. I want to say a few days ago. We just got a foot today and yesterday.
Yeah, I have a feeling we're gonna get some in Arkansas, northern Arkansas.
Well, everybody needs the moisture though, but I'm not hating on it.
Yeah, we haven't had a lot of rain here in the past few months, so yeah, we definitely need that any type of moisture. Yeah.
Give me a second.
Thunderstorms can be a problem in Arkansas. I mean, sometimes they turn into tornadoes, but we definitely need some more moisture here in Arkansas. And I have a feeling it's coming, but it's going to be in the form of frost. We'll see. I mean, a lot of people we already had bands of snow come through here, in like late October, early November. So that means it's going to be a bad winter. I don't necessarily buy into that, but we'll see. I mean, trust the Farmer's Almanac more than these weather predictors on major TV channels. They're almost always wrong. They can predict it within a week or so, but for the most part, just but sometimes they're right. And when they're right, it can get pretty bad here, man. I ain't gonna lie. Now in North Dakota, when they say you're going to get 3 feet of snow, you get 3 feet of snow, right?
I said, yeah, hold on. I'm doing something.
Pretty crazy. Or more or less. I went through North Dakota. No, it was South Dakota, I think. I went west from Minneapolis, heading toward Seattle back in the 90s. And it was in February. It's like, who in their right mind? I was on a tour with my band. It's like, who in their right mind would even want to do that? Because we went to Green Bay, and then we went to Minneapolis, and then we're trying to get to Seattle in fucking February. Going that way, west, whatever. I don't remember the name of the interstate. But anyway, I mean, it was right after a blizzard, and it wasn't snowing, but all of the northern winds it was a whiteout. So we had to go like 30 miles an hour, 40 miles an hour. And then there was these freaking trucks just going by us, just like whoosh, shaking us. Now they're going full speed. It's like, you can't see shit. Why the hell are you going 65, 70 miles an hour? You're about to die. But thankfully, I lived through it. Because when you get a traffic buildup and you can't stop and you can't see shit, I've seen some videos. It looks pretty bad. You don't want to be smushed in between two semis. Doesn't look fun. But we did make it, and when we got to Montana, and we stayed at a hotel in Butte, and then we had to travel across northern Idaho, which was insane because that's the Northern Rockies, right? So we're going like 2 hours straight, like almost a 45-degree angle. And then going over another hill. It's like, how do they build these interstates like that? That's freaking insane, isn't it? Northern Rockies are nuts. But it was beautiful, though. I'll say that much. Come on, look at fucking 23 people in here. I'm the only one talking. You guys ever been to northern Idaho? All right, I'm going to go smoke. You're just waiting for me to shut the fuck up. I can't.
So Sissy left the building, and the other people.
This dumb shit that keeps popping up on the damn. But it's so annoying when I hop on this thing. Some stupid freaking cartoon character with a helmet on, a microphone. Before I'm like, what the hell is that? Some kind of advertising, some dumb crap on this silliness. What the hell is that? Helio.
I was just reading the plot line to that movie, and then there's a link to another one there, Get Out, and I just read the plot line to that. That sounds pretty cool. That sounds like a good movie.
Dude, Get Out is the good. If you see any movie, watch Get Out. You go die laughing. It's a dark humor, but bro, it's awesome. That is a fucking awesome movie.
Which one are you talking about, Fraud?
Get Out. He said Get Out. Get Out is fucking awesome.
Oh, Get Out. Yeah, I don't. I mean, yeah, it's total dark comedy. Yeah.
Dark.
It sounds all right.
Yeah, you should watch it. I mean, everybody should watch that, But anyway, yeah, it's total dark comedy. It really has nothing to do with reality at all.
It resonates more with black people, right? That movie, with black dudes especially, because we've all been in a situation somewhat similar. Not quite that exaggerated, but it's like, how's this gonna go? If we go meet these people.
What's funny? What's funny? Fraud. I just watched before I was watching Yellowstone, the new episode of Yellowstone. I was watching what the fuck is it? With Denzel Washington, the first movie he made. Not the first movie he made. The one. God, I can't remember.
The Equalizer.
No, it wasn't Equalizer. It was.
What was his role in the
Equalizer?
Was he a badass or was he just some dude? What was he?
No, he's ex-CIA and all. It's Equalizer. Yeah, and I watched that whole movie because it just popped up on the Facebook feed, and it was Equalizer 2. Because they were trying to get me to subscribe to Stars and it was Equalizer, and so I watched that again, and that shit was from like 2006 or something. So badass, and
it's just the second track. First one was good.
Yeah, it was fucking awesome, and so I watched that, and so I was gonna watch Equalizer 2. And then I was like, no, I need to watch the first one again. And so, anyway, yeah, man, Denzel Washington is the bomb diggity. So, anyway. Yeah.
I want to see. I actually want to see John Wick 4. I didn't. The last two installments I thought were stupid, but that last one looks good. John Wick 4, that actually looks good.
Which one?
The one that's coming out, the part 4.
Oh, I didn't even see part 3.
Yeah, it's 2. Yeah, it's 2 and 3. 2 and 3, I thought it sucked. I thought that was trash, but this last one looks really good.
But part 2
Equalizer sucks. So far, Equalizer sucks balls.
It really kind of. They exploit the Russian mafia in the first movie, right? It's just like the Russians are trying to take control of the. I know, but I mean that's what Hollywood does, But whatever.
Yeah, but the Russians they're gonna do the same thing with us, with their movies.
Yeah, they do. Yeah,
they're gonna do shit.
Because like the Chinese do the same thing. We bash them and they bash us. Same shit. I mean, it's how it works.
Yeah,
China
it's fucking Hollywood. It's just a scenario, right? But I mean, it's Hollywood, so it means it's
nothing.
Oh, yeah, it's nothing. But all right, so our relationship in reality with Russia, is that nothing? As far as Americans go,
our neighbors.
Russians are they're totalitarian. They don't. Granted, everyone knows what's going on, right? But they don't care about the same shit this country. Like this country is occultic. You know, these are devil worshippers that run our country.
The U.S. is totalitarian. They'll shoot you death.
Yeah, but but the thing is, they're devil worshippers. The Russians aren't. Man is God.
In the U.S., there's a lot of devil worshippers.
Hey, hold the phone though. In that Equalizer movie, there are relations between the government and Russia and the Russian mob, and also the American
there's money
mafia.
involved.
Yeah.
Whenever there's money involved, I mean, come on, you gotta deal with somebody you don't want to deal with.
You have to know that shit's going on.
Yeah,
even though it's a Hollywood flick, but it always has. Always has been, always it will be. It is happening. We're not privy to it because we don't want to participate, or maybe you are involved, but whatever.
I think you could do a good
Hollywood flick,
equalizer.
but whatever.
You can be a good equalizer, Helio.
I could try. I think you'd be a better equalizer than I would, Jimsy.
Bro, they made a show. There's an Equalizer show. Did you know that? With fucking Queen Latifah.
Yeah, no, I didn't even watch it because I knew it was going to be fucking bullshit. Anyway,
stupid as fuck, terrible.
I'm telling you,
they ruined it. They ruined Watchmen like that. Did you see the Watchmen movie? Watchmen?
Yeah, Watchmen. Yeah, and that was a little.
Who watches the Watchmen?
Jaunty. It was a little jaunty, but I thought it was okay.
That was a great movie, but they made a show. They made a show and they ruined the show, and they ruined that show too. Putting some chick in the lead role. Get the fuck out of here. And she's black.
Yeah, I know. Go ahead,
Helio, who watches the Watchmen? Nobody does. They are the Watchmen.
That movie.
Are you serious? Or you haven't seen it then, have you?
No, you can't watch it because they are the Watchmen.
Well, anyway. Don't worry about it, Jimsy.
Anyways, you didn't like it anyway, so
I liked that show, The Watchmen, but I don't think it's gonna be.
I didn't.
It's not gonna be returned.
I'm not talking about the show. I'm not talking about the show. I'm talking about the movie. The movie I like.
Oh yeah, I like the movie too. Yeah, The Watchmen, the show, it was pretty good, but it's just like I don't think it's gonna come back. But anyway.
You actually thought
it's gonna have a season 5.
The Boys is good. I haven't been able to watch it because I don't have Amazon anymore. But The Boys, that was a good show.
Fuck yeah, bro! That totally exposes corporations, man. Oh,
crazy. The what was it? The gore in that movie, that stuff was freaking
dude, it's so freaking awesome, bro. Yeah,
that shit was next level, bro.
I really don't think there's a better show that's come out in the past few years than The Boys. That is my favorite freaking show.
Not even that good.
That
was amazing, dude.
That and Yellowstone. I know you guys you might think, oh, it's just a bunch of white boys in Montana.
Yeah, a bunch of white boys. Who watches that?
Big cattle living on a ranch. Fuck out of here.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. No, but anyway, yeah, The Boys, man, that's my favorite freaking show of the past couple of years, man. I love that show. So
they're gonna get a sequel. It's called the Gay Boys.
No, they do have a cartoon, like an addendum thing, kind of, which is cartoonish. But anyway,
yeah, it's stupid.
Yeah, it's kind of dumb. But anyway, it's like
I had to watch it with my girlfriend, right? But it was on Netflix that fucking Wednesday. Did you see that? That was a good show.
That's an awesome show too, bro.
I was fucking impressed, dude. I was like, wow, they really did a good job with that shit.
I didn't
awesome.
watch
Did you watch the whole thing, Fraud?
I didn't watch it because it was Friday.
I had to watch it with my girlfriend, so I had to watch the whole thing.
It was awesome. So Jamesy, did you watch it?
It was Friday, so I couldn't watch it. It was Friday already.
Oh, okay. Well, too bad for you. That was a good show, Fraud.
Yeah, it was really. They had the chick from Game of Thrones. She did a really good job. I
Yeah,
had no idea.
Tim Burton. Tim Burton is an awesome producer. He made that. He was involved in that. He didn't make the entire thing, but yeah.
The acting was amazing. That was really good acting.
That was so fucking awesome. Yeah, it's a good show.
They did a really good job.
It sucked.
Well, bitch, you ain't watched it. So how can you say that it sucked?
Person flying off the road.
Jimsy, like sometimes he's super funny, but then sometimes he tries to be funny and it's not funny at all.
What are you talking about?
That's what he does, man. He comes in with his little gay shit, but you just have to just, hey, that's what we all do. We all have our gay ways, right?
Yeah. You know, it's the parasites, so just purge them. You won't feel gay anymore.
Purge the parasites.
See, like all of a sudden he's funny again. You know, this is weird. This is what I love about Jimsy.
I'm serious.
Purge the gay parasite.
Oh my goodness!
It's also a cure for addictions with gay shows.
The ambiguously gay, the ambiguously funny man.
You can't get away from the gay with these. Every show's got fucking villains now. Really pisses me off. You can't have any break from that shit, dude. It's like, who's gonna be the gay in this show? I'm like, fuck. It's like, come on, man.
I know, bro. It always has. You have to be. There's always a character that's gay or transgender. They have to put it, whether it's a Netflix or Paramount or any other thing. It's just like somebody is that character. Just
was this somebody in The Boys? I don't think there was a gay character in The Boys, right? I think we got
They're all gay. Transsexuals.
Well, no.
All of them.
Have you watched The Boys?
No, but I already know all Hollywood is trans.
No. Well, there's some of that in there, but I'm telling you though, it's mostly hetero in that show.
Did you checked?
Yeah. Well, I watched the whole fucking series. It's mostly hetero. And it's pretty bombastic, about a lot of stuff. I'm looking in details and no spoilers.
So there's a bunch of boys.
You should watch it. The Boys. It's a predominantly hetero thing going on that show on Amazon. Anyway.
This is a cast.
They look so straight because they're trans.
Maybe. I don't know, but as far as all of the sexual innuendo, it's all male female stuff.
If they were real men, we'd have much better CGI.
They spend $11.2 million per episode. That's gay as fuck.
What? Well, you haven't fucking watched it.
It's a bunch of white people, man. It's definitely not good.
Oh, it's a bunch of white people making fun of white. You should enjoy it. It's a bunch of white people making fun of white people. What the fuck is wrong with that?
Anthony Starr? Like, who gets that name, Anthony Starr? Carl Urban, Jack Quaid, Erin Moriarty, Jensen Ackles.
Oh, that sounds like
Karen,
Italians.
look, they got a Karen.
That sounds like Italians. I mean, come on, man.
Welcome to the family.
How many How many Hispanic people get to make fun of Italians? I mean, come on, man.
This Hollywood stuff, it's sus. It's too sus. The stars. Look, Helio. Look to the stars. This is the stars of the show, Helio.
Exactly.
The superstars, Helio.
You know what?
The
You know what they've done?
superstars.
They've taken the superstars and put them on Hollywood Boulevard. And you know who has stars on Hollywood Boulevard? The astronauts.
The astronaut.
They have their own space on Hollywood Boulevard. The astronauts.
That's so cute.
It's so amazing. It's so amazing. I mean, what are you supposed to do with that?
They got a bunch of astronauts and fairies on the Walk of Fame. So that's what's happening there.
Yeah, that's. I mean, it's pretty much all of the end of it,
Astronauts.
right, Sonny? The actor nuts have stars on the Walk of Fame, right?
I had a chance to make fun of my own state. It's hilarious. I love it.
Yeah, God
Fuck
bless you, Sonny. Yeah, well, God bless California.
Yeah, God bless California.
There you
I
go.
love this. You know what? You got to love the place you're in. If not, what's the point?
Yeah.
Love it, love it, love it.
Gotta love the hilarity of it. I mean, like California is kind of like the globe as far as content, the amount, the content, and quality of the comedy. They're on similar levels. It's really weird living in the city and seeing. I know it's off topic, but that's okay. It's seeing a building grow up like right in front of you over a period of about 3 or 4 years, and seeing an actual whole neighborhood develop right in front of your eyes, a vertical neighborhood where you see these people's lawn chairs and stuff out on their patios, but they don't know what the next one down below them or the next one up above looks like. But I see the whole thing.
You know what? You guys are my horizontal neighborhood.
Yeah, they got vertical neighborhoods here. Vertical neighborhoods. Yeah. I have no idea what the other side of that building looks like, though, which is kind of odd. I can only see the side I'm on, but the people that are living in that building have no idea of the view that I have. I could actually look and peek in any one of those windows with my binocular and check out their wall decor in their living room for 40 floors.
That's creepy as fuck.
It is, isn't it? It's just strange. I mean, you can't see that good. I don't have that good of a I have a cheap binoculars. You can't
Get
tell
better
me.
ones.
Get better ones. I don't know if I'd want to see everything that there is to see out there. Okay, so
Hey, just do it for scientific research.
yeah, so what these people up on one of the penthouses. There's more than one penthouse. They have a huge TV screen. I'm watching like their TV screen.
Man, you have 40 channels to watch live.
That's wild. I mean, one looked like they were shining lights around in the dark or something. I don't know what that was about. Very odd. Anyway, wow, that should put it. Killed the chat again. Great job, Sonny. Great.
Good job, Helio. Good job.
Good job, Helio.
Helio, the Godfather.
It's 7:45. It's past my bedtime. 7:35, past my bedtime.
You already passed your bedtime, so keep passing it.
Yep, I'll catch you guys on the rebound. See you later.
Good night.
Later.
The fuck is Helio? Can't leave the live stream like that, Helio.
He's on the balloon.
You're talking to me. Oh, we need you.
You guys realize that I love and hate you all at the same time. This is insane.
Why?
He's the equalizer.
Am I the equal? This is fucking stupid. Like I thought I got something on a roll, and then you guys were like, "Where's Helio?" I thought the conversation was rolling. I was trying to get it, rolling, and everybody's like, "Okay, Helio, shut up." So let's all shut up.
Are you the equal geyser?
A geyser? I don't know. It's insane.
He hates and loves us, so he's the equalizer.
Yeah, maybe so. It's just like I was watching that movie, and he's like ex-CIA, and then he supposedly died, and he faked his death or whatever, and so he's just working in a Home Depot kind of situation, and then he meets this Russian whore, and then and she gets beat up or whatever, and they meet
Good
in a
for her. Good for
coffee
her.
shop or whatever, and he's like, all right, who did this to you? And then he didn't have to ask her, and he found out, because
The guy with the black
he has
card.
resources. He has resources or whatever, and then he goes and beats up these fucking Russians that are fuck with her. So yeah, I just finished that first movie again. I remember it from back in the day. I think it came out in 2006 anyway. And so then he's like pissed off, and then he's just like getting the bottom. He destroys the entire operation by the end of the movie, and so that's the. It's just like I just did it because I can. It's just like I'm already dead, so I'm just gonna go ahead and.
Those Russians assholes from Boston.
Yeah, it was those assholes from Boston. Yeah, you remember the movie.
Bunch of assholes.
Russian assholes from Boston. Well, they weren't from Boston, but the Boston police were intrinsically connected with the Russian mafia.
I mean, the scene was in
bringing
Boston,
the whores and drugs in. Yeah. The whole thing was whores and drugs brought in by Russia, and the cops were helping them out in Boston. Yep.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that. I mean, it's just a movie, but anyway, it's cool because
it's more like a documentary.
Maybe it is. Yeah, sure. Especially in in that part of the country. I mean, Boston and freaking New York. There's a lot of mafia there. Whether it's Russian, Italian. I mean, there's a lot of shit going on there. I mean, I watch a lot of the gang movies and shit. And TV shows. What's going on in Chicago and Detroit and all that kind of stuff. Really, man. Let's just do what it do. I mean, just like I was saying, I was just watching Yellowstone. It's pretty much a gang, but it's not. It's a little more colorful. I don't know what that means necessarily, but I mean, it's still just like you have connections in different places and you have influences. But with what I like about that movie is that he's already dead, and he just sees he can pretty much do anything he wants to because he's already dead, and then but he still has connections with his friends from the CIA and shit. So anyway. So nobody knows
Good
he
for him.
exists. Yeah.
Good for him. He's a private citizen.
He's a private citizen taking down bad people.
Yeah.
Well, not even citizen at all. I mean, he's existing as someone that doesn't exist.
It's a private person.
Yeah, it's a pretty good movie. I think that's and that's not the only time. I mean, he's played a similar role in other movies too. Denzel Washington. I mean, he's played. I don't even know if that's his real fucking name. It's probably not his real name. Might be. I don't know. I haven't really looked into Denzel, but maybe it is his real name. Who knows?
We are the water equalizers, and Globers are the water benders.
The water benders. That's a good one, Miguel. How can we use that? The water benders. Well, I mean, don't they already have that going on with what's that? What's that it's like a gaming thing or a waterbenders. I've heard of that before. Waterbender. Hold on. Heard of that before. Waterbender. Some type of Japanese cartoon. What the hell is it called?
Yeah, there's Airbender. There's a movie.
Yeah, waterbending.
And it's
Avatar. I mean, yeah, it's a cartoon called Avatar. They have
Avatar, The Last Airbender.
Yeah, The Last Airbender, and then they have the waterbender. And yeah. Hey, and you know what? Tomorrow night I'm going to see the new Avatar movie in 3D in the theater.
Awesome. Yeah, it talks about water, yeah?
Yeah, it looks really cool, man. As a matter of fact, I think I should, after I get done talking to you assholes, I'm gonna watch the first Avatar again before I go see that movie tomorrow night.
Avatar, Avatar: The Way of Water, this year.
It's a really good movie, man. The first Avatar movie is really good.
Yeah.
So I'm going to see the new one tomorrow night in 3D. I'm going to be wearing my stupid 3D glasses and watch the new Avatar movie in 3D.
I did love that tree. I don't know if it has connection with the Tree of Life. First Avatar.
Yeah, I totally dig it. Yeah. I'm down with it, man. And it has similarity to what happened in the Matrix or whatever. What they did with the Avatar movie is that they put people into a stasis where they could play a character as someone that lived on this planet, and so they acted as if they were the same species or whatever.
And they could connect to this network of this tree with other trees. There was a network connection.
That's why I think I should watch it again before I go see this other movie. Yeah, it's going to be a trip, man. Yeah, maybe the tickets are already bought. Me and my brother are going to go see it tomorrow.
So, ¿Qué pasó? Pero ahí dice mi amor, tengo los ojos.
¿Habla español? ¿Habla inglés?
Y los dos.
¿Qué pasó, Jamesy?
¿Qué pasó?
¿Qué pasó, tío?
¿Sí?
La cucaracha.
La cucaracha.
La cucaracha.
La cucaracha.
Ya no sabe caminar.
Oh my goodness. Who's the female laughing? Is it
my baby girl?
Oh God, I thought so. I was like, couldn't be anybody else.
Let's see who's laughing.
Yeah. Is she bilingual like you are?
Yes.
Yeah,
What?
I bet she is.
Okay.
What did he say?
They only speak
Okay.
Spanish, so talk to them in
Okay.
Spanish.
I doubt that shit. I seriously doubt that. That's cool. I really wish I think it wouldn't take much for me to go ahead and just get really hardcore and try to figure out how to speak Spanish. I don't know. I know it. I know some of the basics, like "que" means what, but that's the basics.
Father.
Oh shit! I was about to say
Padre.
That's Jewish.
Mother.
Yeah, father is padre. Mother is madre.
Call you Julio Skeptic.
Julio. No, let's not do that. That's not true. I know La Tierra es plana. I know that one.
Y nos somos los tierraplanistas. And we are the flat earthers. We are more, the truthers, people who look the truth seekers.
Yeah, how do you say truth seekers in Espanol? Do you speak Spanish and Portuguese, Miguel?
Yeah, let me see. Los buscadores de la verdad. Those who seek the truth, like that, translated.
That was almost something. Maybe Jimsy probably understood you, but can you say it a little bit slower?
Maybe we can say the truthers, or the los verdaderos. The real ones.
Well, the real ones would be a better translation than truth seekers.
Maybe.
How do you say truth in Espanol?
Verdad.
Verda.
Verdad.
Verda, and I know verde means green, right?
Verde. In Portuguese, verde. In Spanish, verde means green.
Helios, VERDAD.
Verdad, without the hard D at the end. Verdad.
Verdad, the truth.
Oh, truth. Okay.
I've never tried that Verda sauce. I want to try it. Is it good?
Sorry,
the Verde sauce, the Verde sauce. Somebody, I don't know. I can't pronounce it. Look, that
good is bueno, right?
Do you mean with the green
sauce.
tomatoes? You mean the green tomato one?
I don't know what it's made of. It's called Verde. I guess.
Yeah.
Because that's Italian's the same word for green as well.
Batata. We say we in Portuguese say batata, in Spanish patata. Yeah, Jamsi, it's patata or batata?
Papas.
Patatas.
James is busy.
He's busy.
He might help us out if he was actually. He'd be helping us out.
I'm pretty sure. My wife always just says papas for potatoes.
Batata and papas is different.
Yeah, but patata with a P or a B?
Batata with a B. Batata. That's different than papas, which is potatoes. And then
papas, truth. Potatoes. Okay, cool. I remember that one.
Truth is verdad. With the D at the end, verdad.
Like in Portuguese, the same, verdad.
Verdad.
So verdad is truth.
Yeah.
Truth.
Verdad, and that's same in Portuguese and Spanish.
Yeah.
Because truth is verdad. True is verdad.
Verdad. Without
verdad, like Is it true? Es verdad? Or you can say la verdad, the truth.
Well, la means the.
Yeah, you could say truth.
Sort of.
Verdad.
Yeah. La verdad. Am I saying it right?
Yeah.
La verdad.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know with a little bit of a roll on the R because it's hard for people to roll their R's in English. Whatever. La verdad means the truth. Is that so?
Yeah. The truth. La verdad.
So if you say la verdad, what is that?
The truth. Even the French people.
That would be a prefix, I guess. Too.
Yes. Even the French people use the le. Yeah. So it's the prefix de.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I'm starting to get it, man. Like I said, I could learn to speak Espanol or maybe even Portuguese. But they're kind of connected, Portuguese and Spanish. But
yeah, I think in Italian is verita, so it's like a V with a V too. Verita, veritas. It's
veritas. I mean, which is similar to what it is in Latin, veritas. And that means truth.
Yeah.
La verdad. Truth. Nice.
Nice means necio.
Necio? That's how you say nice?
Necio.
How do you say very nice?
Muy necio.
Muy necio.
Muy
necio.
Muy necio.
Nice.
What's necio in Portuguese, Miguel?
Oh, nice.
Necio.
No, we use.
We should have a Spanish class. We got to do it.
That's very nice. We use bom to masculine and boa to feminine. Bom, that's yeah. Bom dia, good day.
Okay, but good and nice are different things.
Yeah, but
okay, because bueno y necio, just like necio and bueno,
good,
bueno, nice.
Yeah.
So if you say very good in Spanish, how's that pronounced? Is it
muy bueno?
Muy bueno. Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, the Brazilian people, they say legal. Nice instead. Translated nice is like legal. It's not almost like the legal, word but yeah, they they use some different words that we use. It depends of the culture of Brazil.
Yeah, it's different. I mean, people. When you talk to Spaniards, they have a totally different dialect than people that are Latino.
Yeah, if you put nice and translate it to Portuguese, they say legal, cool, nice. It's like legitimate. It's like yeah.
How do you say it? Very nice, or like he was saying, very good, muy bueno.
Yeah, muito bom. Muy. We did change the muy because we did use 500 years ago. Or like 100 years ago, we did use the muy too. The muy. Much We
Yeah,
did
well,
use.
it essentially means much appreciated, or
Yeah.
it's a good thing. Basically, is what it means.
Yeah. So, but we did change a little bit. We don't use the la. They use the Spanish use they still use la le, and we did cut the L, and we say just a and no.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's trippy, man. It's trippy.
But I did saw some old texts, like 100 years ago, and the Portuguese did use the muy, in that. But then they clean a little bit. So yeah.
Hey, I'm pointing out this for you, Miguel.
Sorry.
When I say nice, I mean almost. I mean in the etymology, I mean something different than good. You translated nice into good, but I'm translating nice into this. Look, Miguel.
Oh. Okay, so let's see. Old French, nice. Simple, yeah. It's curious that. Yeah.
It's different. It's different meaning than me than. good.
Yeah. Even in English, it's just like nice. It's just like you're just like, yeah. I'm totally discounting everything you're saying. That's nice.
Yeah, but then it says dainty, delicate. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that one before, Jimsy. Yeah, it's just like, I'm putting up with your bullshit for a time.
Kind.
Times time and half a time.
Look at the Latin, Miguel. Latin, necius. In español, necio. Nice. Necio,
yeah.
necius.
Yeah.
Ignorant, not knowing. Simple, foolish.
Simple, foolish, ignorant. Yeah. That's nice. I mean, that's what pompous people say, right?
Hey, neighbor, I cleaned your backyard for free. Oh, that's so nice.
Like, I expect you to do it next week as well.
Yeah, I'll be nice and do it for you.
Nice people.
Yeah, I've seen that one before, Jimsy. That's good. That's good. That's good stuff.
People get triggered with this one. But I like nice. I like saying nice when it's good. Okay. Don't call me nice. I'll punch you in the mouth. It's not a bad one. It's just ignorant. That's it. When a Glober comes in and says they don't use their senses, you can say, "Oh, that's nice," because senseless.
How many nice guys get ladies?
Nietzsche, not.
They like bad boys. The ladies. Las señoritas.
Las señoritas. And so I was trying to think of it in the other. How many nice guys get las señoritas? Now, I have no area to step on there because I haven't been pretty much celibate for a very long time. So
Good for you.
Do what it do.
How about you speak to?
That shit can get you in trouble, you know.
That's fine. We can get you a doctor, Dr. Wa. Do you know Dr. Wa? Helio?
I'm not sure. No,
Yeah,
I don't know who that
he's a doctor.
motherfucker is.
Dr. Wa. Are you there, Dr. Wa? Helio needs your help at the moment. Dr. Wa? We also have Gary.
You have to send me a link to that one.
He's here in the VC, Dr. Wa. I unmuted him. There's
Dr.
also Carrie on Mayor. Carrie on Mayor, you've been unmuted. Carrie on Mayor. You can speak, Carrie on.
Yes, meal.
You're flashing, you muted yourself, you can unmute. Say hi to Helio. He's the host of this VC.
Carry on, Major.
Yeah.
Speak.
Second time you've unmuted your mic. Come on, if you need assistance with getting your mic working, we can help you with that.
You have a question about the topic of the server? Carry on, Major.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, I can hear you. How are you?
Good. Not really, just seeing what's going on.
Okay, welcome to the server.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really a flat earther, but I like to know everyone's perspective.
Sounds good. Have you ever spoken to people that question the globe?
No, actually, that's why I joined the server.
Great. If you meet someone today that doesn't believe the Earth is a curving globe spinning through the vacuum of space, will you have any questions for them? Why?
I would probably ask them why they think that.
Well, it's mostly based on demonstration, verification of the claims, and also your own experience and everyone's experience of a motionless horizontal plane and a contained environment that is in place, which everything is dependent on: level, horizontal, motionless, and the loss of gas pressure. That's the only way we can breathe air in, because of the pressure of air, which is dependent on a containment system. And all that is contrary to the globe belief.
Well, yeah, I guess I understand that. I just don't understand how gravity would work.
Yeah, gravity is some type of term that has been given multiple meanings. When a lot of people, when they say gravity, they want to add that to when you, let's say, pick up something and then you drop it, let it go out of your hand, and it goes down. But you can also pick up a helium balloon, fill up a helium balloon, and when you release it, it goes up. So it is dependent on the medium. But the thing about the gravity that a lot of people, when you say gravity, what do you think you mean when you say gravity? Does anything pops in your mind, or do you think it's just a word that means something?
Oh, it means like the pressure that our atmosphere gives Earth that keeps us down. Like, you know, how the moon doesn't have as much gravity as our Earth does. Same with Mars. I mean, yeah, exactly. That's what I mean by it.
Yeah, it's
all right. So you understand this because of the mass of Earth compared to the mass of the moon, or yes or no? I mean, that was just a kind of Earth is bigger than the moon, basically.
Yeah.
And so the mass of Earth and the mass of the moon, they have different. What are you talking about? Newtonian gravity, which maybe you're not know or something.
Well, I mean,
you're not know about something.
I'm in astronomy right now, or I'm taking astronomy, and we were talking about, you know, just the differences on every planet, and we were talking about how the atmosphere is pretty dense on Mars, or maybe it wasn't that one. Anyway, but we were just talking about that, and it got me thinking about, what flat earthers believe. So yeah, that's really where my question sparked.
Here's something to think about real quick. If you're thinking about gravity, think about the effect, because that's what we would also the name that's given to things that falling down at an average rate would be the law of gravity. So when you're talking about things falling down, we would just attribute that. I mean, the word itself, gravity, is just a law, but the theory of gravity is the thing Helio was talking about, whether it's Newtonian or Einsteinian. So the effect is the law of gravity. The cause is the theory of gravity. That's the idea.
Yeah, right, Mickey. I didn't know where to address this. Whether we go through Newtonian, right? Because I didn't know where her field of study, where she's at right now.
But what I mean is, so the idea of what they were telling you is things falling down, or why things stay to the ground. That is the law of gravity. The theory of gravity is what causes the effect. Does that make sense? Carry on.
Yeah, it does. I mean, I see what you mean. There's the difference.
Right, so we have to make a distinction between the two. So when we start talking about that in here, we have to separate the two, because the two, one of them's the effect and the other is the cause. We agree that we see things falling down, and so we could say, we can give that an average rate or whatever. That's something you can work in math and stuff, and actually it'll work out on whatever formulas you're going to use.
On Earth only.
On Earth, yeah, on Earth, but the idea behind the causation of that is where it gets kind of a little wonky, because then you start getting into like conceptual things like time and space being bent and how that happens. So it gets a little bit like far-fetched. So from the law of gravity, when you see people dropping microphones or saying this is gravity, and they drop something, well, that is the law of gravity. That we can all agree that the law is something that nature has already attributed to it, but the effect is different from the cause. So the cause is something that you have to kind of look into, and how did they come up with the cause for the effect? You know what I mean? Like, that's important.
Yeah, I get that part. I mean, I see where you're coming from.
And he might be making a difference, maybe pointing out something to you, because you mentioned you are studying astronomy, right? And in the class, it was mentioned how the gravity of the celestial objects are different from the gravity you experience down here. The thing about that is that we all can be kind of observers of the luminaries, like you were doing, right? When you are observing through a telescope or optical device as an astronomer. Do you observe the luminaries in your studies?
Yes, I do.
So yeah, we all can do that. The only thing is that you ascribing some type of science claim to the some presupposed conditions of the medium, distance, and sizes of the observed things in the sky, and making flawed conclusions. And that's why it gets a little pseudoscientists from there.
Right, Jim.
Because
as if you were there. If you were there.
Yeah, we all making the same observation, but some people claim different stories about what they actually observing. You know what I'm trying to say? There's a difference between what you can observe and where you can actually make claims about the observed phenomena.
Yeah, no, I really do see that, and I want to have a bigger discussion about that, but I'm gonna get on my computer in a bit later and then come back. So
definitely, I give you perms to open your mic later on, so when you come back, you will be able to open your mic and see the chat. So whenever you come back, let us know, and if you have questions, bring them. Bring the questions.
You guys are really awesome. I'll come back in a little bit.
Yeah, and then follow some of the links we share too.
She's gonna come back.
Yeah.
Cool. Thanks for asking the questions.
Yeah. Bye. Thank you.
See ya.
Yeah, she's an astronomer. I'm not gonna take that away from her. She if someone is observing the luminaries, that's great. The only thing that we have to point out is that the conclusions that some people make about the observable phenomena and how they came to those conclusions, and that might open a window to think about it and maybe come to the conclusion that I think that presuppositions and that belief it might be flawed, you know.
Well, it's just like with the luminaries, the way that they proclaim it, right? The moon, the size of the moon, the size of Mars, the size of Venus. They have their gravitational pull or whatever compared to the sun. I mean, these are all calculations, but nobody on Earth has ever experienced that. Never been able to measure it from that location. It's all measured from Earth, and it's presupposed based on a model that would possibly be true if we could go there and do it. But we can't.
Yeah, it's great. Somebody that's staring at the heavens, and also to teach them how to be a critical thinker versus just accepting what somebody would tell them, whatever rhetoric that is going to be kind of put on her, from whatever teaching, because the best thing to do is to question the narrative, right? Like if they were to say, like, this is how it is, and, maybe she raises some questions. Well, I have a question about that. That's something that we all want, We don't want to be stuck in a mode where we're just accepting everything they're telling us, and we can't even use our mind anymore for anything but just regurgitating information. So.
Well, sure. I mean, check out their story about sending rovers to Mars, right? I mean, they've sent 3 or 4 of them up there, supposedly to Mars, and it's a big idea and a big fantastic thing that they have. They show all the NASA people just high-fiving and shit. Oh, we landed something on Mars, or we discovered something. So now we do have, a physical object on Mars, that is measuring things. But pretty much all they give us is just they're like, hey, it collected some dirt, but they never bring it back to Earth. The Mars rover stuff is.
If she comes back, it will. I mean, if I'm still here, I'll try to speak to her, and you guys are welcome to do so as well. Just let her talk about and ask whatever she want to ask. Let's not try to tell her.
Sure. No.
Whatever she's doing, she's not doing it, and it's not real. Like some people take that angle on. Sometimes it's pretty annoying. You're looking up to the luminaries, and we many of us can do that as well. But let's think about it logically.
I thought she left the room, so that's why I was just moving on.
You should stick around if you got time. You'd be the right person to speak with her when she gets back. If you're going to stick around, that is.
You bring up some good points. It's not gonna be just me if she comes back, but it.
We always got Helio here. He'll
yeah.
God damn it.
Helio will stumble his way to a conclusion, but he'll make it.
It'll be like eventually.
Yeah, he'll be there.
We got some capable hands in here.
I give her perms. Hopefully she comes back. And the thing is, people that like astronomers, if she's doing observatories, maybe she has some imagery or photographs that she wants to share. I like to look at that.
Interesting.
Are you guys implying that I ran her off?
Yes. You scare her out of the room, Helio. It's your fault.
I think Biggie ran her off, to be honest.
Did I? I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I'm just playing. She was just like... Anyway.
She jumped in. I muted her right away.
You guys give me so much shit sometimes. It's weird.
She probably wasn't ready to be on mute, but yeah, it's all good.
No, I think she came in and she wasn't offended or anything. As far as I can.
She sounded pretty cool. It's just to have the conversation, we need more time, obviously. But right now, she doesn't have the time, so maybe later. It's all
Why
good.
did you
She's
guys
on the
put the shit on me? When, she was just like, "Hey, I'm gonna look at this," and then it wasn't me. What the fuck are you guys?
Yeah, it was you.
Okay, well, fuck it. I'll take it. It was me.
Yeah.
Am I not that fun to talk to on here?
Wait, what would you say that? You are super fun to talk to.
You are nice.
Everybody likes to talk to you, man. What's up, Miguel?
Hey, what's up?
What's up?
You're the life of the party, Helio. Come on, man.
Yeah, Leo is nice.
Hey, you guys getting snow in Iowa there, Miggy?
Bro, we got like 2 inches already, I think. We're going to get more. We're going to get land-based, man. Like, from what I hear over the weekend.
It's getting pretty cold here, man.
Freaking
It
hell,
hasn't
dude.
gotten really cold yet, but yeah, but you're not too far from me. As
Nah,
far
we're
as like
sending-
the jet stream goes.
We're sending it all your way. You guys don't know what to do with snow, so we're going to send it all your way.
And that's why
you better
like if you got it in a car in this shit in Arkansas, you're just like you're just
Yeah, you got the creek, bro. You better put some blankets and some food in that car, man. I'm telling you, you guys are gonna get. You don't know what to do when you get snow. Friggin'.
Well.
Just
I know
saying.
how to drive in snow, but most people don't. I mean, especially like where I live, I live in the country, but it's like really close to the city, and so I can drive 20 minutes, and then you get involved with a bunch of assholes that don't know how to drive on bridges,
Yeah, that's dangerous, bro. Seriously.
or even back country
Bridges get
roads
black
and
ice.
shit. It's just like
Bridges get black ice real quick. So,
but even sometimes, when it gets bad enough, I can't even get out of my fucking driveway.
Yeah, just make sure you have enough cigarettes and beer for at least a week, Helio. Because if not,
I always prepare for that. You already know. I always prepare for that. When I get the weather report, if I'm gonna be snowed in, you already know I'm gonna have plenty of beer and cigarettes. Yeah, of course.
yeah, we got to have the stream running too. So,
Yeah,
two things.
too.
As long as you're stocked up and you got the stream running, I think we're golden.
And I had that issue with my internet for a couple of days. The guy that came out and fixed my internet, he set it up a different way where I don't think that will be an issue anymore. He wrapped it around the house where I think he said it looked like the fiber optic cable was chewed. Could have been by a dog or a fucking possum or armadillo. I see a lot of armadillos around, so maybe it was an armadillo to fucking.
it was actually your cat because you don't pay attention to him and he wanted to do you.
Maybe.
Like that.
Who knows? Who knows? But anyway, he came out Friday night, fucking 6:00. I mean, he was an on-call guy from the company, and he hooked me up, and that issue. The line's not on the ground anymore. It's wrapping around the house, and so that won't be an issue. So hopefully.
I'll catch you guys in a minute. Break's over.
Anymore. Oh, Miggy's working. That's cool. Hey, thanks.
Yeah,
Miggy,
bro. Let's stop feeding that cat that vegan diet, and he's gonna stop chewing your wires.
No, I mean, I'd had an issue before, the same type of issue. Like it might have been some critters under the house that just like freaking pulled the cable or whatever. But he fixed it up where he zip tied it to some previous coax, from a satellite.
Hey, Helio, you want to speak to this Glober? His name is Zorn. Are you there, Zorn? Yeah, he's a Glober.
Oh, Zern?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm here. I'm just listening.
No, Zern's a flat earther. He's been a flat earther.
No, I'm not. I'm a glober.
He switched back.
I'm such a glober right
You
now.
a goddamn lie, Zern, bro. I know you would lie because I remember you from 5 years ago. Talking shit.
Nah, dude, it's such a globe. Are you kidding me? I mean, are you fucking kidding me?
It's the biggest.
Dude, right
globe
now,
of all
I'm going
time.
66,600 miles an hour, and you're denying that? Dude, wow.
Dude, Zern,
Is
I
that
want you
even
to
science, bro?
Zern, I want
Is
you to
that
pick up
even-
your, I want you to pick up your acoustic guitar. I know it's sitting right next to you. I want you to sing us a song, man.
I can't because there's no guitar near me and I can't do that. But I'll tell you right now, I am flying on a globe and I'm surfing the globe. Call me the globe surfer right now because I am. Forget the waves on the beach and forget the fucking California bullshit. I'm surfing the fucking globe right now on the ground right now. I am riding the globe like it's like majestic, like it's like a movie from the 80s in a montage. I am riding every second of this wave. It's 66,600 miles an hour of me just gliding across the ether right now, dude. Don't
It'd be
even
fun to
deny
ride
it.
it.
Do not deny me.
Hey, let's do this. Let's write a song about the globe, like, and make it majestic about the 66,600 miles an hour.
Yes. It's like
all of that shit. Let's just make a globe song and just like just make all the globies be like, yes, it's exactly what we're saying.
I mean, yeah, they think they're just like, oh no, you can't feel it, but man, I can feel it because I'm tuned in. I am tuned into the globe. I am so there right now. It's in my blood. I'm 66,600 miles an hour tuned in. And I know that's satanic to some people, but when you're scientific, bro, and you want to trust the science, like you could do this. So like forget it, man. I'm like going so fast. I'm like a
is the
bullet.
magic number. We can do it like Sesame Street. 666 is the magic number.
It's like the never-ending story. I'm Atreyu, and I'm like on the luck dragon right now, and I got the ears. I'm tugging on the ears right now, and I'm like, go faster, and he's like, I'm already going 65,000 miles an hour, and then I spank his little fucking ass, and I go, go faster!
Hit him!
Like,
Wait till we hit 666!
I'm going 666, and I'm like, that's what science likes. That's what science likes. I'm doing it.
It's like, you remember
He's like, I'm doing it. I'm like, you better be doing it. Because Neil deGrasse Tyson, that's what he wants. He doesn't like it.
You're a
He's such a
Slipknot song.
glober.
They go, you're 555, I'm 666.
I'm only going 65. Whoa. You're 66. Okay, all right, okay. Can we get a sequel? Well, we might get a sequel, but Disney's not on board. They don't
This
do the
is
whole
so cool. This is really cool.
Zern,
Hey,
I
Zern,
think
this
you're gonna
is
have
really
to-
cool that
listen.
you've joined this week, and Agave 1969 has joined this week too. He's not in here right now, but it's just like old school guys have been like finding us. It's really cool.
Cern, if you want your globe to go a little faster, you're gonna have to move to the new discovered Earth-like planets, and one of those planets do a revolution around its sun every 7 or 8 days. So it's way faster. It's gonna be more your liking.
See, what we do is we do like a galactic whip. Well, when we it's like when we go to Mars, we swing around a certain speed so that we can like gain another amount of speed from the backside, and then we really go where we want to go. That's what Atreyu does, and that's what the Luck Dragon does. Come on. If we're gonna go to like Europa, which can inhabit life because they said it can inhabit life. We're gonna go there. There's like a party right now, and we're gonna like whip around, and we gotta like swing. We gotta swing around, and we're gonna like use the gravitational force of the globe, and then we're gonna like get there. We're gonna like swing around. It's a whole thing. But anyway. I love that you guys are here.
Yeah, it's cool. Check this out. And
yes,
y'all motherfuckers thought I was crazy.
Oh,
no, I'm just playing.
Shit.
You ain't crazy. I'm not
I'm
crazy.
fucking crazy.
Institutionalized. You're the one who's crazy. Institutionalized. Anyway, what's up, Zern, man? It's good to see you. I didn't realize you'd been here before and you already have some roles. That's cool.
I am crazier than they get, and I'm having a good time. I'm a glober, and I don't know. I'm just gonna go with it, but all these flat earthers and their wild, kooky conspiracy theories, like I don't understand why they don't believe when the government tells them the dumbest thing they could be is a flat earther, and they don't understand, like, duh, obviously it's a globe because the government is telling you, hey, it's not a globe. I mean, wait, no, back up. The government is obviously telling you it's flat. I mean, wait. No. I don't understand why these people think the government wants you to think that being a flat earther is the dumbest thing you could ever be. Wow. Because, I mean, obviously it is the dumbest thing you could ever be because the government never fucking lies. And they never teach little children from the day they're born that the solar system is a thing and the gravity and all that. They would never lie to them. So I don't understand why all these people come in here and they just act like, oh, yeah. The government would lie to us. Because they love us. They love us. Oh, government fucking love. You know how much the government loves you? They love you so much they would never lie to you. And they're going to teach your children about how the Earth's a globe and gravity and everything else. Because why would they lie? But then they're going to show you NASA and SpaceX and fucking. Remember the pale blue dot? Oh, yeah, there's that. That's a thing. God damn. Hey. Elon Musk sent a Tesla into space because you can trust him when it comes to the Twitter leaks. Woo! It's coming, guys. Hey, it's a thing. All I can tell you is the flat Earth is the flat Earth is the truest fucking movement of all movements. It's the fucking deal, man.
Zern, can you give us a link in the live stream voice text to your most recent content?
I really don't put out content. I haven't been on here in years. There's no content.
Okay.
This is my most recent content. Okay. You're hearing it right now.
Check this out. Slow down a little bit. I know you used to make a lot of music. Is that still available on YouTube?
I mean, you can go to my channel, and there's a few of my old videos there that are still there. But literally, like, no.
Zern Music. I'm trying to find it.
No, Zern Music was deleted because of Sandy Hook. Sandy Hook deleted all my shit because I had all my shit on a Sandy Hook. I had some of my old
either
videos.
way, we don't talk about that on here, but
that was why I was deleted.
No, that's good. That's cool. But you made a lot of good music back in the day. So I just wondered if any of that's still available.
Thank you.
Yeah, but forget about that. The important thing is the government loves you so much that it will steal from your neighbor and give it to you.
Yes. I love the government. Did I mention how much I love the government? I don't want them to ban me. I love them. They would never lie to me about the flat Earth.
Hold on, we're not the government. We're
Okay,
actually,
all right.
I appreciated what you did back in the day. You made a lot of good songs. I just wanted to share it with other people. That's not what it's about. We're just here trying. Since you found our place, we talk about flat Earth 24 hours a day. And if you have some music archived, I'd like to share it with others. That's all I was asking.
I love it, man. Go to Slam Free Poetry, and I got a few of my videos there, and there's some I got like 4 there, and they're good.
So check this out. What we're doing here in the live stream voice text, which is right above where you're talking in this voice room, you can share a link to any of the music that you're still doing. You can share a music link, and then we'll be able to share it with other people here. That's all I was asking, bro. I know.
Okay, well, you keep saying the same thing, and I don't know what to do here.
YouTube hates us. We know this.
I have a channel called Slam Free Poetry.
Okay.
And you can go there. But Zern Music was deleted.
Poetry.com or is it?
No, it's on YouTube.
All right.
Hey, Zern.
It'll come up. Oh my God! You're really a controlling motherfucker, dude.
He's a piece of the.
Wait a minute! I'm talking.
Hey, Zern, I'm gonna apologize for the senior citizen Helio, and you don't have to say anything he says, especially when he's drunk. You don't have to do anything he says. Okay.
It's really easy to scare him.
That's
channel. Here, that's what I was saying.
No, hey, love you guys.
Easy. When you have this roll, the Flat Earth roll, it's very easy to share your channel.
If you can play my videos on my channel, dude, I'd love it, dude. Go to Slam Free Poetry and check it out.
From now on, Helio's gonna play your channel in here at least twice a day. So thank you, sir.
Please.
Thank you.
No, really, go to my channel and play my videos. I'd love it, dude.
I asked you to share your channel.
How do I share them?
The live stream voice text.
What do you think?
That's what I was asking.
What am I, Elon Musk over here? What do you want from me, bro?
You don't have to listen to Helio, okay?
Huh?
I want to apologize for our
shoved in my butthole.
senior
What am I supposed
drunk
to do
citizens.
Yeah, I've been
here's the ball.
Day one.
It's spinning around. It's spinning around. Hey, I'm spinning right now.
If you don't want to share your channel, you don't have to do it.
I told you I'd share my channel. It's like right there. Like, what do you want from me?
Where
is it?
Slam Free Poetry. Look it up.
I'm trying to, but you have access to your channel, but I don't. But I can.
You have access. It's not a private channel.
I just.
Oh my God! He goes. I don't have access. You have access. It's free. It's called Slam Free Poetry
on YouTube.
Yeah.
Well, I just typed it in YouTube and I can't find it.
Oh, type in Slam Free Poetry. It will come up.
One word or spaces?
3 words. 3 words.
Type it in Spanish, Helio, in Spanish.
Oh, en español.
Estando y tu nenes te lila.
Yeah, Helio doesn't know how to spell in Spanish, so that's why he's having issues.
I don't speak Spanish.
Hey, you know
no hablo español.
Hold on. I'll stop yelling. If you
No, don't stop yelling, Helio. Keep yelling.
no,
Okay.
if you're new to this to the Discord and you don't know how to share links when you get involved here to your own content, which we encourage people to do, and
But you don't
especially
have
when we
to.
know
You don't have to.
you don't have to. But he's saying just look up slam free poetry randomly.
Right.
Check this out.
Randomly, it's not randomly. It's my name.
Hold on.
You know what? You're like the host
Hot
of a
Mike
TV
Helio.
show. You're like, well,
what
ladies
I'm
and
saying
gentlemen,
is, like,
let me slow things down for just a moment.
Is this your first time on Discord at
this
all?
Man, yeah, I don't
it's
do
like
this.
third
I don't
time.
do Discord.
Okay,
This is my second time on here.
Now you do. If you want to share your fucking channel, show the link.
on
You have the ability. You have the roles in here. You can show the
What
link.
do I need to do? All right,
Okay,
I'll be you.
well, I was trying to
I'll be
explain to
you.
you.
I'll be you. I'll be you.
Asshole.
How do I share my channel?
Hey, you don't have to, bro. You don't have to.
How do I share my
He wants
channel?
to, but he's just such an asshole that he didn't want to
No,
let
I'm
somebody
not
explain
I'm
it
a
to
whole
him.
ass. I'm not an asshole. I'm a whole ass. How do I share?
Yeah. Helio, you getting it wrong, Helio. You getting it wrong.
Oh, now I'm the bad guy.
No, you're not the bad guy. I'm just like, you wouldn't let anybody else tell you how to share your link. That's what I was trying to get at.
I don't know. I told you the channel name, and then you got mad, and you go, well, you're a dick. Share the link. All right. What link? I don't know. I said, please play my channel on your thing. What do I need to do? Okay. I'm going to do what you asked me to do right now.
You're the only person that knows
If you want to, only if you want to.
And I was trying to find it, and you.
I don't know. I don't know Discord that well. Is that that's,
you know
that's
YouTube?
honest.
You know YouTube?
Yeah, you go to Slam Free Poetry on YouTube.
All right. Well, why don't you go to Slam Free Poetry?
Oh, I need to go there.
Hold
You
on,
asked me.
Listen, God damn it!
Jesus,
Listen,
you're really
go to
upset,
Slam Free
aren't you?
Poetry, copy the link to your channel and post it in live stream voice text right now. Then we'll all be able to find it.
I'm not a technology advice thing.
How fucking hard is that?
I don't know. I mean, is it hard for you to do it? Can you do it for me?
On PC.
Would you be that kind? I mean, you're such a nice guy. Would you help me out?
I was trying. You're arguing with me, and I was trying to help you.
I'm not arguing at all.
Jesus Christ. Was he?
No, don't bring Jesus into this.
I'm trying to.
You asked me about my channel. I told you.
Anybody
what it was
else
called.
find that channel? I couldn't find it.
Sir, I want to officially apologize for our senior citizen.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate
I'd
it.
like
He's
to
really
apologize.
triggered.
Yeah. I apologize for
I don't understand why. I didn't try to upset him at all. Like, I've been
I don't
nice.
see the goddamn link in the.
Wow, dude, what's going on with you? Are you all right? I mean, you're really upset.
Yeah, he's upset because he wants to get to your channel,
I'm just
and he
wondering why you can't find your own goddamn channel and post it in the live stream voice text.
I'll cut your children out of your womb.
I love this guy. He's giving Helio competition.
That's fun. I'm just fucking with you, Zern. Ultimately, but it was at least, I mean, just like, just figure out a way to post your own goddamn channel in a live stream.
Took their fucking throat out of their fucking neck. And I stomped it on the ground and I pissed all over it. Then I shit on it.
Hey,
hey,
Stern.
I asked you not to shut up.
I'll shut up. I'm gonna go.
I don't want to hear it again.
You don't have to be mad at me. I do this all the time. I'm just fucking.
Hey, Stern, if you listen to me for a minute,
If you listen to me for a minute, I can tell you that now.
Now take a deep breath.
Okay.
Deep breath. Deep breath. And now you go to YouTube.
Oh,
right?
that's a
You go
good
to the
breath right there. That's a good breath I took. Oh,
There you go. Feels better. Hey, go to the YouTube app.
It tickled my balls.
That's good. That means it worked.
It did. How can I help you?
Now, go into the YouTube app.
YouTube app? Now I got an app? It's called Slam Free Poetry. What do you want? What do you want? You want to hear what I have to say, or you want my channel?
You said you're on a PC.
Just look me
You're
up.
on a
It's
PC,
not
right,
hard.
Zern? Hey, Zern, you're on a PC, correct?
A PC? I'm on YouTube. Just go to Slam Free Poetry.
Now you click on the link.
It's so easy. I mean, how hard is this for you technological geniuses?
Hey, CERN, concentrate. So you go to,
let me
to your YouTube. Yeah, you go to your YouTube and you go to share your channel and you copy.
Oh
and then
my
you paste
God!
it here.
Are you serious?
Yeah, very serious.
You're gonna make me do this? You're gonna make me do this? Why do
you are the only one? You are the only one that have access to your channel. We don't have.
I mean,
As a matter of fact, I think Zern is the only one in this fucking room. Hold on, Zern is the only one in this room that doesn't know how to use what we're talking about.
I absolutely don't.
I'm trying to fucking help you, asshole.
Listen, I'm gonna spread my cheeks. I'm gonna stuff your face right in my fucking bunghole. You goddamn
The only fucking person in this room doesn't know how to use the app on Discord, Apple, or fucking anywhere.
I mean, how dumb is a fucking? You gotta use the app. You know what? Flat Earth wasn't
how
about
the fuck did you even find your way here, Zern, if you don't even know how to fucking
Nobody fucking cares about
the
apps.
software?
You know
what the fuck is wrong with you?
You're talking about apps. Hey, go check the app. All right, you want to watch the videos on my channel? Look up Slam Free Poetry on YouTube. You don't need
I couldn't find it.
Oh, yeah, because you can't type in Slam Free Poetry? Oh, wow.
Okay. Well, if you want us to find it, why don't you post a fucking link for us to look? That's what I was trying to help you do, and you fucking asshole. You wouldn't.
I don't want you to find it. Okay, how about this? I don't want you to find it. I don't want you to find it. If you want to find it, you got to look for it. I'm not going to fucking feed it. Listen, if you want to show Slam Free Poetry down here and call it, you're going to have another thing coming, all right? I'm going to spread those cheeks, okay? I'm going to spread those cheeks.
This dude's fucking hilarious. Isn't this one? I think this might be it. I think I might have found it.
You're not ready for this. That's all I gotta tell you. You can't handle this.
Yeah,
you can't handle Slam Free.
He found it at the same time I did.
Oh, now you can find it. Wow.
Yeah, but I had to fucking give you shit because you can't even figure out how to use simple software.
I fucking figure it out. How about that?
No,
because I got all the fucking links I need.
I
got links to
you
your
got
house.
all kinds of links. I can't believe you even found the link to get
turn on all
here.
those like special lights that are like
you found the link to get here
unicorns and shit. You can't handle me. You can't handle my links. You can't handle it. You just want to talk shit. I mean,
I don't
obviously
wanna
it's a
talk
globe,
shit.
and you
I actually like
want to
you,
talk
Zern,
shit.
bro. I love your music.
Hey,
and stuff. But anyway, I'm
made
just,
it.
I'm
Oh,
fucking
now
cute.
it's a big joke. Oh, okay, all right.
No, hey, I'm a big joke too. Don't worry about it. I'm just giving you shit. But yeah, we finally found your channel to Slam Free Poetry. Yeah.
Hard to find. 3 words. Wow.
Guess who? Every time I go into a room, and if I want, if I have content that I want to share with someone, I have the link already ready to present.
And guess what?
And
Nobody wants to see your link.
Shut the fuck up!
Keep your fucking link in your
I
pants.
will share that with them directly when I go into
You got plenty of time to keep a link in your pants when you're living in a van.
It's retarded.
Oh, fuck yeah. I love it, Zern. That's funny. It's good stuff. God.
Hey, Dad, is that William Shakespeare? No.
That's what happens.
He's got plenty of time to do his fucking thing when he's living in a van downtown.
You know, Helio, that's what
This always happens on Mondays, y'all know. Every time it happens on Mondays.
I swear to God! Oh, it's not a club! Oh, it's not a club!
He's
All right,
overventilating.
I guess me and Zern just have like trigger. I mean, I get triggered with a lot of other people too, but me and Zern apparently have like this major trigger. But whatever.
Yeah, but this happens because he's been surfing the globe.
I love his explanation. Well, this is happening because
it's been surfing the globe.
You've been triggered too.
Hey,
you
listen,
believe
Zern,
it.
bro.
No. He's like, nope.
What do you want to?
Did you watch my video? See, you went to my channel and then you talk all this shit and then you don't even fucking go watch my fucking videos. Okay, well that's cool. Don't worry, don't watch them. Don't watch them.
You know what would be really cool is if you had a conversation with us instead of just yelling, all the time.
What do you think I'm doing right now?
All right, well, cool. We're having a conversation. So
hey,
maybe
just 1 second. We have.
I know your butt's hurt, but that's okay. We can still talk.
My butt's not hurt. Don't worry about it.
I mean, it's probably very hurt, but we're still talking. Is your butt hurt? What's going on with your butt right now?
My butt's fine.
Is it a globe earther butt or a flat earther butt? You don't even know which butt because you're such a troll. You don't even know what it is.
Where the hell are you coming from, Zern? I mean, to be honest,
you don't even know. See, here you go, triggered now.
I'm not triggered. I'm actually trying to.
You're very triggered. Why is that?
I'm not triggered. I'm actually. I was
so it's a globe or it's flat? Which one is it?
I'm not going to do this again. I can mute you in a heartbeat, and I let you go on and on as I continued, and we had a lot of fun just a few minutes ago. But now we're trying to get this back to a normal conversation, and it's almost like you're refusing to get to a.
You sound like Gene Simmons. You're such a Jew. Hey, is it a globe or
I'm
is it
fucking
flat?
Irish, English, and German, so that has nothing. And I'm not Jewish at all.
You sound like Gene Simmons. Is it a globe or is it a flat Earth?
Neither.
All right. Well, he's muted now. He's muted now.
It's not a globe. It's not a flat Earth.
Neither.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
gave
it doesn't
me
need to have a shape.
shit.
What's up,
You
guys?
gave me shit. You gave
not a
me
cartoon.
It's
not a cartoon.
Hold on. I feel bad for muting him now since Hitch is in here. What's up, Hitch?
Hitch.
What's up, dude? How you doing?
Good, man. How you been?
Dude, it's been a while. Yeah, I'm fucking
Did you
doing
come
pretty
in here
good.
with him?
No.
Oh wow, that's trippy.
No, I heard on the live stream and I was like, oh, I gotta get in on this. Yeah, you can't mute that guy.
Well, I tried to, but now somebody else. Every time, I guess we were like skipping over abusing it. But anyway, Hitch, man, I was thinking about you the other day, man. I ain't
I was talking to you in the chat the other day. That's probably why.
Yeah, maybe so.
It could have something to do with it. I know it's Christmas time, but I think the post must be getting real slow. I'm still waiting for that 6-pack.
All of the from Little Rock.
I don't know, maybe 6 years ago or so.
Yeah. The IPA.
I'm just fucking
double
with it.
IPA. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. I remember that.
I don't really do IPAs much anymore. Wife,
Yeah.
your sister is here.
Yeah, it's a heavy beer, man.
Yeah, I've actually been trying not to drink at all, but it's just around, So I had a couple of Michelob Ultras tonight.
Hey, how'd you find your way here? Through YouTube,
Hyena
of course.
shared the link in Discord I'm in. I mean, Kenny's been helping you live stream or something. It's just kind of rediscovering the whole thing, take a year break or
You
something.
thought we might have just fallen off somewhere. It was like, flooded, it's just gonna fall off. It's gonna be dumb.
Well, I don't think that anybody's going to reach any real conclusions. In fact, I think somebody was just saying it's not round or flat. I'm pretty sure that it's like a false dichotomy to try and argue between the two. I don't really think it needs to have a shape.
Yeah, no, and
That doesn't make any
totally agree with you because, and I always say, Earth is.
What
Earth.
doesn't make any sense?
Yeah, Earth is Earth. Always has been. Always will be. Doesn't have to.
It's a concrete entity. It's a physical entity. It has a shape in its space. Why are we saying this?
Why are we saying what? I mean, I said I don't think it needs to have a shape. I think it's a false dichotomy between flat and round. Concave being the latter, just the inside.
Inside of
It
what?
doesn't make any sense. It's a concrete entity. It's a physical
So
entity.
it's a concrete
extension
Earth,
in
so
space.
like cement? You mean cement or?
No, ontologically, it's a concrete entity. It's not an abstract thing. It's a physical thing with extension in space, and so it has
How can you
geometric
prove
properties.
that? You can prove that it's not abstract?
Yeah. It literally existed before you. It's not a concept in your
How
mind.
can you prove that to me?
The absurdity of the concept, empirical experience
that's
clearly
like, yeah.
demonstrates that it's a concrete entity that you physically, empirically
That's really
experience.
that's what Descartes ended up with, right? Like some things are just too absurd to be true.
Right.
Yeah,
So
I
there's
don't
no
know.
point
Whatever.
in
the concave thing. Really like the concave Earth folks who just seem to be really like hard line. I'm not interested in whatever you're peddling, dude. But go ahead.
Not interested in whatever I'm peddling.
This is so
You're sitting here
pathetic.
telling me
Like, it's
about
so
a physical
controlled.
entity not having a geometric property to its surface. That is nonsense.
Derp. You sound like a bunch of fuck asses.
Like you walk into your kitchen and you look at the table that you and your family is sitting at. You're gonna sit here and tell me that's not a
So you
physical
walk
entity?
into the table that you like walk in and look at the table that you're sitting at. That makes a lot of sense, bud.
What was that?
I'm repeating back to you what you just said.
That's not what I just said.
You said you walk in and look at the table that you and your family are sitting at.
So what is erroneous about that sentence?
You're gonna walk in while sitting?
That's not what I said. This is stupid.
All right. So what is that, Gregory? Gregory's soft. Who's next?
Bro, this is stupid, childish insults and capitalism. You said an ontologically absurd statement, and now you're just insulting me.
I said that it's a false
and
dichotomy.
logical scrutiny. Stop talking through me. Stop talking through me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Gregory, continue. Tell me about
like,
how it's
dude.
ontologically false or whatever the fuck.
As you continue to filibuster talking through me with nonsense, you sat up here on this voice call and you said something and you make it seem like you're this tough-minded intellectual, and now I'm scrutinizing you, and now you're giving me nothing but childish cavilling.
Gregory, he started it with like, "Oh, the flat Earth is boring now. Don't we have anything else to talk about?" Which, I mean, that is the context of this room. And
I'm just saying that I don't think that there needs to be a shape. I think it's false.
No shit. And because there is none. And I think that's what Gregory's point and my point was.
No, that's not my point. That's not my point.
Go ahead. Okay. Yeah, come on. I mean,
this is stupid. Like, when you go into the kitchen and you look at the table, it has a shape. A concrete entity necessarily has shape. This is stupid.
So because one thing has a shape, another thing must have a shape. Everything must have a shape.
You walk upon the face of the earth, right? Your whole life, like every other human. It's a physical entity you empirically experience. It actually exists within space. It's extending in space. It has a shape necessarily. Your empirical experience completely informs you that it has a shape.
Yeah, that's based on your conceptual reference frame. And
it's not based on my conceptual reference frame. It's the only common sense, intelligible, coherent interpretation of your empirical experience. You say it doesn't necessarily have a shape. Given your human experience, which you cannot deny, because when you continue to exist, you are contradicting this faux intellectualism that you're shouting in our ears. When you continue to exist on the face of the earth,
Greg, has he made a claim?
You're just like you're
yes, he made a claim. He said he doesn't necessarily have to have a shape. That is stupid.
I even said I don't think. That's my opinion.
Sorry, guys. I think the astronomer's back. Can we talk to her instead of arguing?
Hold on before it doesn't have a shape.
Anyway,
too. But anyway, go ahead.
So carry on. You said you have a question. Go
Carry
ahead
on has a question. Yes.
I was just having a question about this fight. So, wait, who was like saying that the table, like someone said something about a table.
That was
the
me.
other guy. Wait, who?
Me, Gregory.
Okay. And then who's like made a remark about the table? Like after that, and then you guys started arguing because I can't figure out who that was.
That was Hitch.
And who's that?
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
God to Earth.
Okay, I was just wondering about that. Were they saying that the table doesn't like? What were they saying about the table? Because I'm just trying to understand.
I'm saying the table does have shape necessarily. It's a physical entity. Like, it's just common sense. If you say it doesn't have shape, then you're literally saying it doesn't exist. If it doesn't have shape, then it's not extending in space, and so it doesn't exist.
No. What? So what do you believe then?
Hey, for the sake of listeners, let's defer.
Like, what do you believe about the table? If
gentlemen, please.
Are you asking me?
Well, honestly, whoever was talking about the table.
I think she's asking Hitchhiker about his response why he doesn't think the table exists or something.
Yeah, that's it.
Yep.
Yeah, nobody was listening the first time. I never said the table didn't have a shape. I never said anything about, honestly, the table. So I'll let Gregory fill the details in. Tell us about the table, Gregory, please.
So he's repeatedly done this because what he's doing right now, he wants to enjoy irritating me or someone else like me with all these stupid cavils, and he hasn't given any honest, logically coherent, and common sense answer to
I
what has been
literally
said.
said,
It's so
I said,
simple.
I don't think it has
He
to have a
thinks
shape.
himself so into
and
as he
that
talks through me
no,
because he
I'm
has
not
to talk through me
intellectual.
because he
No,
has to
like this.
talk through me. You see, this is stupid. You see,
Yeah,
Can I hear?
this stupid faux intellectualism that he's demonstrated today. He acts like he's
This
so
is an
tough-minded and
intellectualism.
so
No, I'm just a human
intellectual.
being that's
It's
talking.
so simple. As he
Are you
continues to
gonna
talk
shut
through
the
me.
fuck up so I can talk? Or you no?
Hey,
Because
guys,
Hello,
when I
moderator.
talk, you can say I'm interrupting you.
So
You see, now he's getting annoyed that he's getting destroyed with his ridiculous nonsense.
Destroyed.
I want to hear the beginning argument. So real quick, what is the positions that you were trying to bring? Hitch. What's the position? Hitch. What is the
I said I don't
dichotomy?
think the Earth necessarily has to have a shape. That it's my opinion that the false dichotomy of the flat versus round Earth is a boring argument. That was
And
my
so I
position.
clearly said, what freaking sense does that make? that is stupid. It's a physical entity. It has extension in space.
I agree.
It has a shape.
Listen, Gregory. Can you expand a little bit, maybe two or three sentences of what does actually mean the dichotomy between flatter and globe? What do you actually mean with a little context? Can you do that, please?
Okay, so like Windows operating system, like the engines on video games, they don't necessarily have shapes, but you can still move around and operate them and sense things in them. Dreams operate the same way. I can smell, taste, touch, hear, and I don't think dreams necessarily have a shape. The environment of the dream may seem to have a shape, but not necessarily.
So he's going to chalk up his empirical experience as being an ideal fiction. He's not actually experiencing objects that objectively exist in space independent of his empirical sense perception faculties, which is also stupid.
Yeah, so he just used. So you're comparing video games and dreams to reality.
You're gonna tell me that it's stupid. You know what I mean? I'm not making any claim. I'm literally just saying it's a possibility.
It's not even a possibility. Supposing that it's a possibility is a claim.
Okay, thanks so much, Gregory. Tell me where I live.
It's ridiculous. He comes into this room with all these ridiculous metaphysical doctrines, and then when someone presses him about it, he gives me all these ridiculous cavils.
No, you're clearly
it's so
a
simple,
faggot, dude. You're seriously you must get off on this whole intellectual bullshit.
Bro, we don't tolerate ridiculous nonsense and knowledge claims that are not argued.
Okay, so tell me what it is, Gregory.
As he continues to talk through me, you see how he continually talks through me, demonstrating he doesn't actually want to rigorously discuss the issue.
I'm not trying to rigorously discuss the issue. Tell me what it is, Gregory. Tell me how I'm wrong.
You see, he just told us that he's not trying to seriously discuss the issue. He's just running his mouth.
Jesus, man.
Can we talk to the astronomer? You guys are never going to agree on anything.
We need to stop, stop letting people like him just run his mouth. He's obviously not seriously discussing the issue.
Make sure that Gregory gets airtime because he's a serious intellectual here.
The only reason he's getting petulant is because he's getting pressed. That's why.
Pressed on what, dude? Let's talk to the astronomer. I don't care.
Do you have any more questions? Do you get their points? Or I think Gregory is saying that there is an objective experience in reality that we're having, and Hitch is saying that it's almost like a video game, like a dream that we're actually experiencing.
Let me completely say what I'm saying to carry on, because this dude, this faux intellectual, keeps talking through me. It's so simple. In every common human experience, you have empirical sensations of objective concrete entities, which includes necessarily the Earth. The Earth is a physical object. If it's a physical object, it necessarily has a shape, having an extension in space, which includes the geometric property of flatness or curvedness. It's an absolute dichotomy of whether a shape has a flat surface or a surface that is not flat, thus curving. It's not that hard.
Well, maybe it is for me. I'm kind of dumb.
Well, not in the sense like for you trying to understand what this controversy about. In the sense that once you sweep away all the obscurantism and all this other faux intellectual cavilling and bickering, it's so simple. Like you're sitting somewhere or standing somewhere right now. Like you're sitting in a chair or you're standing on against the wall or whatever. The object has a shape. Good Lord.
Yeah, it makes sense. I don't know. I don't know what the fight was about. How did it all? Well, now you know what? It's off topic. Never mind.
Yeah, let's move on.
You have another question, Carry On, Major? You have another question?
Well, I mean, honestly, I'm just here to kind of understand like your perspectives on things, because you know, I'm always up for a new way of thinking. So you know.
So earlier, before you left, we were speaking for a short period, and you said you did astronomy and you do observations of the luminaries, right?
Well, I'm taking
And-
astronomy right now, so and you get to observe planets too. So that's what I do.
Yeah, and you mentioned that they were talking about the difference of gravity between the Earth and the heavenly bodies, the luminaries, and that I was trying to tell you that everybody can observe the phenomena, right? The lights in the sky, the luminaries. But the thing that came up while you were taking the class is that some people were making some conclusions about the distances, the sizes of these places, and having some conclusions and ideas of what those things are in the sky. And even though they haven't been there, right? Will you agree that these people haven't been there, but they're making some conclusions about the
Yeah.
things they're observing in the sky?
Definitely.
And that might be some flawed conclusion, because if you haven't been there, you may be able to make some ideas in the mind, but you can't verify that about what.
I mean, true, but I think most of their what they believe in comes from NASA. Like that's where they get their information.
So you, as an astronomer, what do you think you're looking at when you look up there?
I'm not an astronomer. I'm just taking a class in astronomy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but so you use telescopes and things, do you?
Yes.
Do you think they're physical? Do you think they're spheres? Or do you just think they're lights, or you don't know what they are?
I think they're planets, and I think they're round because that's what I can see, you know? And I can see, the shadows, so that's what makes me believe that they're round. But, you know.
You see shadows?
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're looking at the moon, if you're looking at, the different stages of the moon, and you can see that in different planets, too, but you have to have a pretty good, not microscope.
Telescope.
Yeah, telescope.
My next question is, can you see 3D in a telescope?
Depends on which one I use, but basically you can sometimes. I mean, you can't see the whole planet. You just see the front part.
I thought when you were using an optical, one lens that you can't see in 3D, you can only see in 2D.
Well, yeah, because you're just looking at where the sun reflects off of it.
So, are you saying you see a 3D planet, or?
I guess you're just looking at one of the sides of it.
So it's a circle,
Yeah.
not really a sphere.
Yeah.
Are you looking at the live stream voice text? The live stream voice text, Major?
Wait, say that again?
There is a text channel in relation to the VC channel. It's right above the VC channel. It's called live stream voice text. Some people posting things in relation to the conversation.
Wait, what's on it?
If you want to look through the information, some people are gonna eventually post things about the topics that are touched. It might be a good thing to look at, maybe if you can. Just letting you know. Go ahead.
Thank you. I really don't know how to work Discord, so I can't really. Like, I don't know where to look for that kind of stuff. Like, in a.
Are you on mobile or PC?
I'm on mobile right now. I was gonna switch to my computer, but I
Yeah,
decided
no,
not.
I'll tell you how to use mobile's good. A lot of people don't like it, but if you go back to the our channel or back to the main menu, where you go into live stream, the line above that's called live stream voice text. Just click on that.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, and then just press the arrow at the bottom, and it'll take you to the most recent post.
Oh, thank you.
There you go.
Yep.
Go ahead, someone. I just wanted to know about the round and the spherical out of telescopes, but I'm driving, so if someone else wants to talk.
I do actually have a few more questions, like personal questions for you guys about this.
Go ahead.
So are any of you like religious, like have like religious beliefs, like Christian, Muslim, whatever?
All types.
Okay.
There's many people that have different cosmologies of creation and scriptural knowledge. So yeah,
but that's not why we all believe. That's not why we all know the Earth's flat, though.
But that's not how we. I mean, there is knowledge there, a lot of knowledge, and so people can speak to you about it. If maybe you guys want to go into some specifics to answer her question, but the globe itself has been falsified in many ways, and that's kind of what people concentrate in here a little more. But yeah, scripture and let's say Christian, Muslim people are there in this server. Yes, there's people from those walks of life in the server.
I was only wondering that because in my astronomy class, there's this girl who, well, it's a Christian-based group, so which is kind of weird. It's different, and I was just wondering if like that was the same case for you, because I don't always believe what someone's saying because I'm always afraid it's impacted by someone's religion. So say like a bunch of the science that's made by Christian groups, because I'm more versed in what Christians have to do because that's my past, but Christian groups, they change their science, so that's what makes me question things too.
So the non-Christian scientists.
A valid question to raise, and I am a disciple of Lord Yahushua, Jesus. I believe the Bible is God-breathed, holy scripture. And when you make that point about this girl that you mentioned in your classroom, not only is that true about her and her group, but it's also true about everyone, including the atheist. See, what is one of the many false dogmas that academia is in the habit of teaching is that if you're a theist, which is what most people mean by religion is not only theism, it's a false conception, but if you're a theist, then your perception is warped and you have a quote-unquote bias. But the fact of the matter is that applies to both the theist and theist. That applies to both basic general categories concerning the theological question. And so as the university teaches their worldview, which includes their doctrine of the stars, the heavenly bodies, the celestial bodies, the heavens, astronomy, astrology, astronomy, and the doctrine about the earth, geology, and the doctrine about humans, anthropology, and the doctrine about life, living creatures in general, biology, etc., etc., as they teach their worldview, they are also teaching from their position, which is quote-unquote biased, over against the other positions, the other worldviews, the other philosophies that they don't subscribe to. So it's not a matter of whether you do or don't have a bias. It's simply a matter of everyone has a bias, and what is that bias? And is that bias just, valid, and true?
Well, yeah, I guess that makes sense. I don't know. I have a hard time trusting people when they have a bias, but I guess that makes sense. Everyone does have a bias.
You see, and the trick is not to be, finicky about, oh, you have a bias, oh, you have a bias. No, that's not the trick. The trick is, okay, everyone has a bias. Now I need to simply go out of my way and persevere to identify the bias or biases and take that into account when evaluating the position.
So why do you think that we're flat earthers?
Wait. Do you think there's something wrong with having a bias?
Not exactly, but I feel like biases can cause you to be blindsided and not take in other people's views. But that doesn't always happen.
You'll see that from Glovers a lot, especially.
Go for it. Go ahead. Yeah.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Carry on what you just mentioned. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's all right. I was just going to ask why she thinks that we're all here and why we think the Earth is flat.
Well, before that, I wanted to mention that she mentioned that the people in her class believe what NASA says, and that will be a bias and a belief because they haven't verified what NASA told them the observations they're doing, looking at the luminaries, actually is. NASA has a stand on it, and they have claims about it. And you looking at the stars and thinking that those things are what NASA says, that's a belief. You understand, Major?
Yeah.
Yeah. What I was going to say earlier is that, carry on, what you identified is more specifically when someone has whatever biases that they have, and they refuse to critically consider what I call critically consider the alternative that which is contrary to their position. That is bigotry. Bigotry simply meaning that they refuse to critically consider the alternative and scrutinize themselves.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a really good point.
Well, there you go. Exactly.
Logicians call it the invincible ignorance fallacy. Now, the invincible ignorance fallacy is manifest. It becomes apparent when in the debate and you give whatever quantity and quality of arguments to the opponent. I'll call the opponent person B. And person B, no matter what you say, how you say it, how many times you say it, and the quality of your argument, they just won't accept anything. They won't even consider it. They won't even listen to it. They won't even hear it. That's just being invincibly ignorant. That's what logicians call the invincible ignorance fallacy.
Opposed to
these are things to watch out for.
Opposed to all evidence to the contrary.
So I am a disciple of Lord Yahushua. I subscribe to his word, his doctrine about his world, and I don't believe anything contrary to it. But I will remain critically considerate of what the opponent is saying that has a contrary position from the word of the Lord in the Bible. You see, shunning bigotry, shunning the invincible ignorance fallacy.
So, yeah, I have a question, and this might be off topic, and you can go back to guys what you were talking about. But if a few of you could answer, where did you learn about flat Earth, and like what made you really decide that that was what you believed in?
I learned it primarily via YouTube. And then, of course, before YouTube, just your everyday human experience.
Not bad. Just wondering.
But the thing about the term flat Earth is that that's just a term as a description, a descriptor. It's not what the whole construct of this reality that we're in, including the observations of the luminaries, Flat Earth is describing the surface. It's not
Yes.
the complete construct. So in this construct, in this environment that we're in, we do a lot more things than flat Earth. Flat Earth is a starting point that you.
That's one of the details of the whole cosmos overall.
Yeah.
So flat Earth is referring, like he just said, flat Earth, quote unquote, is referring specifically to the geometric property of the surface of the concrete entity, the physical entity you and I have always lived upon. Not including, and then you start talking about other things in the cosmos.
Like the waters that the Earth is in, and the heavens where the Earth is below.
Also, so I know that there's like other things that go into flat Earth. It's not just the thought of flat Earth or belief of flat Earth. But do you guys believe that other planets are flat, or like all other planets are flat?
I believe the so-called planets, the word planet coming from the Greek planastai, meaning wanderer, wandering stars. And so the wandering stars, aka the planets, are not humongous balls of solid liquid or gas flying around in a vacuum at unfathomable speeds, but rather they are one of the many lights, one of the many stars within the solid firmament that sits upon the face of the earth, containing the gas that is within the world.
Oh, wait. I've never heard that before. You're going to have to explain that to me. So, are you saying that those planets are part of Earth?
They're part of Earth in the way that they're for signs and for seasons. They move in a particular direction and patterns, so that we can. That's what the calendars are built off of.
Yeah, the stars are in the firmament. As you read the Holy Scriptures, the Lord set the sun, moon, and stars in the firmament. The rakia, the stereoma.
Earth isn't a planet. It has nothing to do with the wandering lights called planets.
Yeah,
right. The Earth is not a planet. It's not a wandering star.
Yeah, Earth is stationary and not moving anywhere. It's the only place that really exists. Earth.
That is a new concept to me. It's going to take a second.
That's cool.
Yeah. When you take your astronomy class, perhaps, but I don't know, but perhaps they may or may not mention the history of astronomy. Have they mentioned this at all yet?
No, it's actually, they have not.
Yeah, so what I just articulated is the more ancient and historical common understanding of the stars and the heavens in general that the majority of the nations throughout history have held in common. The doctrine that you are being taught in academia in the ancient past, in late antiquity, that's to say the 1st century to the 5th century, and then up to the present time, it was very rare and niche. In the modern era, that is to say the 16th century to the present time, it became more common. And the academic term to refer to the cosmic paradigm that you and I have been raised with, and that you're specifically being taught in your classes now, it's called cosmic pluralism. Cosmic pluralism. And it began in classical antiquity, probably even before perhaps, but at least in classical antiquity, especially, given, Western educational history, good old Greece, good old ancient Grecian philosophers. And so cosmic pluralism began to develop rather slowly through the ages up to the present time. In the modern era, it has become not just common, but the dominant paradigm. So that's what you're being taught. You're being taught the the pluralistic cosmic vacuum with all the balls flying around in a godless vacuum.
Okay, so that's really cool what you just said, because when you were talking about history, I know what history that is actually because I've learned that a long time ago. But so you're saying that your beliefs are from like or not your beliefs exactly, but like a basis is from like the 1600s where or whatever when they believed that the planet or like everyone believed that the planet was flat and the center of the basically orbit of all the other planets or the center of the universe.
Millennia ago, not the 16th century. Millennia
I
ago.
didn't really know. I was just giving out a number. Yeah, so you're saying that like we don't move and I guess I'm getting it confused because planets don't move, but in your belief, do they move?
All the stars move. They orbit in their prescribed orbit patterns. The wandering stars, they don't move in the fixed orbit circles that that the rest usually move in. They wander. They have a much different travel path, which had led so many humans, only the God knows how many, astray into idolizing them and worshiping them and contriving all these various false doctrines related to them.
Okay, I do have a question, and I'm not trying to be like mean or anything. Not really. It's just more of like how do you prove that against this? Like, so when our axis, if you're looking at it through the view of a globe, how our axis moves and how sunlight moves. How would you explain that?
So what we have is the same empirical data. You and I having the same cosmos that we've experienced all our lives. And so we have various knowledge. You may have more knowledge, I may have more knowledge or less knowledge, whatever what have you. Whatever quantity of knowledge you and I have about the cosmos, we're experiencing the same cosmos. Right? The same Earth and the same phenomena of motion throughout all our entire lives. What the difference is the, please bear with me, the a priori theory, which we believe corresponds to our experience. The reason I say that is because very frequently the globalist, as we call them, does not appreciate that. And so they have a theory, they have a paradigm, if you consider the work of Dr. Thomas Kuhn, who authored the classic The Structure of Scientific Revolutions. He explains this. People call it the Kuhn cycle. And when he explains in the Kuhn cycle is that you have normal science, and then you have the anomalies, and then you have a crisis, and then you have a paradigm shift, and now you're back at the beginning of the circle again, back in normal science. And so there are at least two different paradigms competing against one another that is arguing that their paradigm does really correspond to the empirical experience that we have and the other doesn't. And so as you ask the specific question concerning this, what we observe is the stars moving, right? You see, remember me explaining earlier, turn off the bias? So what happens now is that we have to turn off the bias of the cosmic paradigm we've been taught, and we have to step back and just really go back to square one. Here you and I are existing. What we see, what we empirically experience, is that we don't empirically sense us moving, but should we be standing still, of course, and that the Earth is not moving, and that the stars, should we be staring at them long enough, are moving, and that if you observe them long enough, you see that some orbit paths are longer, bigger than others, and some stars don't move at all; they just stay in one position. And they're orbiting around what seems to be around this star in its center position, which is not moving. And so that includes both the stars and the sun. The sun, what we see, is a light source, a humongous, brilliant light source. We don't know how big it is. We don't know how far away it is. but it's very bright. And sometimes when it moves through the sky, it moves far away enough from us that the cosmos grows dimmer unto nighttime. That's what we observe.
Okay. Okay, I'm really trying to think about this. Yeah. I mean, I see what you're getting at, but I'm just still confused about about the part where the planets are part of Earth. It just confuses me.
The claw is part of Earth. This is, you might, bear with me paying attention to our words. The stars are a part of Earth in the sense that because the firmament is connected to the Earth, right? The firmament is connected to the Earth. The stars are in the firmament. So to make it clear, rather than, that kind of muddied language, I didn't say that the stars are a part of the Earth, like the stars, until further prophecy is fulfilled, are not touching the Earth. I touch the Earth, the stars are not there in the heavens, in the Rakia, in the firmament.
Can I butt in for a bit? Just quickly?
No, you have to speak. Go ahead.
Thank you. While much of what Gregory said, I would concur with. Not entirely, completely, like some of the way I would describe it, or maybe some less fundamental aspects of it, I would not agree with, or my view or opinion of it would be a little different. So I just wanted you to be clear on that, in case you're like doing some sort of essay or something, you're taking notes on this, that you don't commit the stereotype fallacy and say, based on what Gregory said, this is what all flat earthers think. You know what I mean? And just with the planet thing, it's just the idea that planets are this thing like what we are on, that you can go to, that they're another world, that they're not another Earth. There's no other Earth. There's nowhere else you can go that would resemble this place where we are right now. And I would describe it as not being in a place, but as being the place. And that's where I probably differ a bit with Gregory as well, where he would say that this is an object. And it is taking up space, right? But I wouldn't necessarily lend credence to the idea that it's embedded in a larger space of any kind. I see it as part of the entire thing, the entire reality that I'm experiencing. It's integrated into that. Like it's not a separate part of anything. It's part of the same one whole system that I'm experiencing. It's not separate entity. It's part of the entity.
But given the way you said that doesn't actually conflict or contradict me.
Right.
Yeah, it kind of goes along with what he was saying. It might have a few different tweaks to it, but it's in the same flow-ish. And also, I'm not writing a paper. I would not put that much effort into a paper.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. As for shape and that, I don't know. There are infinite planar flat earthers that think that it could be an infinite plane. And there are other people that subscribe to a kind of a shape, based on biblical cosmology or maybe some other ancient form of cosmological view. But I don't want to subscribe to that because I can't verify it. I can't test it. I would have to say that is a belief. It would be a speculation or a belief or I'm taking something on faith.
My objection to that would be empirical experience of everything is not required to justify the concluding premise that the Earth is a finite object extending in space. The only thing we really need is to establish the the coherency of the two suppositions. Now, people get irritated and petulant when someone like me starts talking about these things, but that's an instance where people are becoming inconsistent, because these same persons will rigorously discuss whether the face of the earth is spherical or flat, but then when it concerns the subject matter of is the entity, which is the earth, infinite in its size or finite in its size, then they want to throw up their hands and I'm just being pedantic and and all this other stuff here and all this cavilling. But if we really seriously are trying to discuss anything and everything for the sake of knowing the truth for our well-being, the supposition that any concrete entity, including the earth, has infinite size is absurd. Why? Because does that make any geometric sense? Can you conceive and make sense of that supposition? So suppose that this object that we're standing on is infinitely occupying space. Well, there's some implications with this. That would imply that there is an infinite amount of space so that this thing could exist with an infinite shape. And if there is an infinite amount of space to make space for this infinitely sized shape, then, for instance, the gas would have an infinite amount of space to go expand in. And therefore there will be no pressure. And if there's no pressure, we'd suffocate to death.
Yeah,
Because there's
that's unless. Sorry, that'd be unless there's a specific section of it enclosed. I just wanted to throw that in.
Well, there you go. There's that. And so, if notwithstanding a specific section being enclosed there, that would imply there'd be an infinite amount of space for the gas to expand into, and so the gas would just continually escape from us, and we all suffocate to death. So there's an implication. That an implication is false, therefore that premise is false. That which implies falsehood is false. But then again, notwithstanding such an implication, the supposition itself is geometrically absurd. Because anything that exists has shape. Something that is supposedly infinite in its shape has no shape. If it has no shape, then it doesn't exist.
Yeah, I get where you come from. I'm not subscribing to any particular view on like the entirety of the realm. I don't know. I can't say. And if it could have finite shape to the point where it's not definable, as it doesn't have symmetry, or like a lake or a cloud.
Yeah, sure. What I just articulated was a reduced to absurdity argument against one of the two logically possible positions in this absolute dichotomy, which then makes this a deductive argument demonstrating that the Earth being finite, any physical entity is finite in its shape, doesn't have infinite shape. It's a geometrically absurd supposition. Now, secondly, this is not commonly accepted. Nevertheless, it's still valid, just and true. We are all aware that we're not omniscient, which includes we don't even have the ability to experience everything. And so, given that we can't experience everything, there is some knowledge, including the vast majority of empirical knowledge, that is not accessible to us. We don't have it, and we can't get it. But what better source of knowledge than an omniscient person? And so the omniscient person would know all these things and would know best. And especially if this omniscient person reveals information that we do not have, and especially could not have otherwise, there's no better source of information. That gets into a highly inflammatory controversy about the ultimate. It should be had, Persons like me want to have it. Some don't. And they make that choice to their peril. But the reason my subscription to the concluding premise, not just concerning the shape of the earth, not just concerning the fact that it's a finite physical object, but all these other details about the cosmos, is justified by the revelation from the omniscient creator of the whole cosmos and all the inhabitants therein, as he has recorded it in the Bible. That's called, now this is a real category in philosophy, specifically epistemology. Some people are strictly empiricism in their epistemology. Some people are strictly idealism in their epistemology. Some people are strictly nihilistic or skeptical in their epistemology. Skepticism, nihilism. You can't know, you don't know. There is no value at all. Some people are revelational or transcendental in their epistemology. Revelation epistemology, transcendental epistemology. There is knowledge being revealed to us from an omniscient and infallible source. You see, that makes knowledge possible at all, and that is, there's no better adequate source of information.
Well, this has been one of the coolest nights I've had, I'll be honest. I don't know, it's so weird talking to people, like, I'm surrounded by all the same like-minded people, so it's or not even like-minded, or just around the same people. So it's interesting talking to people who, you know, don't believe in the same thing.
And I agree with you. And what I've contrived is this. I call it, I'm going to type it in the chat. I call it the trichotomy of the consequences of conflict. The what? Trichotomy, 3 options, right? Consequences, the effects of conflict. What are you talking about? When you or I or any persons conflict in any way, it's going to manifest one of 3 logically possible consequences. Either we'll debate unto the truth, and then accept and acknowledge and adhere to the truth, thus ending the conflict, no more conflict. Or we will conflict until all parties involved in the conflict are annihilated, or all are annihilated except one left standing, and then that's the end of the conflict. Or we're just going to conflict forevermore. Now, out of the 3, which is the best option for everyone involved?
Probably the one with the least conflict.
Like the first one, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so there's that. So we have our answer as to what is the best course of action for anyone involved in the conflict of any kind, be it a conflict of words or a conflict of action or a conflict of any kind.
Just listen, honestly.
So that's what I call the trichotomy of the consequences of conflict. And so given that, you have heard me demonstrate which option I prefer, and not only which option I prefer, which option I should do, and not only I, but all humans should do for their sake.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I just came here to see what everyone's, opinion was.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I you stuck around and
I didn't really have anything to add besides that. Just besides my few questions.
Thank you.
Hey, are there any mods here who could give me like roles and stuff for the server?
Jimsy.
Who's asking?
Oh, it's Cat and Bag.
How can we help you, Cat and in Bag? How can we help you?
Oh, I wanted to get like roles and stuff for the server, because it's a legitimate server, and yeah, I'm gonna stay.
What were you like admin, moderator, something like that?
I mean, like permission, so I can go in there with voice chat or
I'll give you voice verified. Since you spoke, you'll be able to mute and unmute your mic whenever you like.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And are you interested in the topic of the server, or you have any questions?
No, you can give me a flat earther role if you want. Yeah, I can answer any questions on flat Earth if anybody has any questions.
How did you become a flat earther?
In February of 2018, I was going through some like political videos on YouTube, whatever, and it was before they censored everything big time, you know. And there was a video from a political commentator. The guy was Stephen Molyneux, and the guy had a video up, and it said the flat Earth debate ... Yes, really. And the guy had like some sort of a high school kid or somebody on the on the interview, and they went through, and then I started researching it myself. And I found like Eric Dubé's channel and Eifers and all the legitimate resources, you know.
What will be like maybe the three main reasons that you know that this is not a spinning globe going through the vacuum of space? What will be the main three reasons?
Well, I know that everything government puts out is bullshit. I found out because I went, I started with like the live stream for the ISS, etc. I went through and I went through all the compilations, everything, and everybody posted all the fakes and bubbles in space and all the rest of the shit. And then second reason was all the bullshit that I was taught in school was absolute bullshit. Like how they teach you the ship disappears over the curve. That took about half an hour to find out it's not the case, and it kept going from there. So
what about 1 + 1 is 2, and green is green, blue is blue? Is that BS too?
What do you mean?
Like when someone say everything is a lie, everything is bullshit, is that an actual statement? Is that like truth? I mean, when you woke up today and you open your eyes and you did whatever you did today, that has to be truth. You made it here.
Right.
So not everything is a lie, right? Not everything is BS.
Right.
Before you continue what Jim did, it was a very minor critique, and people are in the habit of doing this. People exaggerate, but it demonstrates that the average person, is in the habit of not being precise with their language. And because people are not in the habit of being precise with their language, that fosters a lot of conflict, which is why you need to deliberately speak. The way I'm speaking now is deliberate. It's deliberately precise and calculated to be as specific and understandable as possible, to eliminate any confusion and any error.
Well, yeah, I mean, you went a little bit like esoteric, on the girl who's asking some basic questions, but yeah, I get it. Yeah, I mean, it's I think the answer she was looking for was something more like something more basic, man.
He said esoteric. That's hilarious.
I think it was overkill. It's just very articulate and well spoken and concise and yeah, and educated.
All right. So besides the government line about the shape of the Earth, I think that's what you meant when you said one of the reasons that you know it's not a spinning globe. What else?
Well, you know, every everyday experience confirms that it's flat and motionless. Of course, pilots don't dip down to adjust for curve. You know, basically everything that they teach you is just a reverse engineered damage control explanation for what's already here. So they, from the time you're a kid, they just try to teach you that no, you can't trust your senses, and um, you know,
Let me interrupt for a moment and just continue after I say this little thing to carry on, Major. Carry on, Major.
Yeah.
Look in the live stream voice text.
Okie dokie. Okay, yeah.
It's in the description and it's in the about section of his YouTube channel. This will be an excellent video that will edify you and then educate you about this movement, this intellectual movement in the world overall, actually, I should say, in general, not just the United States. And he is a doctoral graduate, an anthropologist, and he's explaining the anthropological aspect, that is to say, the history and the basic features, the basic attributes of this movement, and the basic premises that is commonly held by most persons involved in this movement.
Okay, so just a basic, get started video? Because that would be helpful.
This, it would be one of them.
Okay, that's helpful, thank you.
My pleasure. Because academia is aware of these things. They're aware of this whole cosmological controversy and that people are having a drastic paradigm shift, like the great Dr. Thomas Kuhn taught about, to the point that they're not even subscribing to the basic doctrines that they say about the surface of the earth, let alone what they say about the heavens. And so, go ahead. The gentleman that was talking, cat in the bag. There you go.
So, cat in the bag. You mentioned your experience and your senses. Cat in the bag. I just wanted to address Mayor real quick. Mayor, did you hear what cat in the bag said? I mean, he joined the server, and he kind of, in a way, agreed that he came to the conclusion that the Earth is not a spinning globe. Are you surprised by something like that? That people are coming to this conclusion?
No, I don't think it's strange. I mean, there's different. Like on YouTube, there's different genres, and that can help you get into an idea that would make you believe whatever. Like, some people believe they shouldn't put primer on before makeup, and others believe they should. So, I don't think it's a crazy idea.
So he mentioned the senses, right? Based on your own experience, your senses are telling you, is the ground that you're standing on moving? Can you answer that question? Do you feel movement, actual movement of the ground that you're standing? Are your sensors dictating or pointing to you that the ground you're standing on is moving or motionless?
Moving. Or, motionless. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. So your sensors are basically telling you the ground is motionless. And if it starts moving, you'll sense it. You'll feel it, right?
Yeah, well, that's a good point.
It is. And then you can observe with your eyes, another of your sensory system, your eyes, your vision. You will look like almost like a level, horizontal, flat plane. When you look to the horizon, you'll never with your eyes see the curvature of the globe that they claim. Have you ever seen the curvature with your eyes, with your vision?
I don't know. When I look at the horizon, I do like I can understand how there would be a curve. So, you know,
Do you see it like the horizon, the horizontal? Does
I
that
don't
mean
know.
curve
When I
horizontal
say
or?
when I see something like that, like when you're looking at the horizon, you can see that it like you can't see past it, like because the Earth is curving, like you know. I guess
So
it's kind of
when
hard
you
to.
look at the horizon, based on the globe, the 3,959 miles um, radius of this globe, that means that if you're 5 feet or let's say almost 6 feet, you'll be looking what the curve is starting where maybe at 6 miles or 5 miles from the observer. When you're
I
looking
would
through the
say
water, you're saying that the curvature is what, almost 6 miles?
no. I would say further than that. Well, from my perspective, it seems like it starts really far away when you start being able to
And
like not see behind something. But
and I
that's
agree with you because you can go to the beach and you can look left and right and you'll see 15, 20 miles to the left. You go to the right and you see another 15 or 20 miles. And then you look forward and you can see lighthouses 10, 15 miles or other known geological locations at the sea that you can verify their distances. And you can see ship vessels 20, 30 miles away, and even land masses beyond that. And I agree, you do see further than the 3 miles that I'm telling you. The issue that you're having is that the globe that is being claimed has a certain geometry and it has a specific rate of drop over distance. And the long distance observations will point out to your vision that you're not seeing the curvature. Many Glovers will tell you you don't see the curvature. You actually, when you look at the horizon and you see long distances, you're not seeing the curvature. You can see it. You're not supposed to see it from that point of view.
well, I guess I can't say I have the perfect or not standpoint, but the perfect experience with that because I've always been around hills, and even when I've been like not around hills, it's still kind of hard.
Okay. So you haven't seen the curvature.
I haven't seen the curves. I haven't seen like the curvature of the Earth side, or looking at it sideways. Not even sideways, but I don't know how to explain it. But when you're looking at it straightforward, you can see that there's like it cuts off basically.
Yeah, that's the your perception, right? If you're holding a book on your hand and you can read it, but then
I know what
you
you mean by that, but
yeah,
I don't know how to explain
you
it.
have a certain termination line where your vision, the ground kind of merges in perspective with the sky, and there's gonna be a point where you cannot resolve the image or the object at a certain distance.
Like take train tracks. If you look at train tracks, they look like it merges or it cuts off, but they continue on, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing. So when you're looking at the Earth, it's instead of saying it's being, in front of your face going inwards, it's from top to bottom instead of from left and right in. Like if you stand in a hallway, it seems to actually converge in. I mean, if you stand in a really long hallway, like in a school, it kind of looks like it shrinks into practically nothingness if you have a big school. I'm not sure.
Right. So he's saying that your perspective is that you see in a triangle basically. So if you're standing on a street and all the street lights, let's say all the street lights are exactly 20 feet above you. So if you're standing below a light the light, which is 20 foot high, you look up and the light is directly above you. The next light down on the street, it's slightly lower. So if you look down a street with, let's say, 100 street lamps, each light will look progressively lower until it converges at the limit of your perspective. As far out as you can see, the lights dip down until they go into the ground, right? So it's the same thing with the sun moving overhead. When the sun passes over your head, directly at noon, it's directly above you. And as it goes further and away from you, it appears to dip and sink into the horizon. And the example he used on the beach, if you're standing on the beach and you look straight out and you see the ship disappear from the bottom up, that's just disappearing due to your perspective. Because if you're standing on the beach and you look as far as you can see to the left, and then you look to the right, as far as you can see to the right, that's double the distance that you can see out onto the water. Does that make sense? But there's no curve from the furthest point you can see to your left to the furthest point you can see to your right. So what's happening with a ship disappearing from the bottom up is that it's just leaving your perspective. If you have better optics, like a telescope or a camera, you can just zoom in and you'll bring the entire ship back into focus. Meaning a ship that seems to disappear over the quote-unquote curve, it's actually just leaving your perspective. And as soon as you have better optics, you can pull the whole ship back into view, proving that it's not disappearing over a curved body of water. It's just leaving, your perspective.
Okay. Now that I think about it that way, I see what you mean. But say that, well, I mean, if you think about it, if we're thinking about it the globe way, the Earth is a bit massive, if it was flat or not. But the Earth is massive, and even if, like, a ship, if you couldn't see it, like, let's say 30 miles, you want to say 30 miles out, even if it was like 100 miles out and you had a great set of binoculars or whatever, it wouldn't be able to curve yet because everything is so big.
Do you know how big it is? The claim, because remember, there is a claim, because there is the observations that we can do. We can see things very, very far away. I agree with you 100%. Everybody knows that. But the claim on the table is that this Earth is a ball with certain dimensions, specifically the radius of it. Can you Google it? The radius of the globe Earth?
Yeah. Wait,
What is
not.
it?
Wait 1 second.
The radius?
Oh, wait 1 second. I got it. I didn't know. Okay. 395 or 3,958 miles.
Yeah. So with that, now you can look at a curve Earth calculator. Type that curve Earth's curvature calculator, and you might be able to see images of what the geometry of the globe requires to work. And one of the foundations of the globe is the radius, because it's the center of the ball, the middle of the ball, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when that is applied in a mathematical formula to determine the distance where the ground or the waters, because the waters is big surfaces of the earth, right? Of the ball, of the globe, waters on the surface. Like a big percentage of the surface of the earth is water, right? Major?
I know that the water is a big portion of Earth.
Yeah, so we can go to the bodies of water and test for the geometry of the ball. You know geometry, right? So the claim is that the radius is 3,958 miles. If you put that to the Earth's calculator, the curve calculator, you will get roughly 8 inches per mile square. This is a rate of drop that you will be having because of the distance, the geometry of the sphere of the ball, right? So it'll be dropping away from you if it was a ball, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So then we can test that with observations. You do mirrors at shores. We can do lasers, radars, radio communications. And when we test and look for this radius, in reality, it's nowhere to be found. Anywhere you look for it, it's not in reality. You can't find it in reality. It's not used for anything in reality. Unless you're talking about the globe and making mathematical equations about the globe, then you can throw it on that globe or making some pre-assumptions about certain things. Then you use the radius. But when you test it and look for it in reality, it's nowhere to be found. There's many examples. So the radius has been falsified. There is no radius of the globe. You get it, Mayor?
Well, I mean, I'm trying to process it as you speak because it's all new to me. But
Yeah, I get it.
I do want to ask, how do you explain gravity in the sense of, because if you believe in the round Earth, you believe that there's an iron core, and then you believe that all other planets have an iron core, and the density of an iron, I guess the density of the iron core, or how much there would be, relates to how much gravity, or at least that's what I was told.
How far in miles is the iron core? How far? Can you Google it? You can Google it.
Yeah, I guess so. 1 second.
Yeah.
The radius of it is 122, or actually that's kilometers, 758 miles.
So, how deep of a hole how deep into the earth you have to be to reach the iron core?
Pretty far. I would have to look.
Yeah, let me see. So you see, instead of looking for that, let me see. Iron core. Look for the deepest. What is the name, guys? The borehole is the deepest hole ever dug
Russian
by.
ultra deep, yeah.
Yeah, look for the Russian ultra deep borehole. Can you find it?
Right. So you can Google distance to Earth's core, okay? And it'll tell you that it's 1,802 miles deep, right? Then you can search for let's say
the deepest hole ever dug by any man. It's about 7 miles. You hear that, Major? About 7 miles.
And
so
that's
how? Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that that was because they couldn't go any deeper because it was so hot.
So, how can they verify thousands of miles and claim that something is made out of something when they were wrong in the distances they can dig, the makeup of under the earth. They will run about everything, and then they tell you, "Hey, we only dug 7 miles, but if you go deeper, deeper, deeper than that, thousands of miles deeper, this is what's at those distances." Without any evidence, just believe.
I would I would assume it was because measuring the radius of Earth, and then and then you can find the what's it called? Straight through the circle.
But you pre-assume, you see the fallacy that you're committing? You're pre-assuming it's a globe without proving it's a globe. Yeah, you're saying measuring the radius of the globe, even though you don't have any curvature anywhere you can go on Earth.
Well, I mean, that's still my standpoint. I'm not trying to change my view, but I'm trying to understand if I have the wrong view,
I think you're doing.
Yeah, because this is what I'm trying to point out to you. The foundational claims of the globe, when you search the globe Earth, you see this cartoon, and this cartoon has a specific claims of sizes and dimensions, and it will tell you that to the center of it is 3,959 miles, right? And the core thing, the iron core thing, comes with that baggage of the claim that where you're standing, it's curving at a certain ratio to make the ball of the claim, right? But when you test for it, when anybody tests in reality for this curvature, it's nowhere to be found. So it's not there. It's not nowhere in reality. So then saying, but in the middle of the ball, assuming it is a ball, you see the fallacy?
So we don't give the Earth any sort of like identity in that way, right?
I mean, if someone claims it is a ball, right? But then when we test for the dimensions of this ball, because the ball is very specific, the globe Earth has certain dimensions, and that can be tested to see if it's real or it's not. But by many tests, long distance observations, lasers, radars, it can be demonstrated and falsified. The radius of the Earth, the 3,958 miles, has been falsified.
Yeah. I just meant whenever we were specifically talking about her, calling it a certain thing, it's kind of hard to, I guess, go as deep as that when you're doing a surface argument. But go on, carry on. I'm listening. Thank you.
It's all good. So you see the point, Major?
Yeah, I do. I was just, that's my standpoint for now. But I don't know. That's what I was brought up believing, and I might be wrong. That's why I'm here.
It's okay. Yeah, that's okay.
That's great. Yeah, I encourage you to look into different topics. In this server, we have many channels. If you scroll down in the server, I'm gonna tag you with a few channels. Let me see what is this, Major.
Sometimes it's hard to get through them all the time. So I'll come in here every week and kind of look at the new stuff. Because I'm kind of where you're at too. So that's what I usually do. I'll never be able to just decide one day it was, So you're in good company.
Well, I'm glad I'm not the only one.
Yeah, I know. It feels like that at first. It does because everybody, comes in here to be mean a lot of the time to these people, and they're so nice. They're just trying to, educate what they know. And
definitely. And from what I've seen, for the most part, everyone's been super nice. So that's why I've kind of stuck around.
Yeah, me too. Me too. It's a good community.
It really is. And what I appreciate is that no one's shutting me down for not off the bat believing it.
Well, yeah, I mean, when I first came in here, they had asked me what I was, and I said, I don't know. I mean, what have I been told my whole life? Y'all know. What are y'all telling me? Y'all know. So, I mean, this is You're kind of like you got a kindergartner right here. Like, you don't have to try and persuade me one way or the other. The facts are facts. So it's just wrapping your head around that because it's like a fundamental change in your belief system.
Exactly.
And I'm not prepared for that, because it is a huge. So while I may see it and think, there may be something to this, I'm still a little bit apprehensive, I'd say.
It's more about being able to tell where the lies lay because, most of your experience in your day to day is factual. I don't think everybody's around you trying to lie to you. Not everything is a lie. You accomplish whatever you're trying to do in your day to day, but there's fundamentals that have to be in place for us to be able to do anything, right? And then there is a certain group of people that have vast resources, vast manpower, and they're making certain claims about reality. And many times, this wouldn't be the first time that we know, many of these agencies have lied to the public about many topics, many things. And the shape of the earth is one of the biggest topics because the foundations of this place have been kind of taken into like in a hostage situation, and they're claiming that they're the ones that know, and whatever they present on the imagery and the TVs and the cartoons, that's reality, and the things that you can test and verify, and either your own experience based on your senses and your deductive logic, they're saying that's wrong. What you're sensing, what you're observing, like the ground is not moving. Remember, Mayo, I was asking you about the ground. You said the ground is not moving because you don't feel it moving. We don't observe any curvature. We observe a horizontal level. When we build a house, it's based on a level. When you hang the TV, it's based on a level, right? The sea level and horizontal plane. And when we look up at the luminaries with our vision as well, you see the luminaries moving above your head in cyclical patterns, right? So you see the sun cycle, the moon cycle, the wandering stars or the planet cycles, and the star cycles, always resetting daily, monthly, weekly, yearly, in cycles after cycles. So we do those observations. So your senses are telling you certain things, but the globe is hijacking that and claiming the opposite of your experience and the opposite of what your senses are telling you, and making nonsensical claims and telling you just believe it without any evidence. You know what I'm saying?
What year did they claim the Earth? They claimed they figured out the Earth was round instead of flat. What year was that?
Anybody got the timing of that? The year about the globe? I think there was some priest, Jesuit priest that claimed the Earth was a globe or something like that.
We should definitely know. I was going to look that up. So who said the Earth was round? Pythagoras, a Greek philosopher who
Wait,
told.
was it actually Pythagoras?
Yeah, the actual Pythagoras, a Greek
kinda cool.
philosopher. Hell yeah. Or imagined that the Earth was spherical.
Imagine.
Yes, he told this in the 6th century BC. So it is said that Columbus may not have said or invented that the Earth is not flat. So I guess people thought Columbus said it, but in theory, or in truth,
I mean, the teacher said it in school. That it must be true, right? The teacher told me that Columbus proved the Earth is a globe because he navigated the seas, right?
Look, I'm not at all trying to give you any sort of facts.
No, I know that. I'm just being sarcastic. I'm not saying anything against you.
Okay, I just wanted you to know I wasn't reading this to say anything
No. I get it.
Yeah.
As far as it being a consensus, I think that's only relatively recently in modern history. Not even after Copernicus published his works. Well, his works were published in the mid 16th century, I think it was. Did it really take off and like hellfire and become a popular belief or paradigm? I think it took time. It's only been recently.
Yeah, like 100 years ago, that the movie company, I think, Universal.
Yeah.
They had a ball as their, and nobody had ever been to space. Nobody had ever had a chance to check out the ball. Nobody's
But it
ever
sure does look cool.
rockets, no nothing. Yeah. They went up like 40,000 feet or something and took a look and went, yeah, it kind of looks flat, man. But they
Looks
kept
good to me. Y'all go ahead and just let me down. Wake me up.
no ball up here. And then they finally, after 2,500 years, they finally got a rocket and go, we're going to go up there and check it out. And I don't know if you've ever seen the first picture from space, but it shows the Earth and it's pretty flat. That's right.
It's funny I know you're laughing, but it's true. I mean, it's true. It is.
Yeah.
True. So,
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Anyway, so you got to ask yourself if, after all that time and it wasn't a ball, would they tell you?
no.
Uh-uh.
Hell no. Just like 9/11 and that shit.
2,500 years working on this globey thing, man. We found out, no, we can't just tell them it's not a globe now. We'll look like idiots.
Yeah, right. No, it's gonna be mass fucking confusion and terror.
So let's keep pushing the ball.
Yeah.
And we'll start faking it. We'll get some round pictures or something.
What do you think it looks like, Captain? What do you think?
Don't worry, they'll buy it. They're totally buying it, man. And they're buying it. Yeah, anyway. And that was like, the late 50s. They finally had a rocket high enough to go up to space. Wow.
I don't really know much about rockets or anything like that in space.
Anyways, I linked a video called "The History of the Flat Earth," and this covers like ancient civilizations and how they built this up. Basically, the theories were rejected when they were first presented thousands of years ago, and all ancient civilizations actually had a different cosmology where
right
the Earth where they had like a geocentric cosmology.
That's right.
Where the sun, the moon, and the stars all revolve over and around us, and not
we're
not a heliocentric model, or what they have now, which is like the acentric heliocentric model, where we spin around the sun, and then the sun spins around the universe, and the universe spins around a galaxy, and
we're going fast, man. We're hauling ass.
They're going fast and hauling ass.
And it gets kind of funny after a while. I'm
I
sorry.
bet it gets exhausting, kind of listening to.
Well,
argument.
I gotta go and say that I come in here late at night this time, and I usually try to laugh about all this stuff, and go about my day tomorrow. But it is funny to look at the amount of trickery. It's magic tricks they're trying to pull out there. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, I just got scammed the other day. I ain't trying to get scammed again.
Don't get scammed again. We won't get scammed again. Yeah, we won't.
I ain't getting scammed again.
No, we're not. There's no way, man. That was funny, man. All the flat earthers I know, man, they didn't get scammed by this shit they pulled almost 3 years ago. All my flat earther friends are like, nah, there's something wrong with this, man. It don't smell right, man. Well, they're shutting down every country in the world. What? Yeah, red flags. Over here, red flags, man.
No, continue. What do you imply or say?
I say we didn't get fooled, man, with this latest cockery. They tried the cocoa cockery.
Oh yeah, the China virus.
You know, all the flat earthers I know, they didn't fall for that shit. They were like wide awake, going, nah, bullshit.
The experimental, totally safe and effective DNA changing injection.
I heard we now have a third chain of DNA.
I would code that a little bit better next time.
Yeah.
Call it the Cocoa Poke or the Cocoa Joke or whatever you want, but
I like the Fauci ouchie.
The Fauci, freaking.
Because when people get it, they
whatever
say
you want to call
ouchie.
It's the Elvis.
I just call it the vaccine.
It's the Elvis Presley. Whatever, man. Call it whatever you want.
Just because
I think
ominous.
Major. I'm sorry, hon.
No, go ahead.
I think Major wanted to say something. Major wanted to say something real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead,
I was
Major.
gonna say, I know you guys are like super not trusting of the government, right? If I'm getting.
Yeah, of course. That's pretty much. I think everybody would say yes to that. We don't trust the government.
I mean, don't speak for everyone because there's many individuals in here. I know everybody's gonna just go with the whole bag. There's individuals in here, so.
Oh no, I know what you mean, but I'm just saying because the government's obviously not trustworthy as the government, but I was just wondering.
They got a bad track record.
When you were talking about the DNA changing vaccines, I haven't heard that they were DNA changing.
We don't say that word around here. We can't say that word.
What is it?
Word.
Oh, forget it. I didn't mean to bring that up. It's no, I mean it's the what do you call it? The mRNA shots. You know, the COVID boosters and the COVID injections. You know what I'm talking about. They're it's not a traditional vaccine. They
Can you not say that word for fuck's sake? Please.
Say that word.
Pay attention to what I was saying. I mean, call it whatever you want.
Okay.
Don't call it what it is.
Okay.
Right. It's the. Gotcha. Yeah.
Please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
You want to get the damn place shut down, man? Keep
No,
that.
I know, right? I know. I was about to say that.
Can that word actually shut this thing down?
Yes.
Yes,
Just don't even worry about it because Discord politics are just fucking a lot of bitches.
Oh yeah, the trusty government. They don't like when you talk bad about what they're telling you to do. They dislike that kind of behavior.
Anyway, go on.
Yeah, like the liars governments that they've been telling you the shape of the earth is this and that, and we're gonna go to Mars. Those people that you don't trust, they tell you, hey, we've been lying about all these things, but trust us when we're talking about the shape of the earth and the medical stuff that we're telling you to do. So yeah, just trust the liars, right?
Sorry, guys. I wasn't thinking Discord. It's like the Fed trap. Yeah, it's unencrypted and recorded. I apologize.
Actually, the VC. Listen, the VC of Discord is not that bad. The text it is. In the text, you shouldn't be posting any of that related stuff. Mostly, the voice you can still talk about it. But the thing is that this is live streaming YouTube. The thing about this VC itself, it's the YouTube algorithm that will take certain words and flag them.
Mm-hmm.
And this is being live streaming YouTube, so yeah.
Well, thanks for saying that. I had no clue.
Okay.
I didn't either, so no big deal.
Well, I'm sorry, a little jumpy there, but I got jumped on many times. Don't take it personally. I just you gotta code your medical talk. Thanks. Anyway, Earth's flat. Checked it out, man. It's cool.
What's the edge look like?
What was that?
I said, what does the edge look like?
Oh, well, something's holding in the water, man. I don't know what it is, but something's over there. I guarantee it.
You know, I used to watch this cartoon. What was it? With Aries, and she was And he was going to the end of the world to find Tartarus. And
Nice.
Brad Pitt was in it, actually.
Oh, shit.
He was the voice of it.
Cartoon, huh?
Yeah. And it had the most beautiful, like Greek. Anyway, I'm gonna find it here in a second. Hold
All right. You find that.
on.
Anyway, what's going on?
Sinbad. Sorry,
What is it? Sinbad?
Sinbad, Legend of the Seven
Sinbad.
Seas.
Legends of the Seven Seas. Love it. I gotta check it out.
Yeah, it's a
It's
2000.
a flat Earth movie, man. Right?
It is. It is. It is. It is. I'm telling you, it is.
I love it, man.
I did.
All right.
It's got the most beautiful pictures.
We gotta watch that coming up this weekend. We get some time off.
Yeah.
Check it out. Might be a good holiday film. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'm serious too.
It's a flat Earth holiday film. Sinbad.
It's amazing. Okay, and Michelle Pfeiffer's in it. Come on.
Oh shit! You gotta-
Yeah. No.
Oh shit!
It makes me want to watch it right now.
No doubt.
I got Disney.
No doubt.
I'm What'd you do all day?
I worked on a piano all day, man.
On a
One
piano.
Yep.
What did you tune it or did you just
No, there's this mechanism that's installed on this baby grand. It's called a mute rail,
Yeah.
and it keeps the piano from playing when you flick the switch, and it turns a little blade, and it stops the hammers from hitting the strings on the piano, but you can still play the piano.
Yeah.
And underneath the keys, I put a laser strip so that now it's a digital piano and a regular piano. So it's both.
Or
So
did
it's pretty cool, man. It's a great invention. Anyway, I installed all that on this piano. And now it's a digital piano and a regular piano. And you can play it both ways or you can play it together. It doesn't matter. Pretty cool.
Yeah. Must be a very nice client.
That's what I did today. And then I cooked some food and I come hang out with you guys. And
What'd you eat?
I had chicken breast and au gratin potatoes.
Oh, I love our potatoes.
Right.
I fucking love.
I haven't had them like in years. And
Me
it
neither.
was just great. I was smiling.
Just listening to it, you say that, I'm like,
so good.
Yes.
Yeah. It was down home food right there. Down home.
I haven't just sat here at my computer like half of the day.
What did you eat today?
I ate a Snickers bar and then some chicken Alfredo and then
Nice.
some biscuits and gravy this morning. And I think that's about it.
All right. Hell. Anyway.
Oh, Khalil.
Hala? Is that right? My bad, man. I don't want to fuck up your language. Hey, you got to take your microphone out of the box, or your phone out of the box, man.
Sorry.
Step away from your microphone.
Yeah.
Slightly. Step back. There you go. Now I can hear you.
Yeah. I'll let you know.
How are you? Welcome. Hala, you there? Hala, you there? Hala?
I think he put it back in.
I'm trying to switch to my Bluetooth headsets.
That's all right.
You sound better now. You sound better.
Yeah.
Just back away from the mic a little. You'll be fine.
Just move that headset part away from your lips a little bit.
Good night, guys. Thanks for talking.
Hey, well, thanks for dropping in. Please come back. Lady night on Friday nights. Check it out.
That's cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye.
You're
Bye,
welcome.
girl. She was so sweet.
No doubt, right?
Right. I mean, she really was kind.
Yeah,
Nice questions.
it was nice. Thanks for handling and talking to her. I like that.
Oh, I just knew exactly how she felt.
Yep.
I mean, I just knew because I didn't want her to like get scared away. So
She sounded like, oh man, you guys are so nice. She was like,
I know.
and I go, yeah, we are. We've worked really hard to be nice around here, and it hasn't been easy. It hasn't been easy, Timbo.
No, it hasn't, y'all.
Sometimes
I've
we
heard.
get a little fired up.
I mean, y'all get rowdy.
Might get a little rowdy up in here, man. For the most part, if there's a moderator here, they'll get a handle on it quickly, and just keep it.
Yes, well, I remember coming in the very first day, and I was questioned by several of the mods why I was here, and because apparently y'all get a bunch of like serious trolls, like serious LARPers.
We do.
I mean, and oh my word, I can't imagine having to be so. So that's why I think people think this. I don't know if you know this, but people say the server's scary because, they say they suss you out in 2 seconds and then you're gone. So
you're gone.
Yeah. So people, it's like they wait and wait to like.
I've seen 100 of them this year alone.
No.
And it was like, oh shit, he gone.
I mean, because you gotta throw them out because they're just trolling. They're just making.
Yeah, we get days. It's just like they come in packs. They'll come in.
Talk about the best server to troll. I mean, if somebody's like, "Hey, let's go fuck with flat earthers," we're like,
yeah, you're gonna get wrecked.
I mean, some people are gonna go because they don't know what the fuck a flat earther server is.
You're gonna get here's your ass. Have a nice
yeah, I know, and y'all fucking just yeet. It's
dude.
nice.
I've seen like people get like one syllable out there, and it's like, oh, that's pee drinker. Get him out of here.
It's amazing because no way can
shit, one fucking he just went, hey. And it was like, knew who it was immediately, man. Sonny, he was really good. He's a musician. He's got really good ear. And he's like, oh, pee drinker. He's a band on site, man. He go.
Well,
but
yeah.
He comes in with like a bunch of different accounts, and it's hilarious, man.
Oh,
nice
I love those people. They really do love the server so much. I mean, they really want to be here so bad.
They do.
Then we have to have bouncers throw them out every 5 minutes. They have 19 different fucking Discord accounts so that they can just join back and join back. That's so funny.
There's other servers, man. They're not as hip.
Yeah.
With sussing out the trolls, but they kind of. I think the other servers kind of let it go on. They kind of like it,
for the drama. But this one's
they like the drama. We don't put up with the drama, man.
I love that.
We just don't even go there. That shit gets shut down like faster than a fucking troll.
See, I think that is like a really smart thing to do, and having a moderator there that's completely not biased is also important. As there's no way you can get an ear in or like a word in edgewise when people start going.
Yeah, I mean that's the problem with a lot of the other servers I go in, man. It's like they're just 12 people talking at once. I'm like, I can't fuck this.
I know.
Like that's just not gonna work. I mean,
I got anxiety.
We're here to join some new people in, and we'd certainly hang out together and talk. And if there's nobody here, we do have somebody here called NC72 that joined the server back in October. Has no roles. I don't know.
Okay.
If you mods want to talk to NC72, or do you want to go back to? We lost our Middle Eastern sounding fella. I can't pronounce his name.
Is it one of those hockey ones?
He bounced. All right, NC72. Can Can somebody unmute that guy or?
He muted himself.
No, he's not. I mean,
Oh.
he
Says
might.
he's just listening. He's just listening. Happy to
Oh, he's
listen.
just listening. Okay, fair enough. I just have to call you out if you're new and say hello. That's what we do around here. Dr. Wah has a listening pass. Welcome. And everybody else is regulars or known people, known associates.
Part of the game.
That was the name of a band name that I came up with. I thought it was cool. Known associates. I was like, that's like it's a term.
It is.
Like a police term, I think.
No, like a biker gang. Known associate.
I know a couple of those guys, man.
Me too.
You know,
They're good guys, some of them.
glad I know a few. Great people, man.
Yeah. I love being on a motorcycle.
Anyway. I know a flat earth biker. Yes, I do. I love those guys. Huh? I smacked this other guy, dude. We were playing music together. He's kind of a big biker guy. Looks like a Viking, man. This guy was like, we were jamming one night. This is back in like 2016, 17, something. And there was this other flat earther playing with us, and we both flat smacked him, and he just would total cock this. He went, nah, get the fuck out. You're crazy. And like, I saw him like 4 months later, and he's like, dude, the fucking earth is flat, man. And I was like, I got somebody, man. And then anyway, he's a Viking, so I figure, that's pretty good, man. Damn.
Oh yeah.
I can't wait to flat smack a celebrity though, man. Damn, I really want to do that bad.
I've never wanted really to smack anyone.
It's on my checklist in life.
Yeah. What else?
Yeah, like a big one, like just, I live in LA, so I hope I'll run into one sooner or later, but just want to catch one of the big ones and go, hey, man, you live on a stationary, non-rotating flat plane, and you know it. and just watch their reaction at that point and see what happens. I don't want to. That would be so fun.
Who's that?
How you doing, Jamsey? You good, buddy? How you doing? You all right? I hear your mic.
Oh, just checking on some other stuff in here.
All right, cool.
Mm.
All right. No. All right. Well, I don't normally do the news, but NASA's and SpaceX been putting out a lot of shit lately, man. They've been like going to the moon and Mars and asteroids, all kinds of crazy stuff. Have any of you guys checked that stuff out lately? Anybody? My goodness, they are pushing. I mean, there's like stories coming out left, right, center. It's everywhere. I mean, they ain't giving up, man. They're pushing it even harder than ever. I'm telling you, I pay attention to this stuff. And it is constant. Every day there's some new crazy observation, or this telescope saw something, but it literally has been, they've been filling the airwaves with a lot of NASA news, man. And SpaceX, man, they're doing a bunch of stuff too. So, and they're on Mars, and they're going back to the moon. It's just like, it's out of control, man. This is the most space news we've had in years, people. I'm telling you. We got spacewalks, we got leaky Russian capsules, ISS is leaking, it's everywhere, man. It's constantly being sent out on the internet, and most of it's on the internet. I think that, like, I don't know, I don't know where they come up with it. I think they just put some words into. I think the computer writes these stories half the time. It's crazy. They got mysterious temperatures on planets. They got it's a mystery, these temperatures on these planets. You know, we sent down there a thermometer. Yeah, it's like weird, man. No, they didn't send a thermometer down to any planet. Yeah, it's not. They launched a new space station, an international mission to survey Earth's water. We're going to survey the water now. That only costs like $4 billion to do that. Apparently, one of the robots on Mars sends tweets. Did you guys know that? Anybody know that? It sent a sad tweet today. I didn't know rovers on Mars could send tweets, but, you know, what do I know? What the hell do I know? But there it is. It's God Rockin', you there? Where'd he go? Did he leave? Oh, he left. All right. Too boring around here, apparently. So when they shot that little dart at the asteroid or whatever, and it unleashed 2 million pounds of rock. 2 million pounds of rock. $2 million. How they measured how much pounds of rock they blew up when they hit this asteroid with their dart. Okay? That's some serious news, man. Come on. They just blew up 2 million pounds of rock, space rock. Come on. It's amazing. How do they do that? How do they do that? NASA scientists find that wind power could power human missions. Wind power. Yeah. What? It's a Washington Post, man. That's big news. Wind power on Mars. So yeah, they're going to put wind turbines on Mars now. Get out of here. Please, somebody stop me, man. Come in here. Talk to me about something that's real, man. Like what we live on. Hey, I don't make the shit up. I just bring it to you occasionally. Yeah. NASA canceled something. Wow, I haven't seen that in like a long time. NASA cancels climate change satellite to monitor greenhouse gases. Nah, we don't need that.
That's where the climate change has been coming from.
There's earthquakes on Mars. You guys know Mars quakes. They're not earthquakes on Mars, dumbass. Right? What the hell's wrong with me? Mars quakes, bro. Okay. Mars quake. Mars quake. There's got to be something crazy there. I think I've covered something similar to that in the past, but it's still funny.
Well, yeah. It's
Yeah.
supposed to be the largest volcano in the solar system on Mars.
There you go.
You know what they call it?
Mm-mm.
Mount Olympus. Olympus
Wow.
Mons. Olympus Mons.
Wow.
Home of the gods, right?
So NASA's been trying to find the coldest place on Earth, man, and I think they found
Where
it.
would that be?
I don't know.
The
I'm
coldest place on Earth.
gonna click on it, man. Here we go. Let's see if it says where it is.
It's got to be Antarctica.
High ridge on the eastern Antarctic plateau.
It's nice that they can go there and test that and tell us, right?
It's in Antarctica, of course. 135 degrees below Fahrenheit. So
What would we do without NASA? Did you say NASA?
This is NASA. Yeah, I'll link it. Here you guys go. You can check it out. Here's my citation. There you go. And you guys can check out the article and buy some tools. Hey, it wants to sell me a drill, a watch. Okay, never mind. Sorry, I can't pick the websites, how they advertise. Yeah, there you go. Coldest place on Earth. It's cold there, man. Don't go there. It's cold. You'll die. You literally will freeze to death. There you go. Say what? Okay. Oh boy, man. They just keep it coming, and they hit everybody's angles, man. If you like weather, if you like the sun, if you like climate change or politics, whatever, sports, they always try to tie everything all together with these NASA stories, man. They're like all over the place. But so Curiosity, I guess, is that the rover on Mars there? Right. Discovers water-rich fracture halos in Gala Center. Gala crater. Yeah, they found some stuff, man, on Mars, and they got the most greatest picture of it, and yeah, you can just download the full image. Okay, here we go. Yep, this is it, man. Let me see if I can save it. I'll share it with you guys. It's a great image. All right, there you go. Okay, this is the full downloaded image, man. I went full 1.4 megabytes worth, man. All right. It's the full image. Mars, man. Looks like a lot of stuff I've seen out here in the southwest of the United States. Looks kind of similar. It looks very CGI looking too, man. It's not quite up to par for quality there. It looks. I've seen better. I've seen better CGI. Really.
It doesn't look like anything you couldn't find somewhere.
Yeah.
On Earth, right?
Anyway, here's the. Is this the article I have?
Just a rocky outcrop.
Well, they got their spectrometer over there, man. It's a neutron spectrometer. Fuck off. I didn't make that shit up. It's a neutron spectrometer.
Yeah, they use them in conjunction with a flux capacitor.
Right. And it's rover and its neutron spectrometer, dynamic albedo of neutrons.
Albedo neutron now.
Albedo.
Oh, not albino.
Albedo. Albedo of neutrons. The dynamic albedo of neutrons. The Dan. It's the Dan, man. Send the Dan in. He'll take care. He'll tell us what it's made of. Come on. Yeah. Hey, on Mars, it's able to independently verify that fractured halos contain water-rich opal, potentially serving as an important resource for human exploration, man. Come on. This verifies, it's able to verify the fracture halos contain water-rich opal, potentially serving as an important resource for human exploration. Dude, I sound like that guy trying to sell that. I swear I sound like that guy. What's that? He's trying to sell that transmission. Ah, fuck. He's just like shooting off a bunch of words and stuff.
What's a fracture?
Lab coat. Ah, fuck. I can't remember the name of the. It'll come to me here. Hang on.
And what use do opals have other than jewelry?
Well, they're water-rich opals. No, not just, and they're fracture halos containing the water-rich opal. Come on, everybody knows this.
Squeeze it. Put it in a blender and drink it.
The fuck? And that's just the first paragraph, man. The whole thing. I posted you guys the link. Oh, my God. It's ridiculous. That thing's been up there since 2012, and it's still doing this shit? Really? I want one of those. Oh, those cost billions of dollars? Fuck. My bad. I want some of the batteries. How about just the bat? Can you hook me up with some of those batteries? Cool.
Yeah, I know. I want one in my car.
They last 10 years? Really? That's about it. 10 years.
10 years, but the one on that satellite.
That one. Pictures. Oh, that 50-year-old.
It's been going since the 70s.
Viking.
Almost 50.
Like Voyager.
Voyager.
And it gives itself camera upgrades all the time as well.
Here's how they flip it. Voyager 2 was the first one they sent up, by the way. Yeah, that's called, we'll just keep them confused. We'll just send up the second one first.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Voyager 2, they launched that one first. Go figure.
It's like what they wanted to do is like a Star Wars thing.
I don't know. They launched it first, and then they sent up Voyager 1. So I just found that
doing the George Lucas.
They flip it. How they flip it all the time, man. I hate that shit. All right, so that's the new Curiosity rover. Has some water-rich fracture halos, and
precious opals
through their what do they call it? The what's it called? The spectrometer. It was the neutron spectrometer with the libido. No, it was some anyway. Stupid ass shit.
Albedo.
Hey, we got advanced space-based medical technology. Yeah, we got advanced space-based medical technology.
Yeah, because up in the ISS, they're doing science, so that's where all that stuff comes from.
They're doing it in a zero-G plane here at NASA. Here, they're check this out. I gotta drop this one, man. It's hilarious. Yeah. Ah, shit. They're doing it, man. They're doing it. There you go. Ah. What can I say? Not much.
Not much.
Not much I can say about that.
I'd love to actually talk to one of these guys.
Fuck's a
An
studded
astronaut
cock.
or something.
What'd you talk to?
No, I'd love to actually talk to one of these astronauts.
Oh, man. Heck yeah.
Quiz the fuck out of them.
Well, Gospel Bear, I think he had something lined up. He was going to be able to ask him some questions or something, but I never heard anything. That would have been cool.
Oh, that's right. Was he going to universities and
Right, he was going to go to some
setting up interviews and things like that?
It was like some kind of it was like a robot convention where they make like I don't know if it was robots or something, but they had some speaker coming. It was an astronaut, and he was gonna he knew the guy putting on the whole thing, so he was gonna be able to get up and meet the guy. So I don't know whatever happened to it. We have to include the disabled in space now. Did you guys hear about that? That they can't discriminate against the disabled to be an astronaut? I don't make this shit up. I don't make it up. But yeah, they got to support the disabled people, up in space. You can't just send a bunch of healthy humans up there, man. You got to have different, yeah.
Oh, they'll have to include trans up there as well, then.
It'd be good, man. You can just float around. No problem.
Get some space burpees.
Hubble's going to give us a new firework display. Oh, yeah. You guys see this? Fireworks coming. 2022 fireworks in space, people. They're bringing
You know what they need to do? Zoom in on one of those.
in space. Get the fuck out of here.
Zoom in on one of those massive fireworks shows from a satellite in space.
Mm.
Like in Sydney, and then it'll be upside down, and then we can finally see it rockets shooting down in the air.
Timbo, I had the idea, I don't know, probably back in last spring or something, might have been summer, if we all had one night where the ISS would fly over our house and we could build all this really cool shit and light fireworks and spell a bunch of shit out in the desert or whatever. And just,
See
really,
if it actually picks it up.
If the video while they were flying over us, if they could just take a video of us, that would be cool. Because,
Yeah.
and it would just say, the Earth
And
is
have
flat.
someone recording the live stream. That's funny.
But it would be fun, man. We would call it the ISS Flyover Night, where everybody gets to participate. It would bring the countries together. We could all share the moment and the great technology, and they could all, take our pictures from space, man. Or one night, or one day,
I just read what you put in there about disability inclusion in space exploration. Oh my goodness. Oh no.
You gotta have it, man. I told you. Yeah.
Yeah. And then you know what we'll get then? We'll get Globers coming in here saying, you putting them down, you know, like.
Are you being a disableist, T-Wad?
You
right, exactly.
How dare you? How dare you?
There's people up there that, you know,
right?
They can't,
People up there, man, they can't walk, and they're in space, and they're so happy. Oh my God, you're ruining it for them. Is that fucking hilarious? It's just ruining it. I swear, I'm so mad.
Right.
Yeah, it's coming.
Well, when are they going to do it? Because if they can't, if they're disabled, like if they're like paraplegics or something like that, what they're going to float, and then they're not going to be able to like use their arms and legs to like bounce off the wall and that. They're just going to be like what? They're just going to be floating there and bashing into all the walls and stuff.
Right. Exactly. They're going to be all fucked up, man. They're going to be like, especially when they come back, I'll be all like, fuck, man. I'm bruised. I'm beaten. I hit my head and my eye hurts.
They're all fucked up because they couldn't get back to their chair in time to belt.
Thanks,
get on the
assholes.
seat belt.
Yeah. Way to go. Hey, there's a tornado on Mars. Did you guys hear about the tornado on Mars? Oh, fuck off. Really? Yeah. It was a dust devil. It wasn't a tornado, but a dust devil. Same thing, right? They'll just, yeah. Yeah, they got.
Yeah, we get those little ones all the time, yeah.
Picture. Yeah, we get them here too, man. Anyway, they got one on Mars. They saw it. No, they don't have any pictures of it. That's funny.
No pictures, just a story in a magazine.
I dropped the link, but it's not. The picture is pictures, but it doesn't. I don't see a dirt devil there, man, or dust devil or whatever. I don't see one. I couldn't find.
Maybe it's because they're not on Mars. That's why you can't see it.
Well, whatever it was, they didn't get a very good picture of it, man. I don't see any.
What's that say? This is atmospheric pressure.
It does?
What? That would require containment.
Hey, you know your physics, young man. You're gonna ace this class, dude. You're gonna ace it. That is so good. I couldn't make that up, man, if I tried. Hilarious. Larry, how you doing, my friend? Hey, it's 11:11, everybody. Hey, Larry's here. Yeah. It's funny when I look at the clock, man. I'm an 11:11. I always catch it. It's weird. Anyway, what number do you catch on your clock, man? Which one is it? When you look at the clock, what time is it, Mo? And that one time that always pops up for you. Anything? Anybody? Chime in on that?
No, I get 11:11 and 1:11 all the time.
Yeah, I get 1:11 too, or 11:11. Yeah.
All the time.
Yep, I'd say a few times a week or whatever. I don't even catch it every day, but all right. Trinity catches 11:11 a lot too. That means we're on the right path, man. My research said, "Hey, man, you're on the right path. Keep going."
And that's how I take it.
You're definitely on the right path.
Like I always see it when I've made a decision about something, and then I get an 11:11. I'm like,
Good on yes.
Good decision, mate.
Good.
Congratulate myself. Pat on the back. Well done.
11:11. Yeah. Let's see. We got any new? Nobody wants. Larry's muted up. Mary's here. NC72 is just listening.
Why?
Orion, Haas, they're kicking it. Toby Doe, all right.
But Dr. Wah has been sitting in here all day. But
Welcome, Dr. Wah. Come say hi to us, son. Just give us like a yo.
Listening first.
It's been a good day. I kind of enjoyed blah, blah. What? Nothing? Okay.
Sounds like some sort of like the name of an evil guy from a James Bond film.
Yeah. Dr. Wah.
Trying to work out the picture.
Larry's got one. Let me see. Why do you see your car everywhere after buying it? Yeah, that's a funny phenomenon, Larry. I have noticed that. You don't notice, I didn't notice a lot of Volkswagens until I bought one. I was like, fuck, there's Volkswagens everywhere, man. Shit. No, I knew there was Volkswagens everywhere before I bought my car, but you just notice it more. You become more aware of it. It's the same thing that happens when I say, hey, man, sing. I want you guys to sing a song. Just start it out, go. A cappella. And if I name a song and say, like, I don't know, pick one, whatever. Very famous one, Ladies' Night, whatever. I say, you might know the chorus, but you're not going to know the whole lyrics. But as soon as you start hearing the music, you'll remember every fucking lyric. And it's like, you just don't pay attention until something in your head clicks. And all of a sudden you can remember every lyric to that fucking song. But if I asked you to just knock it out right now, man, like hit it, you wouldn't be able to do it. It's in your head. But you need that music to go along to trigger all the rest of it. And it's part of the, that's why there is a company called the Tavistock Company. They figured this shit out a long time ago. And they can trigger you to buy shit, man, just by playing music. And it's like, oh, shit, yeah, that's a good tool, man. We should use that. Yeah. Hey, you guys want to vote on that? Okay. Anybody opposed? Okay, it's passed. We're going to use music to, influence people's decisions, right? And they're good at it, man. And then they came up with television and all kinds of crazy internet. I mean, man, TikTok, fucking shit. They don't give up. Hey, we're not giving up either, man. Did I tell them?
Come on, NC72. Come on, mate. Well, I know you said you're only listening, but let's have a chat.
Yeah, I'll just keep talking otherwise. Yeah, shut me up at some point. Come on.
Time to talk. Let's go.
All right. He's not playing. I get it. The place is a little intimidating, but I'm like the least. You don't have to worry about me, man.
Not really, because you're on the internet. No one knows you.
We're going to talk about music, or we're talking about space, or Earth, or cars. I don't know. I mean, kind of into all that stuff. You can tell by all the NASA propaganda I've been dropping all night. My goodness. Have you been paying attention to the live stream voice text? Dropping shit all night, man. We got rockets going to Mars, and we got a problem with the ISS, and there's lots of problems with there's
tornadoes.
Space, I don't know. All right, SpaceX has done some.
We've got wheelchair access on in space now. Yeah, ISS. Wheelchair access.
Does anybody here have the Starlink internet service from SpaceX? Does anybody have that? Anybody? Do you know anybody that's ever signed up for it or say, hey, it works?
No,
it's a negative.
All right, I just check. I do check maybe like once a quarter, see if anybody's hooked up to that. I did know a guy that had what he called satellite internet, and he used to have just regular internet, Ethernet or whatever, and it was great. He'd come on a live stream, or back then it was Google Hangout. His video was great. It was beautiful. His audio.
Maybe it was just his company called Satellite Internet.
And he moved to this place and way out in the woods and got this satellite thing. And his internet sucks, man. It was just horrible. Totally dropping out all the time and shit. And it's like, dude, man, I'm just lucky if I can send an email at this point. He's like, this thing sucks. But that's all they had out where he moved. So, but yeah, he didn't like it at all. It was not good. Anyway, they're launching the next generation of the Starlink satellites. I don't know if you guys knew that, but we're coming up on the. But I still haven't met anybody that actually has it for a service. Yeah, no. SpaceX is out there, man. They're going to be launching the new next generation of the. Yeah. Get your space internet right here, everybody. Get your space internet. Woo. Okay. Matthew Learns says to me, he goes, hey, man, well, why are all the satellite dishes pointed for DirecTV pointed right in one place, you know? And I'm like, have you ever heard of bouncing radio?
The ionosphere.
Off the ionosphere. Have you ever heard of that? They did it back in, dude, I had no friends. I had friends that were like ham radio guys, right? They get on the radio or even CB radio, different frequency. But a lot of the ham guys I talked to, man, every single one of them was just like, dude, the great thing about ham was we could contact somebody like from California to like England, no problem. You know, and they could talk to people like bouncing their signals around, man. And I was like, yeah, shit, that was back in the 80s, man. 70s, 80s even. They were bouncing signals. People I knew were bouncing signals. And yeah, every once in a while, man, I used to listen to this AM radio at night. And every once in a while, man, I'll be just cruising the dial and see what the hell's going on. And I would catch some weird radio station from 850 miles away. I'm like, what the heck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The same when I used to ring, like I was in New South Wales and I was listening to a Brisbane broadcasting radio station at night, and I'd phone them up and tell them if they'd have a joke night, you'd ring up and tell a joke, and I'd get a joke off my mum or my stepdad and go to the phone box and call them up, and then try and quickly run home to see if it was recorded or not and hear myself, But yeah, that was like, I don't know, that's over, I think it's like 700 kilometers or something.
Yeah, it's far. All right. This is the big one for the night, man. This is it's a world record. I know it's on Gizmodo, but it is probably the best story of the night. SpaceX pulls off 3 orbital launches in a 34-hour, smashing its record. Sorry for the ads, man, on this Gizmodo, man, but you'll get through it. Carry on. Maybe you got ad blockers. Cool. Yeah, it's a world record setting. They launched 3 orbital flights in 34 hours, man. These people at SpaceX are crushing it, okay?
Wait, they're saying congested network. Is that going to take stress off the congested network, or does the congested network need like ground-based servers?
Good point. We definitely need to look into that. Yeah. Well, it's going to add. It's more bandwidth. They're going to add some more bandwidth. It's going to be fine, Larry. You're going to get your satellite TV and everything, or internet. gonna be fine, everybody. Everybody relax. Congested networks, man. I used to worry about that. The bandwidth back in the day, man. I was like, shit, man, I can't send you that video, bro. It's just, it'll never play. We can't watch that video together. No, you can't do that. Yeah, but they gave us the technology to watch videos and movies together and shit and hang out online. I was like, what? This is fucking crazy, man. We can share screens and share links and pictures. And it's just ridiculous how much you can learn in a place like this. I mean, if it was... if everybody was doing this, I don't think we'd have all these fucking stupid people running the world, but I think we could fix the problem. One at a time. It's a mad world. All right, Batman, we saw fluoride. What's going on? Texas, Trinity, Toby, Larry, Jamsey, ball kicker. What's up, man? Shit, help me out.
What is up, my friend?
How you doing?
How you doing?
How you doing?
You know what kind of guy you are, dude?
Kind of guy that would talk on Discord and say what kind of guy you are.
You're the kind of guy that would walk down the beach and save a hermit crab and think he did something.
You seem like
Where's
the
our
kind
friend
of guy.
been, man?
I don't. He was in here. I heard him in here maybe like last weekend or something. Maybe like Friday night or Saturday or something. I think I popped in. I heard him. I was like, shit. I wish I could jump on. I don't
Is
think I
he
could.
still on his shtick?
No. I think he was being. But I wanted to jump in and say, hey, you're the kind of guy. You're the kind of guy. You remind me of the kind of guy that would. Yeah, that's hilarious, man. Fun night.
It was pretty funny, actually.
Yeah, it was hilarious. I was still smiling about it. We came up with some good ones, man. It was comedy.
I still, my favorite is my. You're the kind of guy that would wear white to his sister's wedding. I think that's my best one.
Well, I encouraged him to go out and do try it out at like some open mic or something, man, and kind of see where it goes. But I thought it was a pretty funny gig, man. He could just do that to the audience; they would love it, man.
Yeah, he would.
Like, what's your name? What's your name, John? John, you look like the kind of guy. Yeah, he could just go off, you know, right?
Yeah. You could probably load up, 20 or 30 of those, no problem.
Yeah, I mean, you can just make them up on the fly, man.
Yeah, he was doing pretty good.
He was doing great. We were all doing great. I thought. I think we all took a turn at it, right? At some point.
Yeah. Oh man.
I think I was
conversations tonight. I haven't really been in much.
But funny. Yeah, it was a funny night. Keep it up, boys and girls. Larry's dropping links, man. Larry is dropping links.
Love Larry's links, man.
National Ignition Facility achieves fusion inject. What is this? The
he dropped this
free energy shit I've been talking about for fucking 30 years, saying, yeah, when they get the cold fusion, that'll be great, man. Is this it? Somebody. All right. I heard about it. I don't believe it, but I've heard about
it. Yeah. Larry's a resource guy. I was still reading about his vacuum catastrophe. That was a good one.
All right, here's where I'm at with this, man. Exactly. the cold fusion and even hot fusion, man. I get it, man. You can boil water with some rocks. Cool. That's good. Can you do it cold? Can you boil water with cold rocks? I don't know, maybe. But this is just a big giant NASA, going to the moon kind of thing, man. It's until I got one in my living room, man. I'm not buying this stupid fake ass fusion shit, man. They fuck them, man. It's got to be distraction. That's my initial thought. We'll see what it turns out to be, but we all get free energy. That'd be rad. Free, safe, clean energy. Oh wow. Hey, now nobody's for that, but until you see it, until you use it, it's just hearsay, man. It's just imagination. It's just Disneyland, it's NASA, same shit, man. Yeah, we're going to the moon. We're gonna colonize Mars. Yeah, show me something. No, you got nothing. Oh, okay, thanks. Okay, moving on.
Yeah, pretty much. If it's on TV, man, it's pretty much just it's just nonsense.
I saw the headlines on the fusion and I instant red flag, and I did look into it many, many years ago. And I was like, that was even before I was into, the shape of the Earth. I was looking into things like cold fusion, man. What a beautiful thing that would be. Cool. Great idea. Yeah. They probably had it fucking, the whole time, man. Dude, they just pull energy out of the air, from what I understand. They can place some wires across the grid area. You're like, what? You going to charge me for that? Well, we had to put the wire in. Come on, man. Of course I'm going to charge. Duh. Couldn't I put my own wire in? Yeah, but that's not safe. You can't do that. No. You're not allowed to do that. I dare you. All right, I wish Larry would come back in here and give us a breakdown. Gregory, how are you, my brother in this beautiful realm?
Gregory, what is up, my man?
I didn't know I was on mute, so I've been talking about some things.
You're on mute, man. Like Larry, I would be like, Gregory, you come in here and give us a little breakdown of your cold fusion or whatever this is.
Yeah, I don't know if it's cold fusion, but they're releasing it as some sort of first law of thermodynamics violation, and this is .gov, so sorry about your first law of thermodynamics. This kind of would go against that, but they released something not that long ago, and I was kind of waiting for a verification. So what they released not that long ago was the 70-year-old quantum prediction comes true. Something is created from nothing. That's the last thing that I posted. And according to this, the scientists are saying that basically space isn't empty, and there's this thing called maximum nothingness, and the Schwinger effect is now verified. That's a 70-year-old prediction, right? Because what they did here is they pulled something, right, an amount of energy that was more than was put in the system. So you guys can think what you want to think, or maybe I'm stupid like the Globe Earth is saying. I don't understand words, or whatever. But I would say just read it for yourself. They may not be connected, but I tend to make connections.
I think it's a great find. Putting the two together like this is interesting. Yeah, wow. They predicted Einstein's theory of relativity by seeing the star on the other behind the moon or some shit. It was a post-diction, right? But we verified it, but they used it for a long time. And they're like, yep.
Well, nowadays, another analyst would look at that and say the heliosphere caused the light to refract through the sun's atmosphere, for lack of better terms, and that's why we could see around the curvature of the sun. Right. But we don't make those arguments when it goes against
So this is a 70-year-old prediction, quantum.
Yeah, it's, experimental. They're saying this is a tabletop experiment that's simple, right? It was a simple system, basically. That's what they said. But it requires a very special thing, the superlattice that they made out of graphite. Or graphene. Graphite?
Graphene.
So these atoms line up together in like perfect grids, and they thought they discovered a superconductor because they were getting more energy out of the system. It was a really high amount of energy, right?
Right.
And what they found out was that when they created the superlattice, that was allegedly one atom thick, like as flat as can be in three-dimensional space. Allegedly, right? So, grain of salt, like I said, guys. But they're doing the Casimir effect, which is where we get that number with 120 zeros behind it, the thing that I'm always talking about, the cosmological constant crisis, that thing that I'm always talking about. And I'm always talking about dark matter and gravity networking at the galactic scale or the quantum scale. And, well, it turns out through using this thing that it's like a modified version because there's so many different experiments when it comes to the Casimir. Like they've done it over and over and over again, this way and that way, and this modification and that modification, and where you start getting to like Z121. I don't know how many, but it's a lot, right? And when they did it this way, it produced a large amount of energy output, much larger than they had anticipated. But it wasn't a superconductor at all. It was a serendipitous type thing where they accidentally violated the first law of thermodynamics, basically. And usually when this happens, people die. Now the government is admitting that it exists. And I think
you heard me say
that might be because we caused it. Because we're asking questions, and they got to give us
shit for years. Yeah, whatever they're doing. But I want one in my living room. That'd be cool.
Well,
yeah.
Hey, Larry, if this is true, brother, if this is true, wouldn't this like basically overturn all of science? I mean, isn't the laws of thermodynamics, aren't those kind of foundational?
It wouldn't overturn all of science. This is a scientific law or a natural law, right? Something that we see every time. But we're not looking at what's in the vacuum. And now we are. So when I say vacuum, you know what that means. It's not a perfect vacuum. There's a few atoms or particles in there, right?
Sure.
But there's something else in the machine, right? There's a ghost in the machine, and it's called many different names. Some people call it 0-point energy. Some people call it quantum foam. Some people call it virtual particles. It goes by many names, but not the ether. Whatever you do, don't say that. Don't say that. That's what it's not. How about that?
Oh, I get you. Okay.
How dare you talk about the ether? How dare you?
Well, I'm just saying that's what it's not. Quote me here first, folks.
So if this is true, I mean, if the laws of thermodynamics are overturned, I mean, isn't that a major upsetting of the apple cart for basically our entire understanding of basically how the universe works?
I don't really think so. I think this is going to be good because it's going to teach people not to be so gosh darn dogmatic about science. It's supposed to be maybe the Globers got this one thing right. Science is asking questions, okay? Tell that to your kids. Ask questions, all the questions you want.
Right.
That's what science is. Okay, but then there's a more sophisticated science where you start eliminating possible causes, right? Through deduction, you can kind of work things down to pretty much ones and zeros, right? And have actual knowledge.
Yep.
Right? But then there's statistical science, which is kind of in the woo, right? Kind of like cosmology, right? Where they get in the woo stuff. They start talking about the bending and warping of space-time. Okay? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That's often the la la land for me, man. Space time, man. That's completely one of those.
Yeah, that's not objective.
Impossible to prove kind of things.
Right.
Man. Good luck with that. Let me know how it works out.
So, maybe this thing is something we should be looking at, right? Because it's the government's narrative. And I think when we compare it to the original discovery, the Schwinger effect, I think we need to look at the comparisons as if you would if you were looking at traumatic brain injury and the autism epidemic. Because those things are not related. I'm telling you what. Even though, they're just not, okay? Don't look into that.
Yeah, and
don't look at the other side of the coin, whatever you do. That's not right.
It could be autism, it could be diabetes, it could be a lot of things.
Well, yeah, it could be from, birth, whatever. Could be. Right? So this is what the government's releasing. I think we need to look at it. People that are smarter than me, for sure.
That's why I kind of go, through the news sometimes and we need to kick around what they're talking about, and it's, either have a laugh at it or really look into it or whatever. It's always a good idea to kind of keep an eye on the deceiver, right? How are they deceiving people? Well, they're coming up with all kinds of crazy stuff, man. They're going to galaxies and shooting lasers through, you got a battery that lasted 50 years. What? Where do I get one of those batteries, man? Help me out.
Hey, Professor. I wasn't able to talk for the past several minutes because a bunch of shenanigans from bigots, but we could talk about that later.
Yeah. Don't go with the drama, man. We stick with this. What we observe, what we can verify, what we can quantitate, things that we can actually look at. That's where we live. We live on this beautiful plain, man. It's so cool. Trees, lakes, and rivers, and cars, and people, and it's bitchin' food.
Which very sadly also includes human depravity, but
there's a lot of bad
VC for that.
There's a lot of bad, and we're the ones trying to say, "Hey, man, there's a lot of bad out there. You've been deceived. Wake up!"
Even in a little VC form on some obscure social media app, it's ridiculous. But what were you trying to ask me to talk about earlier?
I was asking.
Yeah, you said Gregory, you wanted to say something. Would you like to say something about Film the Light?
No, man, there was I was just going down. I saw you were here. I think I said, "Hey, Gregory's here." I think I was calling everybody out. I don't know if I don't remember asking you something specifically, but we were just talking about this new technology that's been released to the mainstream media, that they've come up with a way of, basically having like clean power energy, and just thought it was interesting. Larry brought up a couple links here, and we were just talking about that. So Einstein predicted something that you could, with his bendy, warpy space-time, that he had it all figured out, and they had to go out later and kind of test it and say, "Oh, we got it now." But it was already kind of an established thing. But they just they tested it. Apparently, they could see a star behind the moon. And they're like, "Oh, yep, there it is, man. He predicted it. It's definitely E equals MC squared, baby, guaranteed." Like, what? That's it? So, is that all you got? Get the fuck! Come on, really? And that's what they did. And apparently, this prediction here with this quantum prediction comes true 70 years later. I think it was only like 10 or 15 years before they were like, Einstein said it would happen. We got it on film. We checked it out. It's true. All good to go. Well, everybody's good here. So I just find it interesting. Now they're showing us a 70-year-old quantum prediction came true. And I think that's interesting that they put it out now. There it is, man. It's just they're just backing up their own. Hey, man, we're smarter than all y'all. Come on. 7 years ago, we figured this shit out. Come on. Yeah. That's how good we are. That's how good we are. That's where I think they put it out there. But anyway, so yeah, there's been a lot of news articles about space and rockets and SpaceX and the ISS and satellites and telescopes. I mean, it's every day, all time. I mean, there's 3, 4, 5 articles coming out every day about NASA or something in space, man. I mean, it's constant. They don't let up. They keep going. And it keeps people's attention, man. It's like, oh, SpaceX caps off a busy 48 hours with 3 successful rocket launches. Yeah, I'll click on that one. Yep. Oh, SpaceX Starlink announces it now has 1 million users. The SpaceX Starlink. 1 million users for Starlink internet service through the Starlink system, man. 1 million people already. Wow. Incredible. Sunset. SpaceX rocket launch spawns space jellyfish photo. Hey, there's the space jellyfish photos. Okay? Has anybody ever said that in all of human history? I don't think so. But there it is. I didn't say it first. They wrote it.
Nothing new under the sun.
The space jellyfish. We got the space jellyfish. Get out of here.
Cosmic pluralism being as ancient as it is. Looking up at the stars. Oh, look.
Call it whatever.
It's a jellyfish up in the vacuum that we're flying around in.
There's Aquarius, there's Pisces, there's this, there's that. Just make it up, man.
But a shame is that whether it be a rude, brutish person or an articulate person, so many persons just pretend to want to seek the truth and investigate and logically discuss the matter, but then upon a greater or lesser quantity of scrutiny, they expose themselves as not really wanting that. It's really annoying. And it's a plague upon all humans, both the great and the small, both the tyrant and the commoner. And it's a plague that continues to stifle and perpetuate the cursedness which every human experiences and fixes their mouth to complain about. Is it not the height of idiocy to be stuck in a problem, to be stuck in a bad situation and refuse to do what is necessary to resolve it? At least refuse to persevere doing whatever you can in the effort to resolve it.
It's a great point, man. What we want to do is we're trying to resolve people's thinking and how they think and how they're able to determine how to even think. And that's all we're doing. It's like, you got to think for yourself. You got to really, really go look at where you live. It's as simple as that, but it's incredibly hard to break through to the masses. Dude,
I mean, the course of action, the approach is so simple. Just to say the argument. Mm-hmm. We disagree. Just say the argument. Now stop with the cavilling. Stop with the calumnies. Stop with the red herring fallacies. Stop with the insufferable smug attitude. Stop with the invincible ignorance. Stop all that.
Right. cut that out. Please.
And this is why human civilization fails as it does. This is why marriages fail, let alone any other relationship between any other human.
Right. It's incredible. The wall of ignorance that we're up against, man. That's big. It's incredible. It's like, oh shit. Damn.
I mean, it is so simple. All of this evil that we complain about is not because everyone is doing what they should be doing.
Right.
All of this conflict and evil and suffering and pain is not because everyone is guiltless and only doing good. Someone is wrong.
Yep. We're just here to make it right as best we can. I mean, Gregory, you, me, and so many of us in here that are concerned about where the human mind really is, man. It's stuck in the televisions. It's stuck in the media. It's stuck on the music and the drugs and all the other shit that's completely distracting of you being a human and willing to actually look at humanity from where we live to what we do. And what
all the vanity that people indulge in their insatiable carnal lusts unto their peril.
There you go. Couldn't have said it better myself. But we're trying to help people, not eat at McDonald's every day. Stop that. Fuck.
They
please.
Basically got Stockholm syndrome at this point, because you can offer them solutions and they don't want it. They love the boot on their throat.
That's it. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, we offer it to them. We beg them to listen, and we do clever things to try to make them pay attention to their own awareness or something. But some break through. We broke through. So, there's hope for other people, but on a mass scale, I don't know if it's, it's going to take a lot.
And I could easily touch the answer to that question, but some people delight in their sin and delight in the vanity and delight in whatever philosophy, worldview that they prefer over against another, because they despise and abhor this other worldview and will never critically consider it. So I'm not going to waste my breath casting pearls to swine. But,
yeah, just
whoever wants to listen to that, hit me up.
Yeah, we're dealing with a lot here, people. We're dealing with a lot of stuff. And it's a great place to be, and it can be overwhelming for a lot of people. And people will just simply reject the fact that they have to look at where they live. I mean, they just don't even want to do it, man. They're so caught up in the system that... But there's a few that break through. I heard a couple youngsters in here today. I was like, interesting. It might have been high schoolers or something. They were young. They were questioning where they live. I'm like, dude, I don't know, man. This whole NASA thing looks pretty fake to me. I was like, oh, there you go. It does look fake. Because it is fake. And it's crazy. And when they see it, they start seeing it, and not everybody sees it. Man, we know that. And I don't know how to fix that. It's the same thing, man. If I tell you to sing a song, Gregory, hit me up. You hit me with a Jackson 5 song. What do you got?
It's funny how you said the Jackson 5, because that's what I No. It was Michael Jackson last night, right?
Right? Really? How interesting. So yeah, but if you don't know, you can't just start the song out by yourself. But as soon as you hear that music, man, you remember every single lyric, dude. What's up with that? You know what I mean? And I've tested this myself, man. I've tried to think. I think of songs, and then I'll be somewhere in a restaurant or something. I'm like, holy shit, I know every word to this song.
Right.
But if you told me hey man, go sing this song, I'd be like, oh shit, I can't. No, I can't remember shit. No, I don't have it. Right. So the words and the message and all that beautiful information is in your head, right? But you can't
using different parts of the brain.
When you want to pull it out, man, it's not accessible until you hear that music. And I find that a fascinating phenomenon. I don't know what it's called, but
recollection,
brainwashing through music and whatever, television, whatever. Same thing. I mean, I heard a theme song from a show I grew up with. I couldn't barely remember the actors or the show or anything, but as soon as I heard that fucking theme song, man, I knew exactly where it was from. And I was like, oh shoot, man, where'd that? Damn. Interesting. So we do have the capabilities. Yeah, we've been stifled in such many ways, Greg. You know that. The whole human experience, mind, body, everything, food, water, air, where we live, has been so completely hijacked, for lack of a better term. And they hijacked it, and we all know that. I mean, you can go watch enough videos to. Don't believe me. And we're just trying to unhijack it. That's what I'm doing here. For me, for anybody, for you guys, wants to unhijack the life lessons, man, of being manipulated through the media, man. That's it. It's as simple as that. Parents, grandparents, they went through it. Yeah, I met people in here, man. Like, my parents were so awake when I'm like, well, there are people that grew up with really woke parents and taught them right. I think Gregory might be one of those kind of guys, man. He might be one of those kind of guys.
No, my parents are not like that. My mother is, been more informed over the years, by the Lord's grace, me telling her things every now and again.
Oh.
But for the most part,
interesting.
Especially my father.
Interesting, man. I saw it the opposite, man. I was like, dude, that guy. Somebody led you to read and learn. And
persons several thousand miles away from me via the internet.
That happens too, man.
I mean, seriously, it was really not a single person in my vicinity that mentioned something. I mean, they mentioned what common people mention, and then I started researching, and then I get into these areas of knowledge that are not commonly mentioned among the common person.
Right.
So those uncommon things that I then learned via the internet, by the Lord's grace, it was not mentioned to me by any persons in my local vicinity.
Fascinating, man. I had a different opposite effect. I mean, I grew up working with a guy for 20 years. Just kept hitting me with stuff like the money system, the little things, man. And it was Waco. I was like, what? What the hell is that? Anyway, just little things along the way. I was like, dude, something ain't right. Check it out. Anyway, he just nudged me along, but until I got to some of the other deeper subjects, man, it was like, whoa, this is crazy. Oh, man. I don't live where I thought I lived. Holy crap, ain't that something? You stand up and you walk outside and you go, damn, I got fooled. Oh, man, what a, how could I let this happen? What's wrong with me? So, yeah, a lot of people won't come to that realization. They'll just, like we've all seen it in here 100 times, in the last 100 days. And they just won't go, okay, well, what is it that I'm living on? Let me check it out. I'll get back to you guys. No, they don't do that. They come in, oh, dude, I got pictures, satellite, where's the edge? Why would they lie? They're like, oh, shit, man, don't go there, man.
We love to talk about empirical data and empirical experience and empirical. Our empirical experience demonstrates necessarily that humans are religious. Get over it.
Right. Let it go, man. Come on, people. Grow up. Step outside.
It is a property of human beings. Period.
Exactly. Go outside. It's your property. Check it out, man. You own it. Why you own
just
it?
Accept that fact about human nature. Take that into account. Now debate.
Yeah.
It is so simple.
So simple, but we put years in study, and you and I, we're definitely on the same wavelength. But when you have to deal with the macho 49ers fan, with his fucking 49ers flag and he's got makeup on and he's going to the game.
Exactly.
When you got to deal with that.
I was just mentioning this earlier to my mom. When we were heading out the door, I was helping her do a delivery, and it was, the TV is just playing in the background, just as regular ambient, and it's on the screen, and then I make a comment, and here you are saying the same thing.
So that guy, how you gonna deal with him, Greg? I'm gonna deal with him like, yeah, go Niners. Hey, man, what shape is a football? Do you know what that is? Give him something simple to try to answer, right? Oh shit, man.
Well, to honestly answer the question, most people don't know how or don't care to do this. But the trick is to be a human and be empathetic and compassionate and affectionate and touch the heart.
I'm going to come in.
You mentioned something. You begin the dialogue mentioning something that touches the heart. Now, with any conversation whatsoever, the recipient is going to either accept the engagement or reject it.
Right. Yeah, and it's hit and miss, man. There's no perfect in and out, man. No.
So that's another problem with people's trying to contemplate an approach. Like, you're talking to a human, a person with consciousness, intellect, sentience, and fallibility, and dignity, and volition. Okay, you're not talking to Alexa. That's not just this set absolute program which they're going to respond.
You got to write that down. You're not talking.
Christ alive.
These people are alive. Yeah, that's right. They're breathing. Yeah, and they're beautiful people, man. Most of them. I mean, it's amazing going outside. I saw, like, I don't know, today just alone, man. I probably saw 8,000-10,000 people drive past me or near me or something, right? It's like, I just bless them all. A beautiful day, man. It's great to see them. I'm glad they're out. I know that, I wish I could help them see where they live. That's what we're doing here. That's what I'm doing here, man. I just want to help people see exactly where they live with their own eyes, man. I'm not even asking you to trust me or anything, man. You got eyeballs. Check it out.
Here is this information that we have. this knowledge that we at least believe we have and argue in defense of our position, here it is for your critical consideration. It's so simple.
I'm a big, I don't know. I really was studying American Indian history decades ago. I was really into it. I thought it was such a fascinating culture. The way they dealt with music and ceremony and weddings and funerals, and I just thought it was a beautiful, peaceful way of living. I just did. I mean, it just seemed like they really were in touch with the earth. And it just seems, whether it's true or not, it's a great story, man. That's the way I would want to live, is in touch.
Yeah, there's some good times within every society, within every nation, tribe, people, and language. And there are some tremendously bad times. There are some virtues that they have. There are many vices that they have.
Yeah. It's true. It just, we'd always, we live on this great place. It's clean. We can keep it clean, but, we've seen some destruction of our surroundings, man. That's just, it's true. But the fact is it is a flat stationary plane, and people, I had this customer one
flat
time.
Stationary non-rotating plane. Don't forget that.
Yes. Had a customer. I don't know. This guy was like some bigwig in farming. I don't know. And he's like, he's this old guy. I was probably in my 20s, your age, Gregory. But he said, I don't know, he was a big rich guy. I was working on his piano, and he goes, yeah, the meek shall inherit the earth after man's pissed all over it. And I was like, shit, that kind of stuck with me over the years. And I was like, what a weird thing to say, man.
That's not the promise.
And we're like, oh shit, that's just like, wow, that's a really poor attitude towards Earth, man. I don't want to be in that club, dude. I'm like, that's
what philosophers call cynicism.
Horrible, man. I was so turned off by it. I was like, wow, that was a weird thing to say, man.
And to furthermore demonstrate how religious humans are, inevitably, cynicists usually are devout and fervent and ardent in their attitude, in their assent, and their proclamation of their cynical attitudes. And the second question that must be asked and answered is, why? Why the hell? What sense does it make? Make sense of it. Why would you be religiously devout to the most pessimistic and fatalistic perception of the world?
Right.
Rather than optimistic?
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question, Gregory? How am I religious?
If I ask you enough questions, and if I talk about the basic presuppositions of your worldview, you're going to resist any challenge, any attack that I give them. Which will demonstrate your devotion, your fervence, and your ardence in holding on to them.
Whatever, man. I'm just saying, try not to speak in generalizations. It's not necessary.
Well, the generalization I said was true.
No, it's not. I'm not religious. It's obviously not true.
But given the premises I just laid forth in the argument, my conclusion follows. You see, now, the person that I just talked to is going to do one of two things. Number one, engage or not. Number two, they're going to do one of three things. Either they're going to debate with me unto the truth or not, or they will conflict with me until all parties are annihilated, or until one is left standing, or just going to conflict forevermore. That is it.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much all the conclusions that can come from that standpoint on religion. Yeah, that's it.
You see, we have had a misconception about so many different things in this world. Why would that not include the conception about religion?
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps the common conception of quote unquote religion, which so many love to hate, is just wrong. And if we're so tough-minded and we're so curious, investigators for the truth, why not scrutinize and investigate that? Especially as how patently obvious and important it is. Like, you're not going to escape religion in this world. It's always been here and always will be.
No doubt.
So you can either engage it and understand it and know the truth about it for your sake and for the sake of your neighbor, or you won't and you'll suffer the consequences. It is so simple.
It's that's too simple. It can't be right. Oh my God, it's incredible. Yeah, it couldn't be said better myself. I mean, there'll always be religion, man. Always, guaranteed. And step up to the plate, man. Take some swings. It's just always going to be there.
I could add this also, and then I'll say good night. Like cosmology, like we love to talk about in here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cosmology has always been and is in principle inseparable from theism and religion. Because the cosmos is the ultimate or the most macroscopic framework of all reality. And that begs a profound and valid question: what caused it to be here? And why?
A lot of theories out there for that one. A lot of theories.
And also, what is this ultimately heading towards? All these events elapsing through time toward the future. What is the end of this? What's the ultimate end of the history of the cosmos overall, macroscopically, and concerning everything else specifically within it? These are valid, profound questions.
Yes, they are. No doubt about it. These are
and they involve the ultimate.
The ultimate.
And when they involve the ultimate, that ultimate is, in some people's mind, impersonal. It's not a person, or it is personal. It is a person.
It can't
people
be
want. I'm sorry. Just this last sentence, and then Professor. People want what they perceive to be good. They want the good. They want blessedness. Sometimes they have such a warped perception that they perceive the cursedness to be blessedness. They want the cursedness, thinking that they will be blessed. How foolish they are. They look at the evil, thinking it to be good and wanting the evil. How foolishly perilous they are. But people want the blessed. They want the good. How do we attain it? What is it? And then how do we attain it?
What is it? How do we attain it? The good. Damn. That's it. That's it, man. Smoke that one. Yeah, that's it. That's all I want, man. How about the rest of you? What's good? How do we obtain it? Let's go. Next.
So, may God bless you and have mercy on you. Y'all have a good night.
All right, Gregory. Thank you, brother.
Love you.
Love you.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, man. Wow. Far out, man. There you go. What's good and how do we get it? and make it good for everybody, not just me or you or everybody. Gets the good. 1,000 years of good. That would be cool. Hey, where do I sign up for that, man? That'd be well, we've been through a lifetime of cockery, as I call it, and we got hoodwinked into some really cockery shit, man. It just happens, and we all came out saying, oh, "Wait a minute, man, this ain't right. What the? Hey, Earth ain't spinning globe. What happened? Why did we believe that? Well, they taught us that. They shoved it down our throats. They kicked it in our asses. They didn't mess around, man. They brought the full on 100%. We're going to shove this down your throat approach because you're in public schools and this is a school system and we got standards and we get to make the curriculum and we get to decide what you learn. Yeah, that's great. Thanks. That worked out. Yeah. It's tough world, man. Throw you into this mess from birth. Like, hey, thanks, man. Oh, yeah, it's a ball. You're shooting through space millions of miles an hour. Okay, that's cool, man. Where do I get my next... I got to go get a big gulp from 7-Eleven, man. I need 64 ounces of Coca-Cola immediately, okay? That'd be good. Give me 64 ounces of Coca-Cola. That'll be my my breakfast. That's a good idea. Okay, yeah, drink 64 ounces of Coca-Cola on your way to work. What? Okay, no. Now you want to talk about the radius of Earth? What? No, did you have your 64 ounces of Coca-Cola first? If you don't know the radius, man, you got nothing. Where'd they get this radius thing? Huh? What do you got? Anybody got any radius laying around? Looking for some radius. It'd be cool. Show me how they got this big radius thing. It's big, man. It's like, dude, it's almost 4,000 miles of radius, bro. That's like huge radius. I need some radius up in here. Get me going this morning. Yeah. Anybody got? No, you don't have it? What? What do you mean you don't have it? Dude, you told me you had it, man. Where'd you get it, man? We couldn't get it. You couldn't get it? Damn. Can't get no radius up in here. If you guys can spare some radius, man.
What's happening, Flat Earth, dude?
Helio, you sound like you're in your pillow. What happened?
Really? Yeah.
I can't hear you, man.
Yeah. Let me fix it.
All right, I'm turning you up, but
no, don't do that.
I won't do that.
Yeah, I'll fix it on mine.
Anyway, I was looking for some radius, man. You got some? Helio's coming to save the day.
I ain't saving shit. I'm trying to figure out.
You're gonna bring me some radius.
Oh no, yeah. You keep.
I need a radius
I can't find it either.
I need a radius. Yeah, I need some radius, man. So I'm looking, trying to find it. I can't find it. It's a bummer. It's one of those things, man. I got to keep working at it. Nothing's easy, people. Nothing. You think you're going to cruise through the day? You're like, oh, shit, man. That didn't work out like I thought it would. Oh, ain't that something? It did work out, but it didn't work out like you thought it would. I love those days, man. I was like, oh man, this is not how I planned it, man. Damn, that sucks.
What the fuck is going on? Oh shit! Now I have echo.
Helio, you sound like you're.
Hey, I'm working on it.
All right. You're weak, man. Weak. Don't be weak.
Shit don't make any sense.
Weak signal. Somewhere.
Weak sauce.
AI. How are you? Are you
horrible?
Are you the artificial intelligence I've been looking for, man? Are you it?
That depends.
It does. We could all be artificial intelligences. I have thought about that as a theory, but I got no proof. But I think we're all natural intelligence, personally. Well, what is natural intelligence? I don't know. I don't have an answer for you, but I got some theories. What it could be. It goes back to when I can't remember a song, but as soon as I hear the music, man, I can remember every lyric of it. And that's weird. I don't get that. Some kind of time warp thing. Pretty sure. Helio, you fix it?
Shit. Can
Nope.
you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Barely.
Barely.
Yeah, I'm working on it, but it's not echoing anymore. At least.
No echo.
What the fuck? I just got off a Facebook call, like a 2-hour Facebook call with someone, so that's. I think that really kind of fucked up my.
All right.
I'll get it set back up. Don't worry.
I'm gonna bid you a night. Bid you a night.
Are you checking out? You
I
checking
gotta
out?
check out, man. I'll see you guys soon.
You mother.
Keep it real, man. That's it. It's easy.
Good night.
I'm
All
right
right. Cheers,
behind
you guys.
man. I'm right behind you, man. Who's gonna keep it alive? I'm gonna put it on Crit, Adam, and Jimsy. Y'all gonna keep this chat alive. Cause I'm right behind Let Her Do. Cause I can't stay up anymore. Check.
Hope it up.
This fucking thing keep changing my sound level. Can't remember where it's at. This is a Windows issue for me now. Every time I switch freaking changes. Can't remember where it's at. Input device. Ahem. Fuck. How about I unplug it and then plug it back in and see if. These settings, certain on. Test your microphone, and it's just like barely lit. What the fuck? Yeah, sorry guys. This is a Windows issue I've been dealing with for. I'm gonna sign into your fucking Windows contact support. Huh. That sounds plausible. Excuse me.
join in the discussion, and then they run rampant with like different ideas of what they think flat Earth is, mixed in with what it's like. And that's why, like, coming into this forum, a lot of people that have flat Earth tag aren't just flat earthers. They're like they're still in cognitive and all that residual baggage from their ideas of like, well, they were lied about the globe. Now they're gonna like know the truth. So all the truth, everything that they hear is gonna be, yeah, that's a possibility. No, it's not. So it's like you can't do that. Like this isn't the like. Well, yeah, you're a flat earther. Cool, bro. Let's think that the Earth is as we have a map of the moon, like on the whole Earth, like that. These ideas, right? Like you can't do that. That's how we got in the mess in the first place. Like making all these assumptions, like that. You cannot do that. Yeah, just think about things logically, and it is what it is. Like, I mean, we're dealing with it on all levels. So just having people like really, and that's why I'm not very liked in this forum when it comes to flat earthers because of that fact. I will always just like listen. Like if it's something that you can verify, you can talk about it in a way that we can all look into it, and that's great. I like it. But when it's something that's speculation, just say, hey, it's my speculation. There's no harm in that. But when you're coming in here as a matter of fact, as a flat earther, then you might end up in a bad way because of that.
I proudly share that judgment with you.
I don't know. I've always expected like this forum was something different, and people even say that this forum is not the same like these other flat earth platforms, and it's not. We've curated it to be what it is. It has it's painstakingly curated to be this way. People hate this forum if you can't use your speculation as a matter of fact. And they're like, well, I'll go somewhere. Go ahead, man. Like, that's the point.
That's
These
right.
other forums.
There's a time and a place for everything, and the people that have the platform can determine what they want to restrict on their platform. I have no problem with that whatsoever myself. When it comes to especially something like this where you can join and speak and any Joe Bloke can show up. So yeah, there's nothing wrong with having some stricter rules, but it's nice to have a place too that if you wanted to get a little deeper with someone that you can go wherever and then talk to them. But again, like you said,
oh look, Mr. Sensible popped in here.
It's funny because there's one of the prevailing worldviews among not just flat earthers but alternative cosmology in general is something that intellectually I'm very on board with, and it's the thing that I come to blows the most with me saying, look, a lot of that speculation, I'm not going to go into what it is, but there are things I believe, but I accept that it's a belief, and I won't insert it into anything I talk about at all.
Exactly.
Because
Meme, I don't know if you know. I don't know, guys. I don't know if you know. We just have Mr. Sensible pop in here. He was on a debate with Witsit. Is he unmuted? Can we unmute that guy, Mr. Sensible?
Do I know Mr. Sensible?
He was on a debate with Witsit. I think Witsit had a debate with him and Conspiracy Cats.
Okay.
Is he? Let's see, what roles does he have? Because if you're in this VC, we do want to talk to you. So go ahead and open up your mic if you got. If not, let me see if I can give you a role. Oh, he doesn't have any. Okay. All right, I just unmuted you. If you are who I think you are, you don't need any introduction. You can go ahead and speak if you want. Mr. Sensible, are you there? Hello? You are muted. You have control of your mic.
All right, then keep your secrets.
All right, keep your secrets. I went ahead and gave him VC verified in case it's.
Thanks, man.
In with him.
Oh man, I might get up my good microphone. This might be interesting, and it might not. Mr. Sensible, are you there? You could bring it back.
You hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, I've got some issues trying to get my setup working. My screen's not working. You guys carry on. I'll jump in a few minutes if that's all right.
That's all right.
Okay, cool.
Hey, by the way, before you come back again, you are the Mr. Sensible that has had a debate with Whitsitt, right? Just to be sure.
I just lost the sound then. I heard you saying, am I that Mr. Sensible who had that debate with Whitsitt? Yes, I am.
Yeah. Okay, good. We can just label him Globe Earther then, meme.
Okay.
He's good to go.
No problem. Manage.
Yeah, I think I'm all sorted now.
Any other
Before he
tags?
starts talking, I want to make sure it's a one-on-one and a civil conversation. You guys know the rules, Sergeant. Go ahead, man.
It's. I mean, yeah, it's an open forum. You guys can chime in. But yeah, this is Mr. Sensible, the guy who had the debate with Whitsitt. So I guess if you wanted to talk to him about that specific thing, or I don't know, maybe if you want to say something, Mr. Sensible, it's up to you. But we already know your position. But if you want to state it for us, why do you think the Earth is what it is, and what evidence do you have to back that up? So that's usually our introduction for everyone. So you're no different, getting no special treatment or anything. It's just how we operate this forum. So if you just want to give us a rundown of what you think the Earth is and why, your position basically, so everybody here knows who doesn't know you.
Well, basically, I was just trawling around, and I just saw that I had the 24/7 Discord link on my set of links, and I just thought, oh, I'll have a listen, see what they're talking about. That's all. Yeah, standard globe position. The prevailing, beg your pardon, prevailing view of how the Earth, the solar system, and the galaxy is understood to be and understood to behave. All that you would expect from a globie.
Could I ask kind of a cognitive question?
Ask away.
Sure. If I were to ask you, how do you know for certain that you're in a galaxy, what would your answer be?
How do I know that we're in a galaxy?
How do you know for certain that you're in a galaxy?
Well, we can see the what do you call it? The Milky Way, which is looking across the cross section, the flat cross section of the galaxy, and we can see all the other galaxies. Stars that we can see are all in galaxies. I didn't realise that was contentious at all.
Well, I mean, you're talking about the Great Rift, right?
Well, isn't the Great Rift one of the gaps between arms of the galaxy? We can see the dust clouds and the band of stars of the Milky Way as we look towards galactic central.
Sorry, I got a spam call right then. If you never looked in a mirror, would you ever know what you look like?
Well, I guess there's other ways. Looking at reflection in water or something.
Well, I mean, if you did,
but you can see all the other people. You could feel your face, and you know that you're going to generally look the same. You can see that everyone has subtle differences, or differences to a greater or lesser extent. But you're going to feel that you've got a nose, a mouth, a chin, ears, and so on.
Don't you have to first assume that you're in a galaxy to say that you look like the other galaxies?
I guess so. Why would you? Why? I mean,
I'm not,
No. I mean, it's just a nice chat. No, you're not having a go. That's fine. But to assume otherwise would be to assume that we're different than all the other solar systems, that we're special in some way.
Okay. I just wanted to get your viewpoint on it.
Hey, Mr. Sensible, do you think that we have to imply, or implore, I should say, leaps of logic when we think about the Earth being a globe?
Do we have to? Do we have to take leaps of logic? Did you say?
Yes, to implore that the Earth is a globe.
No, I don't think so. When we look at the other planets in the solar system, we can see that they're all spheres. I can understand if you were sort of created. This is day one. You walk out. A good starting place would be it's a flat surface. That would be a reasonable first assumption until we investigate further.
I wonder if CB, if you have that clip of Michio Kaku, just for Mr. Sensible's sake. I don't know if he's heard
Science,
this or not.
we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
Sorry, what field is this?
Kaku. You don't know who he is? Is he something?
Is that him you were playing? Sorry, that was it. I thought that was someone else on the in the Discord talking.
No, that's
sorry.
Michio Kaku.
Michio Kaku, yeah. Yeah, he's a cosmologist, isn't he?
Well,
yeah, and astrophysicist.
He's well known. Yeah.
No, I know of him.
But I wouldn't say he's somebody to take lightly in the community of people speaking about what like the cosmos is. So he's not somebody to be discredited, is what I would say. He is somebody well within the realm of a respectable, credited person to say he's a science communicator. Let's say.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that being the case, he's also saying what it is, how they think about the universe and such. So from this coming from just like, hey man, this is what this guy is saying. What do you think about it? Because obviously it sounded like at the beginning when I asked you the question, you said something opposite to what Michio Kaku said, which sounds like you're in disagreement with him. You can't be in agreement with him because you already stated that you're not. So I just want to make sure that the audience that we have understands that the position you have from the position he has, and let's say, I don't know what credentials you have or if you have any or if you don't, but the thing is, you're saying one thing, he's saying another, and that's interesting, right? I mean, not if you don't think it is.
Well, I mean, if he's talking about cosmology, they can't use the scientific method like you can with, I don't know, chemistry, and you can mix certain chemicals, heat them, do whatever, try it again and again and again, repeat it like that. But they come up with thoughts and then look for evidence to try and support them, but it's not that sort of science. They can't carry out those reproduce experiments.
What sort of science is that, though? I'm trying to figure out what sort of science is where you implore thoughts and in your. It's just like guesswork. It's what he said, right?
Any science starts off with a guess, though, doesn't it? If I add, go on.
Real science,
right?
Real science first up starts off with an observation of physical reality, and where you're observing the effect of something. The guess always comes from what have I observed in order to be able to guess what I can vary in order to prove a cause. That's hard science. So it requires an experimentation.
Yeah, I mean, with cosmology, you're observing something and trying to come up with an explanation.
But that's just
with many aspects, it's going to be hard to come up with an independent variable to manipulate. With some, not so. For instance,
right.
like distance to the nearest stars, we can use parallax over 6 months, the parallax for the position of the Earth, and see the change in the apparent position of the star against the background star. Background stars to work out a distance. So, with that, there is an experiment you can do. With other things, maybe not so much.
What experiment are you referring to?
Well, I'm saying with some of the nearest stars, to work out the distance to them, if you take an image of that star, let's say in January, and you can see it against the background and surrounding stars, you look at the same star 6 months later, it will have apparently moved against that background of stars. You formed a triangle with the baseline being the orbit of the Earth.
So what you're saying is the stars move.
Stars do move.
Wait. Baseline with how the Earth moves? Is that what you said? Because at the end of that, you said the baseline is that the Earth moves. Is that correct? Like I'm just
we've moved 6 months around our orbit, so from one side of the sun through to the other side of the sun. So that's half the orbit around. So if you drew a line between the two positions through the sun, that's the base of your triangle. Looking at the star, 6 months later, it will have apparently moved against that background of stars. You formed a triangle with the baseline being the orbit of the Earth. So stars do move.
Okay.
is the peak of the triangle. But looking along those two viewpoints, you can see its apparent position has shifted against the background stars.
All right,
just
so,
like holding a finger in front of your face and closing one eye and then the other eye. Yeah, parallax.
Parallax. We are fully aware of parallax. But for those who don't know what parallax is, maybe you just want to go into that a little bit before I even, I don't want to address it yet because maybe parallax is alien to people at the moment. But if you want to tell them what parallax is and why you're using it in this context, that would be great.
Well, take an example. If you stood looking at a tree with a range of mountains off in the distance, you can see that tree, let's say, is dead in line with the peak of one of those mountains. You move a distance to the left or the right, look at that tree again, it will no longer be lined up with the peak of that mountain. That is parallax. Simple as that.
Pretty easy to grasp onto if you guys don't know what parallax is, but just for your sake, I wanted him to just kind of explain why he thinks parallax is relevant to this specific topic. And also to get into
in my example, the star that we're looking at is that tree. Our baseline, our two positions are the position of the Earth in January, the position of the Earth in June, and that star is no longer lined up with the same background stars it was, just like the tree is no longer lined up with the peak of that mountain.
It's like
so simple trigonometry, then you can calculate the distance.
Right. Simple trigonometry. But before we get into because I do want to talk about that a little bit. Andy, hold my beer is here. He was listening to a debate that you had with Whitsit, and he was on edge as to how come, somebody was so blatantly ignorant to the fact that the Earth isn't what they're saying it is, right? Being that it's a globe that it shouldn't be, right? So he's taken a very staunch position. And you just made him more dug into the fact that he now is solidified as someone who's going to now bring forth the case for flat Earth. But my thing is this, right? Because I know that, and I'm just saying that because I'm saying hello to Andy, who came in here pretty fired up because of the fact that he was listening to you and was it Conspiracy Cats? I would say
it was myself and Conspiracy Cats. But what is it that's got Andy? What's it that's got Andy fired up then?
I'll let Andy speak. Andy, before we get into Mr. Sensible's kind of discussion of the cosmos, I wanted you to just kind of, if you had a little piece here to say about why you felt that conversation went in a bad way while you're listening to it. Can kind of give him a little bit of what we hear on the critiquing side of what you thought was going on with that. I'm putting Andy on the spot here, guys. You don't have to chime in if you don't want, though, but it's up to you.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I just woke up though, guys. So, give me a sec. I need at least 10 cups of tea. I watched that debate and I just got annoyed because it seemed like one side were lying quite a lot, and especially this Cat's character. I don't know. I just didn't like the debate tactics as well, and. What the hell was he doing with this statement? This is what he's going to do, and he's going to make this, sound fancy and say these fancy words. And what was he doing? Why the tactics? It just really got to me.
Are you talking about his thing about predicting the future? Or he was a time traveler?
Yeah.
Well, I think it was fun. It was pointing out.
Fun?
Yeah. He was pointing out that it was absolutely known what would happen. That Whitsit would not produce actual evidence. But I mean, you'd have to take that up with Cats if you wanted to take it up. I can only really speak for myself. And by the way, I didn't say hello, guys.
I just sound like the usual stuff for you guys. Just ad homs before everything was said.
But I didn't ad hom. I showed. I'm going to struggle to remember what evidences I showed. I showed the thing about neutron detectors detecting the sun from around a mile underground, and they do most of their detection during the night when the sun's on the other side of the Earth and you can see the direction the neutrons are coming from, which would be impossible on a flat Earth. The next evidence I gave were the tow tanks that they use for modelling ship hulls and so on. I used the Southampton, I think it's called Boldra Wood tow tank, about 138 metres long, and it's got rails for the gantry to roll along. And they have to be I'll just finish off. They had to be perfectly level, and that is a curve. And it took 2 weeks for it to be adjusted. There's a hump, if you like, of 0.6 millimeters over the length of the 138 meters. And I can't remember what my third. The third one was wasn't it my Mage balloon? Can't remember.
Well, where's that hump at the Suez Canal?
Yeah, I think Mimas wanted to jump in here real quick, and I still haven't addressed Mr. Sensible.
I mean, I don't think metal warping on a poorly built ship is proof of something.
No, that's not what it is. They got a tank of water, 138 meters long, and they tow a model along it to see how it reacts, because it's got a wave maker in it as well, to see how the ship's body would react in the water. Now that tank has to hold the model ship without pushing it down, without pulling it out of the water. So it has to be freely moving. So it has to remain the same distance above the surface of the water. The gantry runs on rails, which must maintain the same distance above the water level along the entire length. And once those rails are adjusted for that, there's a 0.6 millimeter hump, if you like, along the entire length, because
so
the surface of the water. 138 meters.
And 0.6 millimeters?
Yes.
0.6 millimeters. Okay.
Yes.
That's
not much.
That's within the margin of error for anything, though, isn't it?
They use a microscope and a pin breaking the surface of the water, or just not breaking the surface of the water. And I think there's about 400. You know, like on a railway where you get the metal clamps that hold the rail to the to the sleeper. Yeah. There are about 400 equivalent clamps like that had to be adjusted to make sure the rail didn't lift or sink down towards the surface of the water, to maintain a perfect level distance above the surface of the water.
Okay, so I do have a question then. So there was a hump of this metal. Was there a hump in the water?
Yes.
Do you have paperwork for the hump in the water? Or
sorry,
do I have
what?
Do you have the documentation for the hump in the water or the hump in the rail?
I can post a link to that if you wish.
Sure.
You have to give me a minute. So carry on. I'll.
Yeah, we're gonna put a pin on a specific discussion that we had about the cosmos in order for you to address this specific one. But we'll get back to that other one. I think it's important. Once you finish up with this one and we tidy up a bit on this, and then we'll move forward to that one.
I don't know where you want me to post this. It's just in the lobby.
No. Okay, so you're new to this forum, correct?
Yeah.
What you have to do is go to the live stream voice text, which is above the
got it. Yes.
The one here. So.
Okay.
You should have perms. Yeah, you have perms.
Yeah.
Do they have perms too, or is it just links?
Do I have what?
Let's see. Can you post an image? I think
he can't. He need image embed raw.
Let me give him that.
Right. Well, that's the link to the website. I'm just trying to find the actual.
No, you have to be able to post images as well, so that everybody can see anything that you want to present. 1 second. And by the way, I'm gonna preface this sensible, because things in here. This is like a very much intellectual forum, so you're not going to get what you get from other places. This is going to be really. I think it's really hard for globe earthers to be in here that take a staunch position. So, I would say fasten your seatbelt, because Kansas is going bye-bye in a moment. So I just want you to be fully aware of where you're at. This isn't like a debate. This isn't a debate forum like you're used to, I would say. This is way, way, way different. And I just say, just be in here. Don't get scared. If you have somebody else you want to bring in that's a friend of yours or whatever, that's great. If you want to have a buddy, because this isn't like for flat earthers, this is not even a great place to be if you're speculative, I would say. Flat earth or globe earth, it doesn't matter. Like, this is an intellectual forum, so you will be called out on a lot of stuff if you don't have any evidence. So we're going to get down to the nuts and bolts of why you think what you think, the psychology behind it, and all the things that are good for us to know when we investigate. So that's one of the, I just want to preface it with that. So that's what this forum is, just to be fully aware. And we're going to address each point, make sure each point is thorough. We're not going to go skip off and scattergun you with a bunch of questions. We'll let every person that comes in finish their point, and we'll move off to the next person. We're not going to have a dog pile. It's not how this works. So if you're in this forum, you've been in here with me, you know that's the way I run things. Don't dog pile Mr. Sensible. Let the person who's speaking finish their point, and then allow the other person to come in with another point. If you do start to dog pile, I will mute you. So don't do that.
Hey, Miggy, I'm gonna have to run for a little bit, but it's in your hands.
I got you, bro.
Well, I just posted a couple of images of the ones of the tank, and the second one is more details of the rails with those adjustable clamps on. I can't find the direct link to the document so I'm still looking for that.
No worries. Whenever you get them.
Yep.
I have a quick crack at this math here. 138 meters, 414 feet, approximately a 13th of a mile. We're looking for around 0.61 inches bend. And you're talking about a half of a business card. You're very polite, by the way. I must compliment you, sir.
Oh, thank you. I don't have a problem with chatting to anyone. There's no point in just slugging people off, is there?
Well, it's the nature of the beast, Mr. Sensible. And as you can see, both positions are pretty upset about each other. So it comes with the territory. So the thing is, it should be expected on either side. And with that, with this forum, however, I run a tight ship. So I don't allow just the dog pile. Everything has to happen in an organized fashion. And people coming through are going to address you one at a time, and they're going to fully go through whatever they want. And we can have people that support what they're saying. They can pop in there and support what they're saying. There's nothing wrong with that. You can have somebody on your side come in there, pop in and support your side. That's how this works. But we will get through every topic thoroughly. There isn't anything we're going to leave up for questions. There isn't. We go through everything as much as we can thoroughly with everyone. So we want to allow the person who's speaking with you go ahead and finish what they're saying. And guys, remember, if you're done, just say, I'm done. Anybody else can chime in. So we won't know that you have another point coming up. Please allow
I'm good. You can go on. I just wanted to establish that math for a moment. Thank you.
Thanks. Anybody else want to jump in and have a conversation with Mr. Sensible? Other than, if nobody does, then I have a point to bring about the cosmos. So I'll wait, you guys, if you want to speak with him. He's the guy, if you guys may or may not know, had a debate with Witsit. Him and Conspiracy Cats went a 2-on-1, I think, or 2-on-2. I don't know who else.
Well, yeah, it was supposed to be 2-on-2, but the other one was Brian Leakey. So.
Oh, that's right. He didn't really like that. Anyway, but that's neither here nor there. We want to know if you have any questions about what Mr. Sensible is thinking about. He's very much in the position that the Earth is a globe. The evidence speaks for itself, according to him. So this is your time, guys. If you wanted to speak to somebody who's in a position that thinks the Earth is a globe.
Really, I have a really quick question, Miggy. Real quick question. After getting smoked in a debate, how are you still a globe earther?
Smoked in the debate? Which debate was that?
Any debate with Witsit in it?
No. Witsit is rather famous for his word salad. He spouts lots of stuff. He did not address the toe tank. He did not address the neutrino detector. And I have posted those couple of images. I posted the link, and I'm just about to post a screen capture of the relevant part of that document. Here we go. This is the bit that says about the hump, if you like. I don't know. Is that come through okay? Can you all see that? Oh. Yeah, there we go. The rails must be aligned vertically to follow the curvature of the Earth horizontally and in roll. In Southampton, the Sagittar for an east-west oriented tank of 138 metres is about 0.6 millimetre. And the top faces of the rails must be level, that's to the surface of the water, within 0.1 millimetre over their length. So that's where I got the figures from Southampton University, okay?
Do you have any idea of... So you're saying this university says that the water is bending?
Yes, they got the rails. The rails could be adjusted slightly up, slightly down, based on those red sole plates that are in the images that I posted above, and to maintain a perfect height above the surface of the water. Once you have that, so they're all at the top of the rail along its entire length is exactly to within 0.1 millimetre, the same height above the surface of the water, then that rail has a curve of about 0.6 millimetres over its entire length.
So we really can't use the rail. What are the rails used for?
That kind of proves that the water is flat, though.
The rails are used for that gantry. Can you not see the gantry?
I know, but the rails are kind of irrelevant because they're built, right? They're not what's level.
Yes,
they are. That's an instrumental error. That's user error.
They build the concrete walls of the tank, obviously as level as they can. They actually let it settle, I think, for a number of months, and then with all those red sole plates, the rails are mounted. Now, of course, just mounting them is not going to be that accurate. They are then adjusted to make sure they maintain the same level above the surface of the water.
Right.
So they follow the surface of the water. So if the water was absolutely flat, then the rail would be absolutely flat.
So they measured up from the surface. They measured up from the surface of the water, and you're talking about a 0.6 of a millimeter variance.
Yes.
Okay.
They used a microscope. They used a microscope showing a needle pressing against the surface tension of the water.
Right. So when I go to a machine shop and have them bore out a motor and they have an error, that never happens?
Thank you. I'm a machinist.
How have you taken into the mechanical variables? How have you excluded them? How have you accounted for them?
How do you exclude metal expanding and contracting under stress and heat?
When they did that, they could not, and in fact it says in this document that I linked to, they couldn't even use a laser because of refraction. That's how accurate they had to be. So they're going to use accurate instrumentation. It was had to be the same person had to make the adjustments along the entire length, so that he would be making exactly the same adjustment. Because if they change to someone else, they'll see it slightly differently.
So how would you account for his error then?
Well, you can read the document. That's the information I have. They used a microscope and a needle against the surface of the water.
I know that.
And adjusted it so it's the same at every sole plate.
I've done the geodetic robotic systems because I do surveying and stuff. This is not perfect equipment.
Oh no, and it even says they're allowing for an error of 0.1 millimeters. Remember, they're looking through a microscope when they do it, but 0.1 millimeters. They can't get more accurate than that.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean they're nailing it.
Well, they're within 0.1, and that ends up giving you a curve of 0.6 over the 138 meters.
0.6 sounds like they were off somewhere.
Yeah, it sounds like they were off. That sounds like user error to me.
Well, you'll have to take that up with the university. This isn't me making a claim. This is a university.
But isn't there a better claim, like you have a natural body of water that you can look over and shouldn't see buildings on the other side or something? Something a little more than this very small margin of error.
Right. Well, we always hear about the whole thing about ships disappearing or wind turbines getting sort of chopped off, or Chicago skyline and things like that, which is all out in the natural environment. You've got temperature variations, you've got air density variations and so on. Here is another example to illustrate the same thing. The tanks are actually built and have to allow for the curvature of the Earth.
Well,
thus demonstrating that
they don't have to allow for the curvature of the Earth at all.
Well, they're allowing for the curvature of the water caused by because the surface of the water is following the gravitational equipotential, i.e. maintaining the same distance from the centre of the Earth.
Okay, let's look at this document.
Yeah, please do. Yeah. I've got it in front of me as well.
Can you?
It's not very long, by the way.
They accounted. Can you find the part where they accounted for the gravitational pull?
Well, that screen capture I gave is on page 3 of the document.
You just post the whole document, just a link to it. That'd be fine.
I did, didn't I? Let me try again.
No, you posted a link to the website.
Oh, there's the document. And this will be the same with all tow tanks. It's just the one that I used in a couple of debates. And as I said, it's on page 3, and it's the bottom left couple of paragraphs. Sorry, page 2, beg your pardon, page 2.
Okay, that's page 2.
And Dave Hinkle, I didn't say tow tags, I said tow tanks. TANKS.
The Australian Maritime College tank staff measured deflections of up to 1.2 millimeters in the rail alignment within 12 months of filling the tank.
Sounds like the concrete expanded.
Yeah. Because, I
this is indoors. I mean, it's not going to be massive, massive variations in temperature.
Indoors.
Sorry, concrete.
I've done infrastructure concrete for many years for cities and the military. I've done military projects and infrastructure projects, and I've done surveying for them. I know what I'm talking about here. Concrete expands and contracts. It doesn't matter.
Of course it does. Of course it does. That's why you have expansion joints in long runs of concrete, of course.
Exactly. You just said it. Expansion joints.
Yeah, expansion joint. And they're there because it flexes and expands and contracts. Even 5 years after you build a building, it can change. Now, it's a microscopic change almost. You wouldn't be able to see it with your eye. But it says right here that one of the tanks they filled had a 1.2 millimeter variance, which is over double.
Hold on. What are you looking at?
I'm looking at page 2 where it says the staff measured deflections of up to 1.2 millimeters in the rail alignment within 12 months of filling the tank.
Concrete. Is that the concrete should be allowed to settle? Yes.
Got two things involved: the mounting and the concrete and the metal. So there's a couple factors.
So yeah, they got deflections within 12 months, didn't they? And then looking down, so the tank was filled in June 2015. Alignment started in January 2016 to allow time for the concrete to settle.
Yeah.
Okay, may I mean, a half inch or something, you'd start to concern me, and I would be looking into this. Other than that, I have to question also this test that they're doing with model boats on this little canal, if you will. What's with the high precision rate here for something that's going to be buoyant, if you will?
Because the model of the ship, let me see if there, I think there's, is there any images there of it? I don't. Well, at the bottom you can see a model of a ship. It's actually suspended below a gantry which runs along those rails, so it's got all the monitoring equipment on it, and I think it goes up to 10 meters per second. It goes quite quickly anyway, but you don't want it pushing that model down into the water or pulling it out of the water, because that will affect the readings. I'm sorry?
I can understand a quarter inch or more. I can understand that would be a variable. But honestly, we're talking about a test here. This isn't like absolute precision machinery. There's a lot more things in this world that are machined with higher precision. So to me, that test, that's as accurate as you're ever going to get, even if you did have up to a millimeter or more variance. That's dead level as far as I'm concerned.
Sorry. I've just also seen on that page that we're looking at, page 2, on the right-hand side, just above the photograph, it says the vertical alignment of the south rail was checked in 20 spots in June 2016. So that was 6 months later, and it showed that the concrete had not moved during that period. So, I mean, they allowed for any settling and whatever before they adjusted the rail, and checked it 6 months later, and it hadn't moved.
Sorry, guys, I'm speechless. Go ahead. I mean, to me, that's level, dude.
Yes, it is level. It is level, and level is a curve. Absolutely.
Wow. At least we got you saying that on boys.
You say it with such gusto.
Again, I'm gonna have to go find this fellow I used to know that was into the construction equipment and
Level-
he's a high-end guy.
Level as defined by academics is not real level, because those of us who build things know what level actually is.
What size things do you build? What size things do you build?
I did a 1.5 million square foot warehouse for the military. They never accounted for anything.
Well,
They never account for anything. Linear lines, every direction.
Hilti makes a laser level 75,000 feet. So,
and you can go to the tool shop, buy a tool called a level that comes in all different lengths, and it has 2 mediums in it. It has a gas medium, and it has a fluid medium inside of the canister, and it shows you what level it is. So I'm trying to figure out how you build words into a definition that actually try to find the base of a tool.
Because in recent history, they've tried to change the definition of level because of this argument. That's not an excuse for the fact that level has always meant
Right,
level.
and my point is, no matter how many words and word salad you can throw at me trying to tell me that curve is built into the definition of level, I'm going to tell you I'm going to go buy a tool called a level with a capital L, and I'll smack you over the head with it, because there's no amount of words that you can do to cover up the observation of a level with a tool called a level. Like, that's a bullshit story.
Right. If you're talking about talking about a spirit level or a laser level, something
No, I'm
like that.
talking about a level. Capital L-E-V-E-L. If I'm going to build a deck, if I'm going to hang a TV, if I'm going to interact with the surface to ascertain whether or not it's level and make sure that the stuff I'm building is level, I'm going to use a level. Right? Now, you're not going to appeal to the definition that they've revised recently to tell me that there's curve built into your idea of level. That's bullshit and a fallacy on its face.
No.
Yes,
level
yes, it
is the same distance above. So if the surface is curving, if you took
Hold on. Do you have validation? Do you have validation of a curving surface, though? Do you have validation? of a curving surface?
I'm giving an explanation of what I mean by level. If let's say you had a very large sphere.
Hold on. I'm stopping you because we already know that definition, because we hear it all the time. No, that is not.
Yeah,
what
but it's not.
about. We are diametrically opposed to that interpretation of what level is. That's
So
not
if you're just talking,
the point with, hold on a second here. The point with everything that's being
unfalsifiable. If you hold on now. If you claim that level and curved are the same thing, and you're just measuring up from 2 spots, so level will always look curved, that's unfalsifiable. That is literally unfalsifiable. We can
actually no, it isn't. No,
it is
no, it isn't.
unfalsifiable.
What you're talking about is horizontal.
How would you falsify it?
What you're talking about is horizontal, as in 90 degrees from plumb.
90 degrees perpendicular to plumb.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if I dropped a plumb line, 90 degrees from that is horizontal. If I was hanging a TV or something that you suggested a little while ago, then yeah, you'd use a spirit level or whatever, because you don't have to take curve into account over that short distance.
Yeah,
If
and over
a
500
distance
foot-
away, a long distance away, you take another plumb that will not be parallel to the first plumb.
So you think if you go to a still lake and you put your theodolite up and you're measuring 500 foot across it and you have identical measurements, there's no curvature? Or is the level of that plumb perpendicular straight line that you're running parallel over the lake, is that curving around the lake too?
Is the
It's not. It
perpendicular
violates
the perpendicular to plumb is in effect a tangent, isn't it? So if you're on two sides of a lake, I think you said 500 meters across, drop 2 plums, and at each one you had a 90-degree horizontal to those 2 plums, then they wouldn't be parallel to each other.
They would be.
No, but no, they
And
wouldn't.
they will be.
And that's
They
why
will be, and
I
they
forget the
will be.
exact term, but
reality.
It's not
not in the drawing in your head.
no,
Reality.
I am talking about reality. Have you ever seen The Main Surveyor? I forget the
No,
term.
I've been on a lake. I'm not delusional enough to think that the water's curving all around me. Have you ever been out on a lake?
Well, that tow tank that I just showed was 138
Okay,
meters.
no.
Let me finish. I'm responding to your point.
dragging
That tow
yourself.
tank was 138 meters, and it had a 0.6 millimeter
Okay, so
height,
what's
if you
going
like.
on
So over
with
500
now?
meters, you're only going to have a couple of millimeters. So no, you're not going to see it with the naked eye.
How much? Hold on. How much is not 0.6 millimeter? How much
Just
is
over half a millimeter.
half a millimeter?
Yes.
Half a millimeter.
Yes.
Do you have any idea how small that is?
Yeah. You get 2 of them in a millimeter.
Okay.
Now, if you're talking about a 500-meter lake, you can imagine that it's going to be, about 4 times that. So about a couple mil.
Hold on.
Well,
How
let me
many
just ask
millimeters?
something.
How many millimeters are in an inch? Because we should have 2 inches of curve on that. How many millimeters are in an inch?
It's 2.4. Yes.
So you're off by 25 times. So there's no curve.
I don't really quite follow what you're saying.
Because at 138 meters, you would have about 2 inches of curved earth. You would not have.
Wouldn't?
No, yes, you would.
Sorry, 2 inches at 138
Hold on,
meters.
I'll stop you there. It's 0.615, and if you want to go with your sagittal, you can half that if you like. But either way, it's either 5/8 of an inch or half of that.
5/8 of an inch. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's still way more than a millimeter, isn't it?
Well, over 138 meters, you're saying that the globe theory, if you like, would predict over half an inch of curve.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
wrong.
the exact calculation.
that's not
pretty
wrong.
much.
I'm sure that's wrong.
Give him half for a sagitta. It's still half of 5/8. Go ahead.
Sorry, who go ahead?
No, if let me ask you real quick. If level is curved, is globe flat?
Yeah, we're not gonna skip off. We're gonna stay on this one at the moment. Chad, if you're here, Chad has had studies with mathematics, so he would be the one to actually point it out to you, Mr. Sensible, if you're wrong. And I would say
I'd like
that
to
he has been
label
doing-
your level, our level.
He's
Or
been,
your
he's been doing
level's
it for a while.
your level's
Guys-
called radio
Guys,
level.
can you hear me? When I'm
Go ahead.
talking right now, yeah, just allow me to finish because I'm addressing what Mr. Sensible is bringing up here in this forum. So, Chad, are you there?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, Mr. Sensible, if you may or may not know, he's a person who does debates with Flat Earth. So he's done one with Witsit. So not known or known, but
I just put 100. Sorry.
I'm gonna go and let you present the mathematics for that, but we're just gonna go right now based on the mathematics. And there's been a gentleman who chimed in here who was correcting you. You said that's not right. Can you please, guys, go over the math one more time so that way Chad can hear, and at least maybe Chad, if you want to test this and see if it's not what they're saying.
Well, if it's 160 meters, that's a tenth of a mile, isn't it?
138. I mean, let's call it 150. 150, just to make it.
160 is a good number because it's a tenth of a mile, isn't it?
Okay, but you're going to be mixing up imperial and metric.
If you're going to haggle over that, I'm not going to bother.
Well, no, there's a big difference between imperial and metric. I just whacked a target distance of 0.138 kilometers, so that's 138 meters, with an eye height of 0 meters into the Earth curve calculator, and it says the target hidden height would be 0.0015 meters. That's using the Earth curve calculator at GitHub.
I don't know if there was going to be a response to that, or if you guys are doing something with what he's saying.
I just said if he's going to haggle over silly numbers, I'm not even going to bother. So,
what am I haggling over? Go on, say it again.
I think Mickey was just trying to give him the floor to speak.
Yeah, I was just giving him the floor, actually. But it seems like we are, I guess, at the end of that point. You guys already said that there's a bit of haggling over the numbers because it seems like there is curvature with the way you're presenting it, or should be anyway, and there isn't, according to Mr. Sensible, or at least not enough to be detected. Is that correct? Am I getting what you're saying, Sensible? It's too minuscule.
I'm saying if you were looking over a lake 500 meters wide, the amount of curvature is not going to be apparent to your naked eye.
So, well, that's interesting because we got a contradiction here that I'm going to have to point out. But it's too interesting to point that out at the moment. I do want to get back to the cosmology point that we were on. Maybe if everybody's good with this point, if you have anything else to add before I move on. Anyone? We're all good? All right. So going back to the cosmology point you brought up, I told you that it takes leaps of logic according to some astrophysicists, including Michio Kaku, and there was a sound clip of actually him saying so. So it wasn't just me telling you that that's what he said. He actually said that, and I'm pointing it out, which is important, right? Because there's a lot of people that actually look up to science communicators such as him. Therefore, I said, he said leaps of logic, and that's the way that it works for him. You disagreed, however. You said it was actual, we can know things, and he didn't say that. So
we can know some things, other things we can't know for sure.
Okay, I'm going to take us out of the realm of vagueness, which is kind of like what your rebuttal was at. So know some things and not know some things. Okay, so let's put things into the realm of what we know, and I'm going to go ahead and allow you to tell us give us a few examples, if not one, of what we can know from the cosmology side of things. Go ahead.
Well, this is not any field I'm a specialist in, but we know certain things, like we know the constituent elements of stars using spectroscopy. Sorry, I struggle saying the word spectroscopy.
No, go ahead. Spectroscopy, for sure. Okay, and you say that the way we know those elements is how? Spectroscopy works in a way that, how does it work? First of all, I think using words like these, they're fancy. Some of them are packaged in a way that some other people don't know. The audience sometimes, they might be globe Earth proponents and they don't even know what spectroscopy is.
Right. Yeah.
If they're not in this discussion, they won't know. So enlighten people.
Could I just chip in on this one, Miggy? I've got a bit of information on this one.
Absolutely. I just wanted either you or you tell us what spectroscopy is, and it doesn't matter who it comes from. Just a
quick question to Mr. Sensible. When you're looking at spectroscopy of a star, are you seeing what the actual star is made of, or what its atmosphere is made of?
It's light shining through the atmosphere. It's light shining through the atmosphere of the star.
So it's the atmosphere of the star. You're seeing what the constituent.
Yeah, but
not the actual star itself.
Well, the star is a ball of plasma, isn't it, and gas, whatnot, and shining, taking spectrograms of different stars give you different results. But we haven't, just to confirm what spectroscopy is, when you take light, you break it up into a rainbow. If that light is shining through a gas, you get what's called Fraunhofer lines, absorption lines, like a barcode, and each element always has the same pattern. So therefore, if you're looking at the light coming from a star, you examine the pattern, the barcodes, if you like, and therefore you can determine what the constituent elements are.
And this is what you said we know, right? We can know something, like we can know this.
Yes, because that's measurable. And if different people took readings of the same star at different times from different locations, they'll get the same Fraunhofer lines, the same patterns.
I think the audience might be a bit confused when it comes to things we know, because in this forum, we like to stand on certainty. And I'm going to sound a bit redundant, but 100% certain, right? So now I'm going to turn it around and ask you, are you 100% certain when you say that the star that you are looking at is made up of the specific element that you say that it is made up of? Go ahead. 100% certain. I'm not saying, now I'm going to phrase it this way, again, redundant. 99.99999999999% sure. That's not what I'm talking about.
That would be more accurate, wouldn't it?
Well, no. I'm saying what's accurate is what you are saying, not what we think you're saying. So what are you saying? Tell us directly.
What I'm saying is, if they take a spectrogram of the sun, they can determine the elements that the sun is made of. You take a spectrogram of different stars or galaxies, you can tell the same. You can get the same patterns due to the various elements, so you know the elements.
Hang on, guys. I want to make very clear this before you guys chime in. I want to make this very clear before you chime in, because we get this a lot. So in this forum, you're going to have to tell us, and it sounds redundant, but you have to tell us what percentage that you know that you're certain that that element is what you're claiming it is. Now, is it, I'm going to give you two options because it sounds like you agreed with it, 99.99999999999%, or is it 100% sure? Which is, without a shadow of a doubt, all certainty, for sure, it is the element that you're saying. Which one of those two is it?
You'd have to go for the 99.99999 to be honest, because there could always in science, there's a possibility of something else that you're unaware of.
All right.
That is science, isn't it? Which is why the strongest thing is a theory. So because it could always be overturned. However,
this isn't, it has nothing to do with you, Mr. Sensible, but everybody in here who comes in and says that, I would say they are not certain and they do not know, because it could be, right? What we're doing here is we're analyzing the fact that the people that are saying these things are not sure. So, and you saying that that's the way science works solidifies the understanding that you don't know, because it could be, right, something else, subjective. It could be.
That's true. That is true across all of science. That's true across all of science. If I take a hammer, I hold it in front of me and drop it or let go of it, it falls to the ground. I have never seen a hammer not fall to the ground, but there is always the possibility of some effect or whatever causing that hammer to not fall directly to the ground. Science, the strongest, as I said, the strongest position you can have is to have a theory made up of facts, but it's always a theory because it could be overturned. We've had theories that have been overturned.
Subjective. So what we understand now from your perspective of what science is basically not knowing things and just guessing. It's guesswork.
It's not guesswork.
Oh, it's guesswork, 100%, Mr. Sensible. And so what I'm pointing out here is the fact that you are giving us guesswork and telling us that it's science. And I totally reject that, because I don't think that people put their... Listen, you might be standing behind this, and what I'm pointing out to you is that the idea that you are actually an advocate for this position, other people who listen are listening as you're making these statements as a matter of fact. Spectroscopy works this way. We look at the stars, therefore it is what we're saying it is. So they are not listening to you as in it's not 99.9999%. There's a sliver of doubt. It could be something else. They're actually looking at it from your standpoint and the way you're saying it as a matter of fact. So they don't understand that. So the confusion happens that person will come in here and tell us things as that they're 100% sure, and you don't know that because what you're thinking is not being conveyed over to them in the way that I'm telling you now. So now I'm exposing the fact that you are using guesswork, as in what you think the stars are, using spectroscopy, because you admittedly said 99.99% is the most... I guess you can say the trusted way that you guys work, and you guys, and I would say anybody who uses this, right? So now I'm getting to the bit where we're actually exposing the fact that no one knows what they're telling us, because it could be something else, subjective. And that is why everybody who says these things doesn't know what they're saying, and we point it out to them. That's why it's important for you to understand that. There is no debate when it comes to flat Earth and globe Earth. Why? Because we see the same Earth that you do. So the thing that you're seeing, however, is a perspective outside of the one that you're already seeing. So they're telling you a story about what's happening outside of what you already know to be happening. You see the stars, we see the stars. You see the flat level horizon, we see a flat level horizon. There isn't another Earth we're speaking of when we talk about flat Earth. It is the obvious and self-evident reality in which we all exist in. And this has been the issue with the flat Earth, globe Earth debate. It seems like we're speaking of two different concepts and everybody's coming at different points, and that is not the case. The case we're trying to point out is the confusion that is happening with the globe Earth, that you guys have been believing the guesswork, the 99.9% where there's a little sliver of doubt. That's what you guys believing is true. We don't have a position.
If I said to you, I've got a lottery ticket here, right? I'll let you have it for $1, and it's a 99.99999% chance you'll win. You would buy that lottery ticket off me. It's not 100% guaranteed, but it's 99.99999.
So are we talking about things we don't know once again? Because we don't know, right?
The point
That's what
is,
you're pointing out to me. We don't know. You're pointing out to me the same thing that I'm saying to you. So basically, you're arguing my point, which is what I'm telling you. We don't know. So you're telling me we don't know, but this is our best guess, and you're like, "Oh, it's not our guess."
We're not talking about a guess. What we're talking about. Right. We've got an idea. We've made an observation. We got an idea about what that observation might be showing. So we look for the evidence to support it. Now, if the first person, so we take, I don't know, whatever the reading is, a temperature reading. Oh dear, that doesn't support our idea. So we'll have to throw it out and think of another idea. And we come up with that. And suddenly the temperature reading you take, for instance, supports that idea. It's consistent with that idea. So you look for more evidence.
Why are we eliminating things, though? Why don't we just outright know what it is? Why do we have to eliminate what it's not? I don't think that's a great way for us to get it to a conclusion. Sir, that is assumptions. Do you know that you're living in a worldview filled with assumptions and you're okay with it? And this is what we're trying to point out. So it's not just... Well, listen, we point this out to everybody. It doesn't matter what topic you bring up in this forum. We're going to point it out to you that you, sir, believe that the assumptions that you've just made are actually reality. And we're telling you it is not, because you don't know.
We've got evidence. What you do is you've got your observation.
Mr. Sensible, you have guesswork.
Are you going to let me speak?
You have to admittedly say it's guesswork, sir. It is guesswork.
It's not a guess.
That's like Michio Kaku said. Here's where you're going off the rails and thinking that you know what you're saying when you don't, sir.
Right. I said to you, Michio Kaku, he's a theoretical physicist. Physicist. Now, when you come up with an explanation for something, or a possible explanation, you look for evidence to try and disprove that. That's how science works. And if your evidence, you take measurements, you take various readings, whatever sort of readings they are, depending on what it is, if they don't rule it out, then so far that explanation could still be true. The more evidence you've got, the stronger that is, until you reach a point where you've got a theory which is virtually.
It is your best assumption.
Yes, supported by all the evidence. If you find,
see, for the record, for the record, Mr. Sensible, you think that assumptions. The best. I'll put it this way. Let's dress it up. Let's put lipstick on the pig, shall we? Let's say the best assumption that you have. That is what you're going to run with. Your best assumption, sir. That is what you're telling us.
Are you going to straw man me?
No, sir. That's your position.
Right, don't tell me what my position is. Right. With this observation, whatever it is we've made loads of different readings. All of them support that observation. If you find one reading that rules that out, then you have to throw that idea that you're calling
You're
the subject out.
rationalizing Michio Kaku's admissions. It's seat of the pants. Rationalize it how you need.
Yeah, you're just at this point you're just comforting yourself, which is not anything good for any of the audience. Audience is looking at this like, oh my goodness, the guy is not making any sense, because at one point he said we can look at spectroscopy as a great way to tell us what that is, and now you actually admittedly said we're actually looking at what it's not. What it's not.
No. We know that spectroscopy. We know that spectroscopy works. If you do tests shining light through various gases, you will always get those same patterns per element of Fraunhofer lines.
So let's go back once again.
Therefore, if you apply that same technique to the start and you get the same pattern, your assumption that it's hydrogen, helium, whatever the element is a damn good one to make.
A damn good one isn't knowing for sure, Mr. Sensible. Once again,
no, it's for knowing 99.99999% sure.
Audience, let the audience decide, because right now they're hearing you say that. I didn't say that. So now you're telling them how you don't know, and I'm just exposing the fact that you don't know. And then so in any intellectual discussion, you're coming in half-cocked, half-baked, or whatever it is you want to use the term. You don't know what's going on. I'm pointing that out to the audience. The audience clearly hears that from you now. So, Mr. Sensible, anywhere you go, in any forum you come into, you're going to 99.9999% know of what's going on. And for us, that's not knowing, sir. And so you can say...
Don't know anything, then. Tell me something, anything you know. Anything.
Thank you. I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, come on. Tell me something that you absolutely know.
Let's have a little exercise, because I'm going to show you, right? I'm going to actually show you. Are we talking on Discord right now, Mr. Sensible? Yes or no? Yes or no? Are we talking on Discord?
Are we talking? Don't like the music. Are we talking on Discord?
Yes, sir. Are we talking on Discord?
I have an image on my screen that looks like a Discord server.
All right, so we'll just say yes or no. Are we talking on Discord? It's
the best evidence. Okay, the best evidence that I've got right now is that we are talking on Discord server.
Okay, all right, that's great, right? I agree with you. That we're getting somewhere, right? All right. So let's go to the second follow-up question, which is only two. There's nothing really big. Are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord? I know that's redundant, but please answer the question.
Am I 100% sure? No.
There you go. Audience, that is it. Mr. Sensible, your goose is cooked. You do not know about reality because you don't know your own reality, sir. I 100% know that you and I are talking on Discord because it is the platform that we are using.
Okay. Here's a counterexample. You go to kindly make a donation to my Patreon. I send you a link, okay, and you send me some money. Are you 100% sure that's going to me? It could be some scam link you've got. It looks like my Patreon or your bank account, but that's how people fall victim to scams because something that looks like something isn't necessarily it.
Mr. Sensible, your Patreon link is actually a scam link, dude. The obvious one. Anyway, but that's beside the point. Listen, this is Discord. We're talking on the platform. You agreed at that much point, but see, the breakdown for you is reality. So for us, if we can't know our own reality, then we're not going to listen to talking heads who are telling us that they think they know what's going on with whatever they're saying with only a 99.99% chance. Because, sir, when it comes down to it, you wouldn't bet your life on that 99.99% at all. So none of the things
absolutely would. Have you ever been in a car?
Ridiculous.
Have you ever been? No. You've been in the car, haven't you? When you drive in your car from A to B, okay, there's an extremely good chance you'll get there safely, but you might not. And if you do have an accident of one sort, there's a good chance with your seatbelts and your what do you call them? Inflatable. I forgot what they call them. The inflatable things that come up. There's extremely good airbags. Yeah. But there is the chance you could die.
Yeah, here's the thing though. You're pointing out things that we may not know or may know, but the thing that I'm pointing out to you is the things that we know. All right, I'll say it. I always get redundant because I hate it when I do. We know what we know. We don't know what we don't know. It's stupid, right? But I have to say it that way. Anyways, we know what we know. We don't know what we don't know. So when you tell us things that you don't know, assuming things and saying it like you know, then it sounds ridiculous to us as an intellectual forum. If you're not able to stand on all 10 toes and declare how you're 100% sure of what you're saying, I'm going to hand wave this and say you're just full of crap. You're just saying things because it sounds nice, because Joe Blow told you, whoever Joe Blow is. I don't care if he's a professor or the guy down the street. Doesn't matter to me. Whatever you are coming in here telling us in an intellectual forum that you know, and we're going to put it to the test, and you say, well, I'm not really sure. I think it is. It's a best guess, right? Damn good one, as you put it. And then it turns out that you don't know. So, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sensible hasn't a grip on reality because he's not sure ever. And there it is, sir. That's
science. Has to be, by definition, science has to be falsifiable. Every single aspect of science has to be falsifiable, which means it could be wrong. Now, that may be a vanishingly small chance.
Sir, you're taking it out of the realm of science, sir. You're taking it out of the realm of science. This is not even science we're talking about. No, sir. We're talking about the most obvious, the self-evident things. I could put it to you this way, not even Discord. I don't even have to know this. I want you to prove it to yourself. What are you doing right now? Are you standing up, sitting down, laying down? What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like, I don't have to know.
I believe I'm sitting down on my chair, and I'd say that's it. Yeah.
But just, sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's, I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, you said that. I know. Like, listen, Mr. Sensible, you're sitting down right now. I can tell you without even seeing you. This is how crazy it gets. I can tell you without even seeing you because you said that and you're sure that hey man, I believe I'm sitting down. I know that you are. I say, like, you can say that with all certainty. You're sitting down. It's okay.
Yes, you could assign a certain level of trust to something like that. If I said, hold on. If I said I have a pet cat, you could say, well, I've chatted to the guy. He seems fairly honest. It's quite possible he has a cat. Yeah, I believe him. But if I said I've got 3 Ferraris parked in my garage, you might think, well, it's possible, but it's quite unlikely. Do you know what I mean? You assign levels of trust and acceptance.
No, that's what you do. That's what you do because you've been told to think this way. You're okay. So the confusion happens to people when they're taught, or they're told, I should say, they're told how to think like this. So you were told at an early age that this is a good way to think. Leave yourself open for these things that are self-evident, things that are self-evident, right? I'm not even speaking of the things that you don't know and that you're making these speculations on. What I'm saying are the things that are self-evident, sir. This is outside of the realm of you just being able to be like, hey, let's science this shit. And I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, if you're saying you're sitting down, standing up, talking on Discord, whatever it is that you're doing, you're not even sure of that. So you're confused. So therefore, I'm going to attribute the word confused to everything you say, because there's nothing you're going to say that's going to be like, oh, wow, that's great. You actually know something, because you don't. So therefore, you don't know anything. And I can say that with all assurance because you've demonstrated that to us here in this chat and anywhere else you go, whatever platform you say, I want to debate flat earthers. It's not going to happen because there is no debate, because you don't know anything. You're in a state of confusion, sir. And until you realize that, you won't come out of it. You're going to keep spinning your wheels and comforting yourself and saying, well, damn, I could be damn well assured that 99.9% is good. It's not going to get there for you. You'll never know. Ever, ever, ever. And that's not how science works. That's how you perceive science to work. And this forum will reject that all the time, because everybody in here will say, I know that I'm sitting down. I'm 100% sure that I'm sitting down right now. What else is it? Like, you can't do that to yourself. You're so unsure about yourself. You're very confused, and I can see why, because you're taught to think this way. You're told, somebody told you somewhere. So there's a lot of confusion with you people who are in a staunch position who think the earth is a globe, because outside of your perception, something's happening and you just can't be sure what it could be. So you have to leave yourself open for doubt. And so that's where that comes in, that argument that you have that you don't know everything. And it's just it's a crooked philosophy, man. You've been sold. You've been
science.
It's not
with with science, it has to be falsifiable. If I just said just for the sake of argument, the moon is made from cheese because it looks like it, well, unless we can take some sort of measurement or test to falsify that, that's not science. That's just some random claim.
Well, that's what science, you're doing. Mr. Sensible, you just said the star plasma with spectroscopy, and you know the elements.
Yeah,
and I said,
no. What I said was all our available evidence points to that.
Evidence.
The available evidence points to the fact that spectroscopy works.
You just finished telling me that you're eliminating things that it's not. That's what you told me. Well, our best. It's a.
But we have taken. Okay, if we take a measurement of the sun using spectroscopy, we get certain patterns of Fraunhofer lines. Those patterns are known to appear if you shine light through, for instance, helium, hydrogen, and so on. Therefore, that would point towards the sun being made of those elements. It's good evidence for it.
Mr. Sensible, I'm going to point this out to the audience. The lawyer speak that you have to employ here is like off the charts. It points towards, it leans towards.
Yes.
It's damn good. It's not what it is.
Has science? Do you think science has ever come up with something that's then turned out to be wrong?
Right now is so warped and askew that it's going basically what mainstream rhetoric is telling. This is how they confuse you, sir. And so therefore you're going to continue to use these tactics because that's all you know. I don't blame you. I blame the system that has brought you to the confusion point in your life where you think that you can't know anything. This is the issue that has been rampant through all your guys' position. Like I would say anti-flat earthers, the guys who are not just upset the fact that people are saying the earth is not a globe, but the ones who are actually declaring that it must be with the I call it the lore. Because it's like a fantasy, right? So you're in love with the lore, and this philosophy that you can't know anything has been like a mind virus that has been infecting all of you guys. It has even crossed over into some of the flat earthers. They will even say that. But I'm pointing it out to you because you are using it as a way to tell us what you know. Sir, you are in the wrong 100%. You don't know what's going on. You don't know what the stars are.
Hold on. We know by
we don't.
We don't even know what I was going to say yet, but we know by experimentation that shining a light through helium produces certain Fraunhofer lines. We also know that measuring the light from the sun or stars can come up with Fraunhofer lines that match. Therefore, it is evidence. It's not proof because God doesn't prove. It is evidence that the sun contains those elements. Simple as that.
Do you know, simple as what, sir? You know that 100% sure or no? You don't. Thank you.
No, we know 100%. Hold on. We know 100% that if you shine a light through helium, you get a certain pattern of absorption lines. We know 100% if you take the measurement. No, we have facts.
You just said you can't use 100%. You just told us you can't use it. Now you're using it?
No, hold on. We know. No, you're not letting me finish. You're just going to try and steamroller me or listen to what I said.
I don't know what you're saying.
Yes, I do. Well, let me finish, and you might understand what I'm saying. Right. We know that if we shine the light through helium, we get a certain pattern. We know that if we take that measurement of the sun, we can get that same pattern. Okay, those are both facts. But the theory, if you like, or the explanation. No, that's the wrong word. But because we got that same pattern in both, we can assume. Let me finish. But we can assume that same element is part of the sun. We could be wrong. But we have two facts. We have two facts. One evidence is the other.
I just want to point out that you're wrong. Dun dun dun. Sorry.
Well, tell me something scientific then. Tell me something scientific that we 100% know.
Sir, we could do this all day long. I could tell you of many things that are scientific.
Well, just one thing. Just one thing.
Water boils at sea level at a specific temperature. And there you go.
At sea level? Okay, that's one fact. And we also know...
Well, I just pointed that out. I pointed something out to you. But look, listen.
That is. You know, you have an accurate thermometer. You boil it, the water at sea level, at pressure of 14.7 psi, and that will occur at 100 degrees. Yes. We also know a separate fact that if you boil it halfway up the mountain with a lower air pressure, it will boil at a higher temperature. Lower temperature.
I know, Mr. Sensible. We've already arrived at what we.
So those are two facts.
I know, but we can arrive.
He said sea level. That's it.
Listen, we can arrive at certain facts because we can achieve the scientific method to do its purpose.
So we've made two observations: one at sea level, one halfway up a mountain. Therefore, we could then come up with an idea. We've got two observations. We could say that air pressure affects the temperature that water boils at. Then we can make a prediction. Well, if we went up higher, it would boil at a lower temperature still.
My question to you now would be like, what does it? You asked me to provide at least one scientific.
Fact.
I did that. So anyway, so now on to the next thing, because we've already addressed that you don't know. The audience knows this already. We know that you're coming in here with this confusion state of mind. So
I'm not
for
confused.
us, sir, you're supremely confused, because to us, you're pointing to things and saying that are damn good evidence for. You know, lawyers speak. There's a lot of this lawyer speak that people don't pick up on because they don't hear you saying that. So what I'm doing is I'm exposing the fact that there is no debate for flat earth and globe earth, because there's only one truth. The earth that's presenting itself to you and me is the same earth that we're speaking of. There isn't any dichotomy. It's a false dichotomy. It's only the earth and what you've been taught what to believe that it is. So it's basically a belief system that you were born into. We all were.
We have a shed load of independent evidences from Eratosthenes.
Mr. Sensible, didn't we cover that? We just covered that. That you said that it's a damn good guess. It's evidence is just leaning towards Mr. Sensible.
Yeah. Okay. We step out of our house for the first time. You and I. Okay. We both look, and you say, "Oh, I think the Earth is flat," and I say, "Oh, I think the Earth is curved." Then we look for evidence. So the various evidence is like 2 points of stellar rotation, like sunsets, like ships disappearing over the horizon, like sending up a weather balloon and filming the fricking curve of the Earth. All those evidences would be counter to the flat Earth. They're both ideas.
Listen, how certain are you of all those evidences you just brought up? And you're gonna tell me 99.99999% sure. That's what you're gonna tell me, aren't you? Be honest, Mr. Sensible.
Well, we have various facts.
Be honest with the forum, sir. Be honest with the forum.
Well,
just tell me that you're all
to get a word out. You said be honest, and then you don't let me speak.
You're not answering my question. I want you to be honest with the forum. Let everybody know that everything you just said, you're 99.99999% sure, sir.
But what difference does that make?
It's important. Let everybody know, sir.
I don't understand what difference it makes.
It makes a huge difference to everybody listening, because they're not taking you for a matter of fact. We want to know where you stand with the information, sir. So
listen, it's either you're 100% or you're 0%. You can't be 99% on something.
I want you to say it the way you want. But say it. We're not going to leave this because it's important for you.
It's 100% or 0%.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that makes a credible witness.
That's how shit works.
If you're not 100% sure, then you shouldn't be witnessing on whatever it is you're attempting to witness on. This is the point. You're not a credible witness in what you've presented so far. This is the problem.
Yeah, just tell us what you saw or not what you saw.
Actually, you know this whole.
No, we're not going to.
I am staying on point. We got that black swan picture, you know, with the oil rigs. Now, hold on. Two people witness it. Two people witness it. We've seen photographs.
As much as you want.
No, you said 100% or 0%. They both can't be true. So we got two photos of the black swan. One showing a whole rig, one showing half a rig. They're both photographs. Never mind whether you're flat or globe. They are both photographs. They're two different observations with different come up with different results. So if you take any one of them. Okay, how can they both be true if it's either 100% or 0?
We're not going there. The audience still hasn't heard Mr.
I'm not
Sensible.
going there because you don't want me to point out the ridiculousness of that position.
Yeah, because you're not, that's not even my argument at the moment. My argument right now is your ignorance. And so I want everybody to know how you don't know. So now we're going to go back to all those evidences you brought up.
No, he just said you're either 100% or 0%. So we got your black swan photo that shows the horizon behind it. Therefore, the horizon can always be seen behind it. Only we got photos when the horizon's in front. So you couldn't have been 100%. There's another explanation. Something else we did take into account.
You want to bring something up to get it. This is the what you guys like to do. You want us to get our eyes off of you, but we're not.
No. He said you're either 100% or 0. That is a straw man.
No. Listen, is it either an apple or an orange? So is it 100% an apple or 100% an orange?
Either
Which
you know
one
or you don't.
is it, or is it 50% an apple? Can we have 50% apple, 50% orange in the same fruit, sir?
That's a bit nonsensical. I'm not trying to be funny.
It's nonsensical because you don't listen. This is what you're doing in here. You're telling us that you're not sure, but this is your best guess, and so everybody's following like, whoa.
No, I'm saying we're 99.9% sure, and none of the evidence contradicts it. Come up with some evidence that contradicts it, then we can rule it out.
The Earth is flat.
What's that supposed to mean?
It contradicts what you think that the Earth is.
No, that's just an assertion. That's not an evidence.
Oh, it's not an assertion. It's self-evident, my man. You and me can go stand at the beach and see a flat level horizon, can we not?
To the naked eye, yes. You take measurements and you can see the curve. Have a look at mc2.net, a view of the horizon across some straight edges, and you can see that it's curved.
Right.
Again, Mr. Sensible, let's think about this. If you have 8 billion people on this place and they're all putting their hands up stating they observe a level, that's 8 billion points of evidence that you have to talk down to say you see level because there's a curve. Do you understand that that is a complete fallacy?
I understand
you have 8 billion points of people touching the surface saying, I see level, and you're going to come along and say, but your curve is actually way deeper than what you're seeing.
The Earth is rather big that you're not going to see the naked eye stood on the ground.
Australia observes level. Canada observes level. Japan observes level.
Yes.
Where does your curve show up?
The curve is consistent across the whole distance.
So where can we see it?
Where?
This is not
because if everybody is at the surface putting their hands up saying, I see level, then at what subterranean level does your magic curve show up, Mr. Sensible? No, I'd like him to answer that question.
He's not going
Hold on. I just dumped into voice text an image. There's curve into voice text. Oh, sorry, have I sent it? 1 sec.
No, you didn't send it in live.
Yeah, 1 second. What's happened there?
Maybe you did.
There we go. Yeah, it's just gone in now.
What is that overlay?
What is
on
that?
top of
Because I'm asking.
Let him explain. I think that you can explain what that is, Sensible.
This looks like an atmospheric picture, not the surface.
That's hilarious.
That's a picture from 35 kilometers up from a weather balloon that I sent up. The overlay is the predicted curve.
What lens did you have on that camera?
Kilometers. Sorry, say again.
What lens was on that camera?
A non-distorting lens, a rectilinear lens.
Really? Because it doesn't line up with pretty much every other weather balloon footage we have.
No, because most of them use wide-angle lenses because they want a nice view. That's from my Mage. If you want to see a video of it, I have on my channel. It's called Mage. Mission Above Globe Earth.
The Mage, the Mage.
Yeah. So on there,
can you post that video, please?
Can I what? Post a link to it?
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Okay, you'll have to give us a second. I'll just call that up.
Take your time. I've actually wanted to pick apart Mage for quite some time, so this is perfect.
Let me just real quick before you guys get into it, and I'm gonna step back here because I done my bit. But just remember, keep in mind, guys, debating flat Earth and globe Earth is back and forth. And so what we needed to do was point out to Mr. Sensible that he doesn't know what he's talking about, and it's clearly shown today that he doesn't. But he's going to continue on a point, but I don't care. At this point, it's just belief. But if you guys want to take him on debate,
I have evidence.
it's going to descend into you guys like providing your evidence. He's going to provide his, and it won't get anywhere because he doesn't know that he doesn't know. That needs to be pointed out. At least I fleshed it out a little bit. So in this way, if it comes back around, you can say you don't know what you're saying because you're only 99.9% sure that you know what's going on. But that's fine.
I've just posted it. There are 3 cameras on that weather balloon. One was pointing up, looking at the balloon. That's a wide-angle camera, just to show because we had it, and it's just to show the balloon as it expands. There is a rear-facing camera labelled as wide cam, which is just for the view. The main camera, the one that has the strings across it, that is a non-distorting. It is not fisheye. It is not wide-angle. It's a non-distorting lens. That's the image that I posted above. Sorry, what's that? Someone's posting something there. And it shows curve.
I drew the horizon for you in a green line, and I don't got a curve.
Hold on 1 second, I've got a phone going.
Well, luckily for Mr. Sensible, level is curved.
That's the guy calling that said, hey, don't be presenting that as a curve.
A bit shortly.
Yep.
Sorry, guys, I missed what you said. Say again.
I said, luckily for you, level is curved.
Right, well, you can see the 2 lines, the yellowish one and the darker one. Those are taut strings. They're spring-loaded or spring-taut strings.
So you've got the secret picture of the globe we've all been looking up for, and you're complaining about bendy oil cranes. And you need to remember, anytime you reference those oil cranes, the actual geometric horizon of the Earth, if it were a 59-59-mile radius spheroid, would be in front of both of those oil rigs. They would be behind the curve. I think you've made it clear that you don't quite even understand.
Oh, I understand.
How little the Earth actually is.
There are plenty of images with those oil rigs partly behind the curve, hidden behind the horizon.
You must have wax in your ears. What I said was, if the Earth were the spheroid they're claiming it is, the geometric horizon would be in front of both of those oil rigs.
Yes, and you have always a level of refraction, which
and if you stand in the fog, you can't see your hand in front of your face.
Well, anyway, you were jumping away from the subject, which was my Mage photograph, which shows a curved horizon from a view of 35 kilometers.
Green. Oh, let me guess. You believe the moon landing propaganda?
Oh my God. Yes, I believe we went to the moon.
Yes. Oh my God.
all the available evidence points to it. And hell, it was in the middle of a space race. If it wasn't true, the Russians would have called them out.
Fake space race, but yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Got off and got out of high school.
No wonder you believe all that shit.
It still boils down.
Guys, just to give you a heads up, just off topic a second. I'm gonna have to go in about 2 minutes. Okay?
Yeah,
so
I
go
guess
ahead.
you would.
Yeah, because that was my wife just calling me. I've got to go in a minute.
Okay, well then leave.
Come back when you're 100% sure, and that way
Anything, if you're 100% sure on anything, let us know.
That way, at least you've convinced yourself first before you try to convince. Because right now you're just bullshitting. You haven't convinced yourself.
Propaganda that's
I've shown you.
Are you 100% sure you're married?
I've just shown a photograph taken from a still from video footage taken from a height of 35, just over 35 kilometers. You've got the 2 straight lines and a curved horizon.
So just come back. Hey, listen, man. Come back whenever you feel frosty and you want to talk to us about what you don't know. Once again, it's great.
Very funny.
I'm just saying, man. Like we just pointed out that
someone's playing Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah, that's a guy, and he was wrong about that. And if there is also a clip of Felix Baumgartner.
Are you sure he's a guy? Are you
There is a
serious,
clip.
Scott? Are you-
99.9.
Right, if you're not going to let me speak, guys. If you're not going to let me
Are
speak.
you 99.9% sure you're alive or 100% sure you're alive?
Yeah, when you can plant a flag and you've convinced yourself, you are sure that there's no doubt in your mind that what you're saying is true, then at least people will say, well, he's convinced himself. Now let's explore what he's talking about.
Convinced. But I am honest
me.
enough to allow for the possibility, unlike you guys, that I could be wrong. You won't
have
remove
to
evidence. You won't.
yourself.
We're the only people in here that have changed our minds.
Delusion.
Is it possible that I could come up with some evidence, something that would make you think, do you know what? He's right. The Earth's a ball.
Nope.
No, he said no because you're 100% sure it's flat.
Yes, we're
okay. Which means by definition you're not scientific about this.
Oh,
and not honest
your
about it.
definition of science is wrong then. So yeah.
Whatever. Anyway, guys, listen. What I will say is this has been a polite and interesting chat. I am going to have to go, so I'll thank you for the chat.
Return whenever you want. Yeah, this is an open forum, so just come back whenever you want.
Yeah, man.
Okay. And also, for the sake of openness, I have been recording the voices, and I may release this as a video unless you have any particular objections.
No. You do whatever you want, man.
Yeah, man. Let it rip. Yeah, knock
It's
yourself out.
already
Let's have people hear this because real ones will know. So.
No, you do what you do. Point out what you want to point out. It's all good. I don't care.
Okay, lovely. Thank you very much. Good night.
Later.
Take care.
Bye-bye. Very fun. I've already stopped recording. Bye-bye.
Yeah, don't put that in your recording.
Label it 100% flat smacked.
Yeah, whatever. Okay. Do you know, guys, I probably will come back again sometime because what I haven't got is just loads of abuse from you guys. Just so I haven't abused you, so that's good.
Yeah.
Just
bring some measurements, please.
Let us know when you're.
Yeah, well, I did. I brought Mage. But anyway, look, I really have to go, guys.
Mage is not the right measure.
Are you 100% sure about this abuse thing?
Yeah.
Are you 100% sure you're recording?
Yeah, are you 100% sure of abuse?
Am I 100% sure recording? I tell you what, that shows you. I came into a Discord. I came into a Discord one time, recorded a whole conversation, and then found out I hadn't pressed record. So I thought I had. I was wrong. I have this time, I hope.
You spend that long around flat earthers and didn't get paid for it,
man.
Must be terrible.
Right, I'm going. See you again, guys. Bye-bye.
You do forget.
Take care.
We are on YouTube.
Yeah, they don't know this.
Always catch it there.
Greetings. Good morning if anybody's around.